under the high platform. With a face full of anger and gloom, Lu Yongjun looked at the Chu family group as he clenched his fist and teeth tightly. Since Chu Zhongtian was the strongest member of the Chu family group, it was obvious that he would have the largest number of plates. If even Chu Yuping had only 23 jade plates, Chu Zhongtian was bound to have more than 30. With 30 plates in his possession, Chu Zhongtian could easily win the contest. Chu Zhongba had 10 jade plates, and Chu Yuping had 23 jade plates. If Chu Zhongtian had more than 30 jade plates, it meant that the Chu family alone had more than 60 jade plates. In summary, the Chu family was on a course to win this contest. While Lu Yongjun's expression was just ugly, Qi Yilung's expressions were ugly and twisted. That guy who forced Lu Yongjun to retreat, Qi Yilung just remembered where he had seen that guy before. Although Qi Yilung had met Chu Zhongtian face to face 2 months ago, he couldn't make out Chu Zhongtian's face correctly due to the poor lighting in the endless forest. Also, all his attention had been on Hu Sen back then, so he didn't pay much attention to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he didn't have much impression of Chu Zhongtian. Because of this, he didn't recognize the young man who forced Lu Yongjun to retreat. When Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping returned to Chu Zhongtian's side after handing their jade plates, he finally got to have a closer look at Chu Zhongtian. Only then did he recognize the young expert from the Chu family. He was the trash that he had chased 2 months ago in the endless forest. 2 months. 2 months ago, he couldn't cultivate. And yet 2 months later, he was making Lu Yongjun back off with just words. Just what kind of opportunity did he encounter? 0 to hero? Is this his fucking epic? When Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping came down, Chu Zhongtian tidied his clothes, then walked up to the platform with a smile on his face. As Chu Zhongtian walked up to the platform besides Chu Tianyun, there were also patriarchs of the other families on the platform. They were all puzzled right now. Not a single one of them could recognize this Chu family disciple, and why should they even know a mere level for Qi refiner? Chu Zhongtian nodded at Chu Tianyun and walked toward the statistician. Before taking out the jade plates, he first took a pen to write down his name and family on the paper. Since Chu Zhongtian had kept a low profile after returning to the Chu family, not many people recognized him. Even the statistician didn't have any information about him since Chu Fan helped him get in at the last minute. After writing his name, Chu Zhongtian took out a hefty-looking cloth bag. Then he overturned it, opened its mouth, and let the jade plates rain. As the jade plates rained on the table, not only the statistician, even Chu Tianyun was shocked. Did we hand him all the plates by mistake before the competition? Can he copy duplicate stuff? Why the hell is this plate rain not stopping? Chu Tianyun wondered if Chu Zhongtian took Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping's plates, but he quickly rejected that idea. Others might not be familiar with Chu Zhongba, but how could Chu Tianyun not be familiar with him as his biological father? With Chu Zhongba's arrogant and selfish personality, it was already good enough that he didn't snatch other Chu disciples' plates. So, how could he possibly be willing to give his jade plates to someone else? Furthermore, Zhu Tianyun counted Chu Zhongtian's plated, and they were more than 30. Anyone could win the contest with that many plates, so there was no way Chu Zhongba would part with them. As for Chu Yuping, he had the good intentions in him, but not the strength. Chu Tianyun had a sneaking suspicion that even those 23 plates belonged to Chu Zhongtian. Ignoring the 4 shocked patriarchs, Chu Zhongtian walked down from the platform with a smile on his face. Chu Zhongtian of the Chu family, 38 jade plates. As the statistician reported the exact number, the entire scene fell into silence. The only sound that could be heard in the silent air was the heavy breathing of the crowd. Chu Zhongtian had more than 1/3 of the total number of jade plates. Now, obtaining 38 plates was actually not that big of a deal, but a level 4 Qi refiner obtaining 38 plates was. After all, some previous contestants had actually collected even more than 38 plates, but they were all way stronger than Chu Zhongtian. More importantly, 38 plates were enough for Chu Zhongtian to win the contest. In other words, Chu Zhongtian was the first ever level 4 Qi refining realm champion. He had created a miracle, an unprecedented miracle. His name would forever be remembered in the Qi country. When Lu Yongjun heard that Chu Zhongtian had 38 jade plates, He was shocked but also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yongjun had only managed to obtain 11 jade plates from all the frisked participants. Including the 9 jade plates he had collected along the way, he had a total of 20 jade plates in his hands. If he counted the 71 jade plates in the hands of those 3 Chu family disciples, he could guarantee that he would be ranked 3rd. Although he couldn't get the champion's spot, he had at least guaranteed himself a spot in the top 3. This would also ensure that he could enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to cultivate. While Lu Yongjun was heaving a sigh of relief, Qi Yilong was so angry that one could even see white smoke coming out of his head. Since he only had 9 jade plates, let alone winning the contest, he wouldn't even get a spot in the top 3. This was probably the most miserable achievement the royal family had achieved ever since the establishment of the hunting contest. Furthermore, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was the most precious treasure of the royal family. Could only be opened once every 10 years, and only 3 people could enter at a time. But this time, outsiders took all the quotas for free. How could Qi Yilong not be angry? Not to mention Qi Yilong. Even the king of the Qi country, Qi Heng, had a frown and gloom on his face. As the Qi country's ruler, Qi Heng was probably the only one here who had the most in-depth knowledge of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Outsiders knew that the spiritual Qi in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was so thick that it was almost corporal. They also knew that there was some kind of special energy inside that could increase one's potential. However, they didn't know how the spiritual Qi and special energy were produced in the first place. Nothing in this world could be produced out of thin air. The same was also true for the thick spiritual Qi and that special energy inside the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The special treasure, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, was formed after the Qi family expended a truly ginormous amount of resources. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion could only be opened once every 10 years because the Qi family spent those 10 years collecting enough resources to fill the pavilion with spiritual Qi and that special energy. The loss of spots was not only a loss of resources that they had spent years to gather, but also a huge blow to the royal family's prestige. As for Chu Tianyun, he had already forgotten the grief he felt after seeing the Chu family's loss. Right now, his heart was filled with joy. 3 out of the top 10 were the Chu family disciples. This meant that the Chu family would take most of the annual profits this time. Furthermore, the Lu family's family streak was finally broken. After 10 years, the Chu family finally won the contest. This would bring unimaginable benefits to the Chu family's reputation. So, how could Chu Tianyun not be excited? On the high platform, Chu Tianyun's eyes were filled with praise as he watched Chu Zhongtian walk down. This time, the Chu family turned out to be the biggest winner. Now, they could get at least 30% of the annual profits. This was a huge honor that the Chu family had never achieved in decades. Honestly, it wasn't the profits that excited Chu Tianyun most. It was Chu Zhongtian's amazing growth. Although Chu Tianyun did not know exactly what happened during the hunting contest, since Chu Zhongtian could obtain 38 plates and even keep them safe till the contest's end, he had to be ridiculously strong. As for how strong he truly was, from the fact that Lu Yongjun and Qi Yilong couldn't snatch his jade plates, he had to be about as strong as a level 8 Qi refiner. Otherwise, Lu Yongjun, who had a domineering personality, and Qi Yilong, who was good at scheming, wouldn't have allowed Chu Zhongtian and the others to reach the safe zone without a hitch. No matter how outstanding and eye-catching he was in the eyes of others, Chu Zhongtian remained as calm as ever after returning to his group. He was aware that not only had he made unbelievable gains thanks to the contest, but he had also made numerous enemies. Now he was no longer in the dark, and his enemies could target him anytime. He knew that he would have to face unknown challenges and assassinations in the future. Was he afraid of these future assassinations and plots? Nope. Quite on the contrary, he was actually looking forward to them. After all, one only grew stronger in life-threatening situations. After the commotion caused by Chu Zhongtian's 38 plates calmed down a bit, Lu Yongjun took a few simple steps forward and stopped a distance away from the high platform. He wasn't as polite as the 3 disciples from the Chu family. Instead, he directly wrapped his 20 jade plates in spiritual power and threw them onto the table. Lu Yongjun from the Lu family, 20 jade plates. In order to ensure fairness, The statistician arranged by the four families was from an ordinary family, who couldn't cultivate at all. As a result, he didn't dare to voice out his anger over Lu Yongjun's overbearing and rude behavior. Instead, he had to give Lu Yongjun a polite smile. The allegedly strongest expert of the Qi country's younger generation only obtained 20 jade plates. Truly inconceivable. Everyone below the platform erupted in whispers after the statistician mentioned Lu Yongjun's number of jade plates. TCH, like hell, is he the strongest person of our generation? I'm afraid now the strongest person of our generation isn't Lu Yongjun, but Chu Zhongtian from the Chu family, said a man who had been robbed by Lu Yongjun just now. Impossible. Even a level 8 Qi refiner couldn't defeat Lu Yongjun, so what makes you think a mere level 4 Qi refiner can defeat him? Refuted some other guy who worshipped Lu Yongjun. Humph, what level 4 Qi refiner? Have you ever seen a level 4 Qi refiner who can kill a level 7 Qi refiner with no more than 2 strikes? If Lu Yongjun could really defeat Chu Zhongtian, he wouldn't have retreated from the passageway just now, said Chu Zhongtian's supporter. You! Lu Yongjun's admirer was instantly rendered speechless by the rebuttal. What could they say? It was the truth. Lu Yongjun indeed retreated when faced with Chu Zhongtian's overbearing request. Not only did the Lu family's disciples find it hard to believe, but even the bystanders also couldn't comprehend why he did that. After Lu Yongjun handed his jade plate, Qi Yilong, who was standing below the high platform, clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his chest was slowly crossing new heights. Of the 100 total jade plates, he only had 9. With just 9 plates, let alone winning the contest, he couldn't even enter the top 3. Since his loss was now a fact, Qi Yilong decided to hand over his plates in an even more overbearing way to express his anger. He first used his spiritual power to envelop the jade plates, then shot the jade plates in a way of shooting a hidden weapon toward the statistician directly. In his anger, Qi Yilong forgot that the hunting contest in Qi country every year was presided over by the 4 big families. His actions just now might have been directed at the statistician, but in the eyes of the others, it was a challenge to the dignity of the 3 great families. Don't forget that, apart from the statistician, there were also the patriarchs of the Lu, Wang, and Chu families on the platform. Especially if you considered Patriarch Wang's mood, you would know how foolish Qi Yilong's actions were. The contest had ended, but the Wang family disciples were still nowhere to be seen. There was no denying it now. Wang Hai knew that they might have met with a misfortune. Although his heart ached for them, there was nothing he could do. Every year, apart from getting a portion of the annual profits, the families also used the contest to kill disciples from various other families. If you were not strong enough, you would be killed. You could only accept your fate. However, the loss of more than 40 elite disciples, especially the loss of Wang Chao, the leader of the Wang family's younger generation, made Wang Hai extremely furious. So, when he saw that Qi Yilong was challenging the rules set by the 4 families, he immediately found a way to vent his anger. He stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. A powerful wisp of spiritual power hit the jade plates. Then, the 9 jade plates did a 180-degree turn and shot toward Qi Yilong at an even faster speed. Qi Yilong's expression changed when he saw the 9 jade plates shooting toward him like arrows. Wang Hai was a peak level 10 body refiner, so even a casual attack from him could spell disaster for a level 8 Qi refiner like Qi Yilong. Wang Hai, what do you think you are doing? The Chu family's outstanding performance and the disappearance of the Yan country's 2 elites had left Qi Heng at a loss for a while. Therefore, he didn't notice Qi Yilong's rash actions at the beginning. When Wang Hai attacked, the fluctuation of his spiritual power broke Qi Heng out of his reverie. When he saw the 9 jade plates powered by body refining realm power shooting toward his son, he quickly waved his sleeves. Then, an even stronger spiritual power rushed toward the 9 jade plates. Just as Qi Heng was about to swing out the spiritual power to block Wang Hai, Lu Xiaozong, standing at the side, suddenly made his move to stop him. Lu, what do you mean by this? Seeing Lu Xiaozong blocking his attack, Qi Heng furiously roared. My king, it was Yilong who broke the rules set by our 4 families first, so he must be punished, Lu Xiaozong said with an indifferent expression. Although Lu Xiaozong looked calm and indifferent, as if he didn't care about winning or losing, he also felt very depressed deep down. Although Lu Yongjun wasn't his biological son, Lu Xiaozong attached more importance to Lu Yongjun than his own son due to Lu Yongjun's pure bloodline and very outstanding talent. He even personally guided Lu Yongjun on the cultivation path. Therefore, he was very clear about Lu Yongjun's strength. Not to mention the young generation of Qi country, even if it was the young generations of the surrounding kingdoms, Lu Yongjun could at least be ranked in the top 3. He had such formidable strength, and the Lu family was his backer. So, how could he only obtain 20 jade plates? How was it possible that the 3 disciples from the Chu family got so many jade plates? Consequently, Lu Xiaozong felt depressed and wanted to question Lu Yongjun as soon as possible. Just what the hell had happened? Lu Xiaozong stopped Qi Heng from helping Qi Yilong, and Chu Tianyun controlled the eunuch in charge. No one could stop those jade plates now, so Qi Yilong could only grit his teeth and take out his spirit weapon. He used all his strength to activate the spirit weapon, hoping to block the plates with it. Although Qi Yilong couldn't unleash the spirit weapon's true power, just its scarps were enough to counter Wang Hai's casual attack. Wang Hai looked at the spirit weapon in Qi Yilong's hand, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. As established before, Qi Transformers were the only cultivators who could wield a spirit weapon correctly. A spirit weapon was way above a refined weapon in both power and might. Although the Wang family's primary product was weapons, they had only 3 spirit weapons. Despite being the patriarch, Wang Hai didn't have a single personal spirit weapon. Therefore, after he saw the spirit weapon in Qi Yilong's hand, greed flashed in his eyes. However, Wang Hai knew that the timing wasn't right. He couldn't just snatch Qi Yilong's spirit weapon in front of everyone. So, he didn't continue attacking Qi Yilong after he had blocked the first attack. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongtian had a clear view of Wang Hai due to his position. So he had seen that flash of greed and killing intent in Wang Hai's eyes. Instead of feeling bad, he couldn't help but feel a bit happy. After all, Qi Yilong's life would be in a precarious position just like him after the contest ended. Chu Zhongtian had a feeling that they would share the same fate. After Qi Yilong blocked the 9 jade plates, he quickly put away the spirit weapon. Then, Qi Yilong bent down and picked up the 9 jade plates from the ground. Like Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping, he personally handed the jade plates to the statistician. After returning to his place, Qi Yilong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Surprisingly, Qi Yilong wasn't that afraid now that he showed his spirit weapon to everyone. He knew that the spirit weapon would attract everyone's greed, but he was the only one aware of the secret related to that spirit weapon. The 5th prince of the royal family has obtained 9 jade plates. Although the royal family was currently weak, no matter what, they were still the rulers of Qi country. Therefore, the statistician couldn't treat Qi Yilong like the Chu and Lu family's disciples. He acknowledged Qi Yilong not by his name but by his title. Qi Yilong had 9 jade plates, Chu Zhongba had 10 jade plates, Lu Yongjun had 20 jade plates, Chu Yuping had 23 jade plates, and Chu Zhongtian had 38 jade plates. The total number of jade plates in the statistician's hands had reached 100. In other words, the only people who could obtain a ranking in the hunting contest this time were Chu Zhongtian and the other 4 people. The top 5 rankings were quickly calculated since all the plates were accounted for. However, deciding the next 5 rankings gave the 4 patriarchs a headache. This was an important decision since it pertained to the participant rewards and the annual profits of the next year. Should the top 5 families just split the profits 5 ways? Chu Tianyun couldn't agree more, but Lu Xiaozong, Wang Hai, and Qi Heng were strongly against it. Lu Xiaozong and the others obviously wouldn't agree. This was because there were 3 Chu family disciples in the top 5. If they were to divide the profits according to that, the Chu family would probably get more than 50% of the profit. Since the 4 big families' patriarchs couldn't come to a unanimous decision, they decided to call in the patriarchs of another dozen or so second-rate families. Everyone left the platform and had a brief meeting. When the contestants saw more than a dozen patriarchs discussing something secretly, they couldn't help but feel that this hunting contest was the most peculiar one yet. While the patriarchs were scratching their heads over the problem, Lu Yongjun suddenly left this group and walked straight to Chu Zhongtian. Although Chu Zhongba was terrified of Lu Yongjun in his heart, he still braced himself and stood in front of Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yongjun, what do you want to do? Chu Zhongba asked nervously. Chu Zhongba, get out of my way. Lu Yongjun's expression darkened when he saw Chu Zhongba blocking him, and strong killing intent rose from his body. Zhongba, don't worry. Chu Zhongtian knew that Chu Zhongba couldn't block Lu Yongjun's killing intent, so he patted Chu Zhongba's shoulder and signaled him to move aside. Lu Yongjun, tell me what you want. Chu Zhongtian had no interest in forming a friendship with Lu Yongjun, so he just cut to the chase. On the 8th of March, we will fight on the Yulung Mountain. Lu Yongjun noticed Chu Zhongtian's calm and decided to officially challenge him. Okay. Of course, Chu Zhongtian was not afraid of Lu Yongjun's challenge. In fact, he was actually looking forward to that. There was still a month and a half until the 8th of March. Chu Zhongtian had accumulated a lot during the competition. Be it spiritual power or personal strength, he felt that he had reached a limit. It was time for him to make a new breakthrough. Furthermore, after Chu Zhongtian had spent 3 days in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, his potential and strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Then, he would need an expert of the same level to verify his strength. And Lu Yongjun's arranged battle was just perfect for him. As soon as Chu Zhongtian agreed to the fight, the scene fell into a frenzy. Lu Yongjun had always been considered the strongest cultivator of the Qi country's younger generation. From the day he started cultivating, he had never once been defeated. He was strong to the point that he defeated all his opponents without even going all out. No one knew his true strength. The only stain on Lu Yongjun's otherwise stellar reputation was that he was forced back by Chu Zhongtian and Qi Yilong. Chu Zhongtian was the most talented genius of the Qi country's young generation. He was once considered a peerless genius, but his cultivation was delayed by a year because his meridians were damaged. In just 2 short months, Chu Zhongtian had become a level 4 Qi refiner with strength that far surpassed his level. Just like Lu Yongjun, no one knew his true strength either. The battle between Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian, the true experts of the Qi country's younger generation, would definitely create some kind of spark. Everyone in the scene was filled with anticipation. At the same time, everyone secretly decided that they had to arrive at the top of Yulung Mountain a few days earlier and occupy the best position. There, they would witness the fight between Qi country's 2 strongest experts with their own eyes. Qi Yilong had his eyes on the duo the second Lu Yongjun left his group. He watched the show from the beginning to the end. When Chu Zhongtian accepted the challenge, a complicated expression emerged on Qi Yilong's face, and his heart was filled with uneasiness. Had Lu Yongjun's target been him, would he have accepted? Qi Yilong didn't have to think for long before he knew that he wouldn't have dared to accept it. As someone who had fought Lu Yongjun, he knew how insanely strong Lu Yongjun really was. Qi Yilong knew that even if he had consolidated his cultivation, he still would have been no match for Lu Yongjun. He had to become a level 9 Qi refiner before he could even think about challenging Lu Yongjun. If he could enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to cultivate, he would have the chance to do so in a short period. However, he didn't have the right to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion now, but Lu Yongjun could cultivate inside for an entire day. Then, the gap between Qi Yilong and Lu Yongjun would only get increasingly wider. One might think that Qi Yilong could defeat Lu Yongjun with his spirit weapon. But, don't forget, Lu Yongjun was a disciple of the Lu family, one of the 4 big families. The Lu family also had the spirit weapon. If Qi Yilong dared to use his spirit weapon, then the Lu family would give Lu Yongjun a spirit weapon too. If they both fought using a spirit weapon, Qi Yilong would definitely be the one dying. Lu Yongjun's challenge and Chu Zhongtian's response had brought the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. When the eunuch brought onto the stage an imperial decree made of yellow silk, the scene erupted with shouts and cheers. This surprised the eunuch. Feeling a bit narcissistic, he thought, "Am I this popular?" The high platform at the center, as the disciples below cheered and yelled. Not only the eunuch, even the 4 patriarchs were surprised. Since they were all busy with annual profits distribution before, They had no idea what had happened. Did they consider that the disciples below were happy to see the eunuch? Nope, not for a second. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere below was too intense and full of noise. But the chief eunuch coughed a few times, indicating the people below to quiet down. After the crowd below quietened down, the eunuch in charge raised the imperial edict in his hand and announced the contest's rankings. The annual hunting contest of the Qi country, after 15 days of intense competition, has now come to a perfect end. This year, the performance of the disciples from various families has been very interesting. Next, I will announce the rankings of disciples in the top 10. After speaking up to this point, he stopped speaking, seemingly trying to stir the emotions of everyone present. The eunuch in charge paused for a moment, and when everyone's anticipation reached the highest point, he opened his mouth and announced, 10th place, Lin clan's Lin Xianping. 9th place, Lu family's Lu Jiwei. 8th place, the 9th prince of the royal family, Qi Yiqiang. 7th place, Wu family's Wu Jianwei. 6th place, Tian family's Tian Jing. As the chief eunuch announced the rankings from 6th to 10th place, the crowd below the platform revealed a puzzled expression. The disciples had no idea how the patriarchs decided on the last 5 rankings. Chu Zhongtian had a faint idea as to how they decided that. The last 5 rankings were most likely given through internal corruption, compromising and benefiting together. The 10th place was the Lin family's subsidiary family. The 7th place, Wu family, and the 6th place, Tian family, were both related to the Wang family. Even though their subsidiaries got the ranking, their master families would most likely be the ones getting the annual profit. There was only one thing that dissatisfied Chu Zhongtian a bit. Not a single disciple from any of the Chu family's subsidiaries was in the last 5. Then again, the Chu family had 3 disciples in the top 5. Had Chu Tianyun tried to get Chu family disciples or a subsidiary family's disciples in the last 5, every other family would have rioted. Such an arrangement was reasonable, and it could also satisfy everyone. So why not? Despite the seemingly reasonable arrangement, the Wang family's patriarch was very dejected. After all the elites from his family's younger generation were wiped out, and his family would only get about 20% of the next year's profits. This was bound to have a huge impact on his family. He was afraid that they would not be able to recover from this in just a few years. Chu Zhongtian was not the only smart person here. Many other contestants had also seen through the secret behind the rankings. However, this was a joint decision made by the 4 great patriarchs and a dozen second-rate patriarchs. Therefore, these contestants could only accept it even if they weren't satisfied. After everyone had digested the knowledge about the last 5 rankings, the chief eunuch announced the top 5 rankings. 5th place, the 5th prince of the royal family, Qi Yilong. 4th place, Chu family's Chu Zhongba. 3rd place, Lu family's Lu Yongjun. 2nd place, Chu family's Chu Yuping. After announcing the 2nd to 5th ranks, the eunuch in charge stopped and put away the things in his hands before retreating to the edge of the platform. Then Qi Hang, the ruler of the Qi country, walked to the center of the platform. He took out an identical imperial decree from his sleeve, opened it, and announced it loudly. First place in the Qi country's hunting contest, Chu Zhongtian of the Chu family. After Qi Hang announced Chu Zhongtian as the hunting contest champion, the audience immediately cheered. Evidently, Chu Zhongtian's popularity had far exceeded Lu Yongjun's. It had exceeded to the point that even the 4 big shots on the platform were surprised. They had never expected Chu Zhongtian to gain so much influence in such a short period. Lu Xiaozong, Wang Hai, and Qi Hang looked calm, but there was a slight ripple in their hearts. Among them, Lu Xiaozong was the one who had the biggest ripple in his heart. Before, the most influential figure of the younger generation was Lu Yongjun of his Lu family. Now it was Chu Zhongtian. Was the Chu family going to rise again? There were 3 reasons behind Chu Zhongtian's seemingly unreal popularity. The first reason was the obvious one: Chu Zhongtian was the hunting contest champion. The Qi country had held the hunting contest for hundreds of years, and countless geniuses had sat on that champion's spot. However, Chu Zhongtian was the first one to win the contest with a level 4 Qi refining realm cultivation base. It would be a century or so before someone would even think about breaking that record. A genius who could create miracles was obviously going to be idolized by everyone. Chu Zhongtian was perfect for this condition. The second reason was related to Lu Yongjun. 4 years, Lu Yongjun had been the strongest among the young generation of the Qi country. He was also the idol who was worshipped the most. And when he defeated Qi Yilong, a level 8 Qi refiner, while being a level 7 Qi refiner, his reputation and popularity peaked. However, minutes after his popularity peaked, Lu Yongjun did something that made his reputation drop sharply. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, was awe-inspiring when he fought. He seemed elegant and refined when he talked to others. He was generous and forthright, so it was easier for others to have a good impression of him. The third reason was related to how readily Chu Zhongtian agreed to Lu Yongjun's challenge. Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian were both experts who could fight above their levels. Lu Yongjun could defeat a level 8 Qi refiner while being a level 7 Qi refiner. On the other hand, Chu Zhongtian killed Tu Shen, a level 7 Qi refiner, while being a level 4 Qi refiner. A battle between two peerless young cultivators was bound to attract the attention of any crowd. When everyone stopped cheering, Qi Heng continued, "I will personally have someone send the rewards associated with each rank." Then, Qi Yilong retreated to the edge of the high platform. Chu Tianyun walked to the middle of the platform with an excited expression. He clenched his left fist tightly and announced loudly, "The annual hunting contest has officially ended. Dismissed." It was actually a great honor to announce the end of the hunting contest. This was the glory that every patriarch hoped to obtain. Every year, this honor belonged to the winner family's patriarch. For the past couple of years, Lu family's Lu Xiaozong announced the end of the competition. It had been like this for more than 10 years. Now that Lu Xiaozong no longer had that honor, he felt a bit awkward. As Chu Tianyun stood in the middle of the platform, getting carried away by his complacency, Lu Xiaozong threw a hateful glance at Lu Yongjun. Lu Yongjun was the sole reason he lost this glory. Chu family, tranquil elegant courtyard, bedroom. After 15 days of intense competition and countless battles, Chu Zhongtian's taut nerves finally relaxed. After Chu Tianyun announced the end of the contest, all the fatigue that his adrenaline had been supporting came crashing down. Therefore, the first thing Chu Zhongtian did after returning to his courtyard was drop flat on his bed. Then he slept like a log. After sleeping for half a day and a night, he lazily woke up. After getting the relaxation that he very much deserved, Chu Zhongtian's psyche was in peak condition. When he checked the spiritual power in his dantian, he found that it was much more refined and felt way denser, almost a solid. After washing up, Chu Zhongtian left his room and went to the courtyard to cultivate. This time, he did not practice the basic saber technique. Instead, he practiced an incomplete set of fist technique. When he watched the fight between Lu Yongjun and Qi Yilong, he was quite impressed by the techniques used by Lu Yongjun. Also, Lu Yongjun's fighting style was basically the same as Chu Zhongtian's. They both liked to fight in close combat. Besides hard weapons, the weapons Lu Yongjun used the most were his fists and legs. 8 trigrams 6-joint fists was the name of the fist technique that Chu Zhongtian was currently practicing. It was a gift that Chu Zhongba gave him on the way back to the family. This 8 trigrams 6-joint fists was a martial skill of unknown grade since it was incomplete and badly damaged. It only had 3 pages, and each page depicted a single stance of the fist technique. According to Chu Zhongba, he had been practicing the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists for quite some time. However, the fist technique recorded in the manual was very profound. Since Chu Zhongba's comprehension ability wasn't that great, he hadn't been able to master it. What little he had learned from the manual had helped him fight those half a level above him. He gave Chu Zhongtian such a precious skill, because he felt that given Chu Zhongtian's amazing comprehension ability, he could master the 3 stances. There was also a second reason. He wanted Chu Zhongtian to plead for him in front of the patriarch and the elders. After all, the punishment for his mismanagement wasn't just going to fly away. However, the second they returned to the family, Chu Tianyun went straight to his palace. He went to hand over the quota for the profits distribution and determine the exact time Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yuping would enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. I guess the problem really did fly away. Despite being an incomplete skill, every stance of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists was extremely profound. Unfortunately, it was not something that could be mastered in a short period. This was Chu Zhongtian's first time practicing the fist technique, and right now he was trying to familiarize himself with the 3 stances. He wanted to know if these 3 moves were really as profound as Chu Zhongba had said. After practicing for half an hour, Chu Zhongtian found himself trying to unfold the folds in his brain. There were literally just 3 simple stances in the manual, yet he had no idea how to practice them. It was as if his brain refused to accept even a single stance. However, he didn't give up because it was his first try, and he was just familiarizing himself. Later, he would start with the basic fist technique and wait until the basic fist technique had built a foundation for him to practice the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists. After another half an hour, he calmed himself down and returned to his room to tidy up. It was time for him to go to the meeting hall. First, he wanted to retrieve the rewards he got for getting first place in the hunting contest. Second, he wanted to plead on Chu Zhongba's behalf. Third, he wanted to see what kind of arrangements his family had for his future cultivation. After eating the delicious food specially prepared by Xianxia, Chu Zhongtian left the tranquil, elegant courtyard under her eyes filled with worship and infatuation. Chu family, meeting hall. The atmosphere inside the meeting hall was vivacious. From time to time there would be laughter. This was completely different from the usual solemn atmosphere. Patriarch Chu Tianyun sat on the chair in the middle with a smile on his face. He looked at the 11 elders whispering to each other, and his heart was filled with joy. The result of this hunting contest was beyond his imagination. Initially, he thought that the Chu family would get 10% of the annual profit at most, but they actually ended up with more than 30%. Compared to the 30% profit, the biggest gain of the Chu family this time was the discovery of a peerless genius, Chu Zhongtian. The only reason the Chu family got all this wealth was thanks to Chu Zhongtian's unexpected rise. Despite Chu Zhongba's disastrous leadership, Chu Zhongtian made sure that all their young disciples weren't wiped out. After all, Chu Zhongtian was the one who slaughtered all the Wang family participants after Chu Zhongba had foolishly challenged Wang Chao. In summary, it could be said that if a family wanted to prosper, having peerless geniuses was one of the key factors. Compared to Chu Tianyun's joy, Chu Fan's joy was already breaking through the roof. Why wouldn't he be ecstatic? He was the one who had the closest relationship with Chu Zhongtian in the family. He brought Chu Zhongtian back from the Luolin town. More importantly, after Chu Zhongtian returned to the family from Luolin town, Chu Fan had basically taken care of all his requests. He helped Chu Zhongtian get spirit stones, weapons, armors, and whatnot. If Chu Zhongtian was indebted to someone in the family, it was definitely Chu Fan. In Chu Fan's heart, besides joy, there was also disbelief and shock. Although he knew that Chu Zhongtian's talent was outstanding and his willpower could bend steel, he was also aware that Chu Zhongtian would definitely become the Chu family's cornerstone. But all things considered, wasn't this transformation a tad too shocking? In just 2 months' time, he had completely turned the tables. After Chu Zhongtian won the contest and returned to his family, he directly returned to his room to rest. As the champion, he could do that. However, the other Chu family disciples did not receive this kind of treatment. They stayed in the meeting hall and told the patriarch and the elders everything related to Chu Zhongtian in detail. Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance was precisely what made the Chu family elders so excited and happy. Even the most straightforward third elder excitedly slammed the table and shouted, "This is our Chu family's fortune. Disciple Chu Zhongtian requests to see the patriarch." Just as Chu Tianyun and the others were marveling at Chu Zhongtian's extraordinary abilities, Chu Zhongtian's request to meet them came from outside the hall. "Come in, quickly." Hearing Chu Zhongtian's voice, Chu Tianyun quickly stood up and invited Chu Zhongtian in. Chu Zhongtian walked into the meeting hall with proper manners. According to the rules set for all Chu family disciples, he greeted the patriarch and the 11 elders one by one. Chu Zhongtian's modest personality, proper etiquette, and respect one approval from everyone in the hall. Compared to the overbearing and arrogant Chu Zhongba, Chu Zhongtian's performance was perfect in all aspects. Tian, sit down. Let's talk. Chu Tianyun pointed to an empty seat beside the 11th elder and gestured for Chu Zhongtian to sit down. Thank you for the high praise, Patriarch. Zhongtian dare not be impolite, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly said, refusing to sit at the same table as the family elders. Be it before his reincarnation or after his reincarnation, Chu Zhongtian had experienced trials and tribulations that others couldn't even think of. From all that, if there was one thing he learned, it was human relations. Although Chu Tianyun sincerely invited him to sit down, he couldn't accept it because of his sincerity. Some things might seem okay for now, but no one could say for sure what they might turn into in the future. Chu family, meeting hall. Since Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to sit down, Chu Tianyun didn't continue to persuade him. Instead, he returned to his patriarch seat and said in a solemn tone, Chu Zhongtian, this time, our Chu family will get immense benefits thanks to your stellar performance in the hunting contest. You have contributed greatly. I now thank you on behalf of our entire Chu family. Patriarch, you are too polite. This is what I should do as a disciple of the Chu family. When Chu Zhongtian saw Chu Tianyun standing up to thank him, he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. Chu Tianyun sat down again, gesturing for Chu Zhongtian to listen carefully. After discussing with the elders, I have decided to give you a chance. You can make 3 requests, and the family will do its best to fulfill them. Tian, as long as the 3 requests are not too excessive, we will agree to them. After Chu Tianyun mentioned his reward, the 3 free use requests, although Chu Zhongtian seemed calm on the surface, he was actually jumping with excitement inside. 3 requests. It might seem to some that the reward was very ordinary. In fact, the reward was exceptionally generous. For example, even if he asked for thousands of level 8 spirit stones, Chu Tianyun and the others would readily agree, since that was by no means excessive for someone who was literally sitting on a spirit stone mine. And that was actually a low price. Asking for just spirit stones would be like wasting one of the 3 requests. After all, the reward for being first in the contest alone gave him a lot more, plus 5,000 low-level 8 spirit stones. Moreover, he had killed many young generation elites during the period of the hunting contest. So, he had obtained a huge amount of spirit stones from those elites. Just his loot was enough to support his cultivation for a long period. Most importantly, these 3 requests weren't just generous offers but also a test. This was to test his temperament and see if he was worthy of being nurtured by the family. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian already had an idea in his mind. He looked up at Chu Tianyun and said, Patriarch, elders, for the first request, I hope the family can exempt Chu Zhongba from any punishment he might receive for his mismanagement. There were 12 people in the hall. Chu Zhongtian's first request stunned every single one of them. They had all expected him to ask for numerous spirit stones or advanced pills that could assist in cultivation. Unexpectedly, his first request was a plea for Chu Zhongba. Since Chu Zhongba was Chu Tianyun's son, only Chu Tianyun, not the 11 elders, could decide whether Chu Zhongtian's request was accepted. Tian, the loss of the Chu family disciples this time is too great. Zhongba will have to bear more than 90% of the responsibility. Punishment is necessary to teach him a lesson. So, I hope you can take back your request. It was impossible for Chu Tianyun not to feel sorry for Chu Zhongba, since his son was a genius with a slightly worse talent than Chu Zhongtian. According to the Chu family rules, Chu Zhongba should be stripped of his identity, deprived of his treatment, and imprisoned for half a year due to his crimes. A punishment like that would easily be the cruelest thing Chu Zhongba could endure right now. It might even delay his future cultivation. Although Chu Tianyun also felt very uncomfortable, his family came above his son as the Chu family's patriarch. The mistake Chu Zhongba made this time was too serious. If he wasn't severely punished, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the family, which would be detrimental to the unity and development of the family. Now, Chu Zhongtian was actually willing to use one of his 3 requests to get rid of Chu Zhongba's punishment, so how could Chu Tianyun not be moved? Still, he had to remind Chu Zhongtian of how precious the 3 requests the family had given him were. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian said firmly, "My request will not change. I hope that the patriarch and the elders will agree to it." "Okay." After seeking opinions from the 11 elders, Chu Tianyun nodded in agreement. Then, when he looked at Chu Zhongtian, his eyes were filled with gratitude. "Patriarch, my second request is related to the family's library. I was complete access to all floors and books of the library, and I hope that I can enter and leave it freely anytime. For any family, weapons crafting methods, cultivation manuals, books related to pill refining, knowledge about the many secret realms and so on were all essential treasures. All this knowledge was the only thing that was down as inheritance. It was a family's foundation. And the library was, in a way, the house of this foundation. As a family that had been passed down for centuries, the Chu family's library wasn't just large. It was massive. It housed a good deal of precious cultivation techniques, martial skills, secret scriptures, pill refining formulas, and many arcanums related to this very world. Secrets and knowledge like this absolutely couldn't be narrated to a Qi refining disciple. So Chu Zhongtian's request left everyone in a difficult position. Chu Tianyun, who was deep in thought, seemed to have suddenly received an order from someone. He closed his eyes and appeared to be listening to something. Then, he opened his eyes and immediately agreed to Chu Zhongtian's second request. Since he had been staring at Chu Tianyun the whole time, Chu Zhongtian had seen his reaction clearly. Although Chu Zhongtian looked calm on the surface, his heart was rolling like waves. Chu Tianyun was a peak-level 10 body refiner and the #1 expert in the Chu family. Now, there was actually someone who could influence his decision and make him accept it willingly. Who was this person? And just how strong was this person? Although his heart was filled with curiosity, Chu Zhongtian didn't reveal it. Instead, he suppressed the curiosity in his heart for the time being. "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, elders." The right to freely enter and exit the library was probably the greatest reward his family could give him for winning the contest. There were only 2 people in the Chu family who could enter and exit the Chu family's library freely: the patriarch who determined the fate of the family and the grand elder who controlled the library. Now that Chu Zhongtian had obtained the same right, he became the 3rd person in the entire Chu family with this power. If this were to spread out, many people would think that Chu Zhongtian would be the next patriarch of the Chu family. Fortunately, the 12 people in the meeting hall were the big shots of the family. They wouldn't easily spread this news out. "You're welcome. This is what you deserve." Chu Tianyun waved his hand to show his gratitude to Chu Zhongtian, indicating that he didn't need to thank anyone. Actually, the one Chu Zhongtian should be thanking was the person behind Chu Tianyun, not Chu Tianyun. Had that person not agreed, Chu Tianyun and the 11 elders had no right to say otherwise. "Patriarch, for my third request, I want to enter my Chu family's secret realm to cultivate." The royal family possessed the secret realm called Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and the Chu family, which was equally famous as the royal family, also had the secret realm. Before, Chu Zhongtian had no idea what was special about the Chu family's secret realm. Now, he knew much more about the secret realm thanks to Chu Zhongba. Not only did Chu Zhongba give him the incomplete 8 trigrams 6-joint fist skill, but he also told him about the secret realm. The Chu family's secret realm would be opened on the 15th day of the new year, and, among the 4 big families, the Chu family was the one most proficient in using sabers, and one of the main requirements was having a firm and steady physical body. Without a strong physique, one couldn't utilize the very essence of sabers, its fierceness. With numerous pills at their disposal, all Chu family disciples used pills to improve their bodies and increase their physical strength. This was also why all Chu family disciples could practice saber techniques so well. However, these pills could only improve their external strength. It was impossible to strengthen internal components like organs, blood, ligaments, and so on by just relying on pills. If a person really wanted to master the saber's essence, they had to improve their internal components. And that was the very aspect that the Chu family's secret realm targeted. That's right, the Chu family's secret realm could strengthen one's internal components. However, just like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion owned by the royal family, the Chu family's secret realm also had limitations. Just like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, the Chu family's secret realm could only be opened once every 10 years. Though, unlike the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, 10 people could simultaneously cultivate inside the Chu family's secret realm. Then again, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was way more effective than the Chu family's secret realm since it could increase a cultivator's strength and also improve their potential. Tian, you have a peak level 8 talent. You can challenge those who are stronger than you, and you're a cryptic genius who only appears once every few hundred years. So, obviously, you are qualified to enter our family's secret realm, the Blood Prison Pavilion. We can't accept it as a request since you always had this right. Chu Tianyun quickly explained when he heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to enter the secret realm to cultivate. That's right, Tian. Our secret realm is called the Blood Prison Pavilion. And unlike the royal family's secret realm, our secret realm can simultaneously support 10 cultivators' cultivation. Therefore, all strong-willed disciples with level 8 or above talent can enter the secret realm as long as they are loyal to the family. Chu Fan added on from the side. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian first thanked him, then thought about his third request. Right now, he did not lack cultivation methods or cultivation resources. The reward for becoming the hunting contest champion this time was very generous. That, along with his loot, was enough to support his cultivation for a long period. Be it mortal or cultivator needs, Chu Zhongtian really didn't have much to ask for, so he was currently in a dilemma. The last request was too important. If he only asked for some cultivation resources, then he would be wasting this opportunity. Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian had been mulling over it for a long time. But Chu Tianyun could deduce his strange dilemma. So Chu Tianyun kindly reminded, Tian, actually, you don't have to make the third request now. When you think of something in the future, you can come to me. Is that really okay? Hearing that the request could be postponed temporarily, Chu Zhongtian asked, a bit unsure. Of course. Chu Tianyun nodded and gave him an affirmative answer. If that is the case, I will hold on to the third request for now. I will use it if I need something in the future. Since Chu Zhongtian couldn't decide, he gave the request to the future him. Okay. Since the 3 requests are taken care of, now is the time for your hunting contest's reward. After saying that, Chu Tianyun clapped his hands, and a man walked out from the meeting hall's back door. This person was carrying a big box with both of his hands. Chu Zhongtian's eyes lit up when he saw the box carved out of purple wood. This was the reward he got after 15 days of hard work. Tian, open it and see if the numbers are accurate. Chu Tianyun signaled the guard to Chu Zhongtian's side so that he could check the box's contents. There is no need to check. Just send it to Tranquil Elegant Courtyard and hand it to Chun Xiang. Even though Chu Tianyun personally asked him to check the box's contents, Chu Zhongtian wasn't stupid enough to do so. If he opened the box in front of Chu Tianyun and the 11 elders, although they would not say anything, they would definitely feel a trace of discomfort in their hearts. To them, it would seem as if Chu Zhongtian didn't believe them. Tian, this was the hunting contest's reward. Next is a personal reward for the family. Chu Tianyun nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw Chu Zhongtian sending the contest's reward back to the pavilion. Family's reward? Chu Tianyun's words had confused Chu Zhongtian. Weren't the 3 requests reward enough? Weren't they the family's reward for winning the contest? What was this another reward? Although he did not understand, he wasn't going to push away unknown wealth like an idiot. That's right. The 11 elders and I think highly of you. So we decided to reward you. Actually, this new reward was added at the last minute. Just now, when Chu Zhongtian was given the hunting contest's reward, Chu Tianyun and the Grand Elder had a brief discussion. They felt that the reward given to Chu Zhongtian wasn't substantial enough to increase his strength quickly. It was also a decision that they had made to build a good relationship with Chu Zhongtian. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. The 11 elders present all had their own families. Since they were in power now, their juniors could enjoy a good life with sufficient cultivation resources. But what if they died? If there were no outstanding talents among the juniors to take over their family, it wouldn't take long for their family to decline completely. If they could now befriend Chu Zhongtian, the future top expert of the Chu family, they wouldn't get any immediate benefits, but their future would hold boundless wealth. If they could form a good relationship now, Chu Zhongtian could definitely help them out in the future. One after another, the 12 of them each took out a treasure. Seconds later, every single item on the table was a precious treasure. Among them, the Grand Elder, who was proficient in pill refining, even took out an intermediate level 9 blood refining pill, which surprised Chu Zhongtian. Blood refining pill, as the name suggested, was a pill used to purify the blood. After entering the blood prison pavilion to cultivate, he could use the blood refining pill along with the special energy inside to improve his potential and body. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian had numerous spirit stones in his hands, so he could even duplicate the pill. Of course, Patriarch Chu Tianyun was the one who took out the most precious treasure out of the 12 people. He decided to give Chu Zhongtian such a precious treasure because of 2 reasons. First, he was the patriarch, the absolute ruler of the Chu family. His reward had to be better than everyone else's. Since many people fawned over him and gave him precious gifts, he also a lot of options to choose from. Second, Chu Zhongtian had wasted a precious request to get his son, Chu Zhongba, out of trouble. Although Chu Tianyun didn't say anything, he was very grateful. After Chu Tianyun and the others finished taking out their treasures, they all straightened their attitudes and looked at Chu Zhongtian with solemn expressions. They didn't say a word. They all maintained the same posture and looked at Chu Zhongtian. After a while, Chu Tianyun finally said with an upright attitude, "Tian, yesterday I heard from Yuping about your appointment with Lu Yongjun. On the 8th of March you will fight him on the Yulung Mountain, right?" "That's right." Chu Zhongtian nodded. He suddenly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. The elders were smiling a moment ago, but now, why the solemn expressions? "You are too impulsive." After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, when Chu Tianyun returned to the family with the Chu family disciples, he learned that Lu Yongjun had challenged Chu Zhongtian. When Chu Tianyun and the elders heard that Chu Zhongtian had agreed to the challenge, their expressions changed. There were actually 2 reasons behind the 11 elders and the patriarch each giving him a treasure. First, there was the obvious one: they wanted to make sure they had a good relationship with him. The second reason was simple yet complicated. They wanted him to raise his strength as soon as possible, with March 8th being the deadline. To ensure that Chu Zhongtian's strength rose quickly, the Grand Elder went all out with his reward. Not only did he give Chu Zhongtian the very precious intermediate level 9 blood refining pill, but the Grand Elder also gave him 3 advanced meridian enhancing pills and 3 advanced dantian cultivating pills. Patriarch, could it be that Lu Yongjun has some other hidden technique? Chu Tianyun's tone and the somber expression on all 11 elders' faces were enough for Chu Zhongtian to understand that Lu Yongjun still had some unknown and terrifying trump card. "Tian, since you have already agreed to the challenge and it can't be cancelled, I'll tell you about Lu Yongjun and some secrets of the Lu family." As Chu Tianyun revealed some of the Lu family's secrets, Chu Zhongtian's facial expression gradually turned somber too. The Lu family was the current leader of the 3 great families in the Qi country. Its strength had already surpassed the royal families, and it had become the greatest power in the Qi country. There was only one reason behind their unreal success and might: their bloodline. Since their bloodline had been passed down for centuries, most of the Lu family's disciples only had a trace of it. Despite it being the bloodline of the mighty King Storm Bear, most disciples couldn't make good use of it. However, exceptions, special situations, accidents, whatever you call them, they are bound to happen. Every 1 to 200 years, a disciple with a bloodline close to the King Storm Bear would appear in the Lu family, also known as the bloodline atavism. Every time a disciple like this appeared, it meant that the Lu family's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. 100 years ago, the Lu family was ranked last among the 4 big families in the Qi country. However, mere 10 years after a disciple with bloodline atavism appeared in their family, they became the leader. In just a short period of 10 years, that disciple successfully broke through to the Qi transformation realm, and in another 20 years he became a peak Qi transformer. Under that disciple's lead, the Lu family rose to the top and became the leader of the 3 great families. One should know that back then, the 3 great families had more geniuses compared to now. The Chu family alone had 4 geniuses with mid-level 8 cultivation talent. much less needed to be said about the Qi and Wang families. Yet, that disciples with bloodline atavism brought the Lu family to a new height. Sadly, an unforeseen event led to the accidental death of that disciple with bloodline atavism. Had he lived, perhaps the Lu family would have been the Qi country's ruler now, not the Qi family. Bloodline atavism could increase a cultivation speed and help them break through much more quickly and easily. More importantly, bloodline atavism could also increase the strength of the Lu family disciple by more than 30%. Atop all that, Lu family disciples with pure bloodline could actually transform into the King Storm Bear for a short period. In that form, they could utilize 10% of the King Storm Bear's strength. Of course, this 10% strength was when the King Storm Bear was at its peak, so even that was alone very terrifying. Patriarch, do you know that I have grasped a special kind of power? Chu Tianyun's narration shocked Chu Zhongtian, but at the same time, he also had some doubts. Although Chu Zhongtian had gained a power called the Force, its might was limited due to his low strength and his inadequate understanding of the power itself. With what little he could use of the Force, he could defeat a Level 8 Qi refiner at most. If he were to fight with his life on the line, Chu Zhongtian could barely fight an early level 9 Qi refiner. And that was all while being a level 4 Qi refiner. Although Lu Yongjun was only a peak level 7 Qi refiner, his strength was equivalent to a peak level 8 Qi refiner. If one considered his bloodline atavism, Chu Zhongtian was afraid that Lu Yongjun could match a level 9 Qi refiner in strength. In the entire Qi country, only Lu Yongjun could help Chu Zhongtian surpass his limits. So how could he have refused to accept the challenge? Nodding his head, Chu Tianyun continued, I've heard from Yuping. From what I've gathered, it's called the Force. Speaking to this point, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but sigh and said with a regretful tone, It's a pity that there are no records of this power in our Chu family. Since no one has even heard of this power, I'm afraid I can't help you understand it. When Chu Tianyun heard about Chu Zhongtian's power, a power that could increase his strength by levels, he immediately went to the restricted area in the Chu family backyard. There, he interrogated the hidden old ancestor of the Chu family. Sadly, even the old ancestor didn't know about this power called the Force. It can't be helped then. From what I've learned after using this power, I can say that it can increase my strength by 1 minor level. If I'm going all out, it can increase my strength by 2 minor levels. Without hiding anything from Chu Tianyun and the others, Chu Zhongtian told them the truth. Chu Zhongtian wasn't a naive idiot. He had his own reasons behind revealing the secret. First, if he told Chu Tianyun and the others about his true strength, they could determine the gap between him and Lu Yongjun. This could help him set a future cultivation realm target. Secondly, Chu Zhongtian was sure that due to his mysterious power, the family would pay even more attention to him and provide him with the greatest help they could. Thirdly, Chu Zhongtian hoped to see the big shot behind the Chu family. He wanted to know the secrets of the Eternal Continent from him. Jumping 2 minor levels? After learning that Chu Zhongtian's power could help him jump 2 minor levels, all 12 individuals in the hall were shell-shocked. Even a few elders who were calm and composed before were now standing straight with their jaws on the floor. From what they had learned from the Chu family participants, they knew that despite being a level 4 Qi refiner, Chu Zhongtian had the strength of a level 7 Qi refiner. If you add 2 more minor levels over that, what a terrifying power. Patriarch, elders, if we count the Force, my combat strength could barely reach early level 9 Qi refining realm. Chu Zhongtian asked in a tone full of doubt. If what the Patriarch has told me is true, some things don't add up. If Lu Yongjun's really a genius with bloodline atavism, his strength should also be close to level 9 Qi refining realm. If he is really that strong, why did he retreat back then? Why did he let me enter the safe zone? I don't think he is a soft-hearted person. Zhongtian, that is the very reason I'm worried. Then, Chu Tianyun gave a detailed introduction about Lu Yongjun's personal situation. It turned out that if Lu Yongjun wanted the bloodline atavism to work, he had to become a level 9 Qi refiner first. Lu Yongjun was only a level 7 Qi refiner, so the bloodline atavism could only increase his combat strength by 10%. It was because of this reason that he didn't stop Chu Zhongtian from crossing the passageway. However, Lu Yongjun had a mid-level 8 cultivation talent, the support of his bloodline, and the aid of the mighty Lu family. So, there was a high probability that he could become a level 9 chi refiner in a month and a half. At that time, with the bloodline atavism's enhancement, his strength would rival level 10 chi refiners. If he could also transform into the King Storm Bear, his combat strength would probably reach peak level 10 chi refining realm. This was why Chu Tianyun believed that Chu Zhongtian would be no match for Lu Yongjun in a month and a half. Peak level 10 chi refining realm? When Chu Zhongtian heard that Lu Yongjun would possess peak level 10 chi refiner's strength in a month, he felt a heavy pressure. At the same time, his heart was filled with endless motivation. So what if Lu Yongjun had peak level 10 chi refiner strength? As long as Chu Zhongtian could become a peak level 7 chi refiner in a month and a half, he could defeat a peak level 10 chi refiner. Chu Tianyun secretly nodded when he saw that Chu Zhongtian wasn't frightened by Lu Yongjun's strength, but was actually motivated to become even stronger. What was a genius? Cultivation talent, comprehension, and potential were just some of the factors that made someone a genius. However, the most critical factor had always been bravery in the face of adversity. Chu Zhongtian had all those factors in spades. This also meant that as long as nothing unexpected happened on Chu Zhongtian's cultivation path, he would become a Qi transformation realm expert sooner or later. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongtian had no idea that when he turned his pressure into motivation, in a forbidden area of Chu family's backyard, an old man nodded with a smile on his face. The old man whispered to himself, "What a good seedling. It seems that in the sect examination 3 months later, there will finally be someone from my Chu family who can participate." Tranquil, elegant courtyard. Chu Zhongtian and Chu Fan sat face to face while drinking tea brewed by Chun Xiang. "When I learned that you can cultivate again, I knew that you would amaze the world in the future. But, unexpectedly, you decided to speed up the process and surprise everyone so soon." Putting down the teacup in his hand, Chu Fan sighed emotionally. "It is all thanks to you that I could obtain such a result. If it weren't for the map you had given me, I couldn't have become a level 4 chi refiner so soon. It's with that strength that I became the hunting contest's champion." Chu Zhongtian was truly grateful for Chu Fan's selfless help. In a way, everything that Chu Zhongtian had right now was thanks to Chu Fan. Had he not brought Chu Zhongtian to the endless forest, Chu Zhongtian would have never got the yang fruit leaves. Without the leaves' help, his potential would have remained the same. That way, he would have also lost his ability to fight 3 levels above his cultivation base. If it weren't for the map Chu Fan gave him, Chu Zhongtian would have never found the cinnabar fruit. Without the cinnabar fruit, becoming a level 4 chi refiner so soon would have been just a dream. And had he not been a level 4 chi refiner, let alone winning the contest, he wouldn't have even been in the top 10. In summary, Chu Zhongtian's current achievements were, in a way, all thanks to Chu Fan. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's gratitude-filled reply, Chu Fan hurriedly waved his hand, embarrassed. After thanking Chu Fan, Chu Zhongtian suddenly remembered something. He signaled Chu Fan to wait for a while, then quickly returned to his bedroom and took out a box from the bookshelf. "Here, take this cinnabar fruit. Chu Ping is now a level 3 chi refiner and will soon break through to level 4. He can use this cinnabar fruit to aid his breakthrough." In that valley back in the hunting ground, Chu Zhongtian had duplicated a total of 6 cinnabar fruits. He used 5 for his own cultivation and saved the last one for Chu Fan. Chu Fan had 3 children. Chu Fan valued his eldest son, Chu Ping, the most since he made good use of his low-level 8 talent. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the family from Luolin Town, Chu Ping had just become a level 3 chi refiner. Since then, it had been quite some time, so it was suitable for him to use the cinnabar fruit for his breakthrough. Chu Zhongtian had planned on giving it to him after returning to the family, but so many things had happened since then that he completely forgot the cinnabar fruit. "Didn't you use the cinnabar fruit to become a level 4 chi refiner? Why is there another one in your hand?" Chu Fan asked in puzzlement. "When I participated in the contest, I was already stuck at the next level's bottleneck. When I arrived near the tree, just the cinnabar fruit's aroma was enough for me to break through the next level. Chu Zhongtian quickly skipped this topic and began talking about something else. Zhongtian, I won't say thank you for this, but if you ever need anything in the future, just tell me. Expressing gratitude at this point would only make them seem like strangers, so Chu Fan just made a straightforward promise. Actually, I have a question that had been plaguing me for a long time. Chu Fan's promise made Chu Zhongtian quite happy. Honestly, the only reason he gave the cinnabar fruit to Chu Fan was to gain his favor and win his support. He did not expect Chu Fan to give out such a guarantee. Feel free to ask whatever questions you have. Chu Fan waved his hand indifferently. Chu Zhongtian asked Chun Xiang to leave the room, and when they were the only ones left in the room, Chu Zhongtian said, "Back when we were in the Endless Forest, I remember you saying that a yang fruit can help a level 10 body refiner become a Qi transformation realm expert. How come I haven't seen the Patriarch or any of the other elders trying to break through to the next realm?" Back then, Chu Zhongtian had participated in the harvesting of the yang fruit, so he had personally heard Chu Fan shout that sentence. It had been more than 2 months since then, yet there had been no progress. This worried him to no end. If the yang fruit couldn't help with the breakthrough, he planned on duplicating yang fruits to just act as his beefed-up spirit stones. After all, a fruit like that was bound to have tons of spiritual qi, which could help his cultivation immensely. If the yang opening fruit could help a cultivator break through to the qi transformation realm, he would wait. He would wait until he was level 10 body refiner and then use the duplicated yang fruit to become a qi transformation realm expert. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's question, Chu Fan was stunned for a moment. Then, he recalled what happened in the Endless Forest's cave, and then he couldn't help but laugh. Hee. So that's the problem. After that, Chu Fan told Chu Zhongtian everything he knew about the yang fruit. The yang opening fruit was a peak level 7 spirit fruit that contained special energy that could indeed help a peak body refiner enter the qi transformation realm. However, there was a certain probability attached to it. It wasn't a for sure kind of process. Talent, comprehension ability, potential, and all that affected the probability of one becoming a qi transformer after eating the fruit. The Chu family was a family that established itself with pills. Consequently, they had detailed records of the yang fruit and also a level 9 alchemist. After the Chu family's resident alchemist conducted numerous experiments, he concluded that there were 2 ways to increase the probability of becoming a qi transformer after eating a yang fruit. The first method was to use the yang fruit as the main ingredient and then add dozens of precious herbs to refine a top-tier pill called the Profound Essence Pill. However, the Chu family couldn't use this method for the time being since only a level 8 alchemist could refine a Profound Essence Pill. Chu family's resident alchemist was a level 9 alchemist, so he didn't have the confidence to refine this pill successfully. The second method was to use a medicinal catalyst to stimulate the yang fruit's medical strength wholly. As the name suggests, the yang fruit's main attribute was yang. If one could find an extreme yin treasure of the same level and consume them together, the fusion of yin and yang could bring the probability to 70%. The Chu family decided to employ the second method and had already sent their experts to retrieve one such treasure that they knew about. In 2 months at most, the Patriarch and the 2 level 10 body refiner elders would try to break through. If all 3 of them could become Qi transformers, the Chu family's overall strength would instantly surpass the Qi family, and they could fight against the Lu family. Ah, so that's how it is. Through Chu Fan's explanation, one of Chu Zhongtian's biggest doubts got resolved. Tian, you must keep the news regarding the yang fruit a secret. Before the Patriarch and the others break through, you must not let anyone else know about this. Before leaving, Chu Fan repeatedly warned. 8th uncle, don't worry. I know the importance of this kind of thing. Tranquil, elegant courtyard. Cultivation room. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged. In front of him was a box carved from century-old purple wood. The box contained the rewards for the hunting contest's champion. He poured out everything in the box and categorized them. 5,000 low-level 8 spirit stones, 5 advanced level 10 Qi increasing pill, 3 advanced level 10 heart tranquilizing pill, 1 top-tier 10 times steel knife, 1 top-tier armor, and a jade pendant carved out of warm jade. He ignored the spirit stones and the pill. Instead, he first picked up the jade pendant and carefully examined it. There were 3 lifelike purple-gold little dragons carved on the jade pendant. Despite being mere carve-outs, they could give one the illusion of being ferocious dragons flying around. This jade pendant engraved with 3 little dragons was his entry card for the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The small purple dragons on the pendant represented the number of days he could stay inside the pavilion. Since this jade pendant was related to his next goal, Chu Zhongtian put it in his bosom solemnly. Then, he temporarily ignored the other treasures. He first took out a spirit stone from the pile of spirit stones and held it in his hand. He used the Taishan Heart Sutra and tried to absorb the spiritual qi inside the low-level 8 spirit stone. After mere 3 seconds he had to stop. The spiritual qi inside the stone was too thick. If we drew parallels, the qi inside an inferior stone was akin to a drop of water. It was akin to a cup of water for a level 10 stone and a bucket of water for a level 9 stone. For a level 10 stone it was akin to a barrel full of water. After experiencing the hunting contest's tempering, Chu Zhongtian had already reached the edge of breaking through. Just now, when he absorbed a sliver of qi from the low-level 8 spirit stone, the thick spiritual qi almost made him break through. The reason he suppressed it and didn't break through was that Chu Zhongtian still had to make some preparations. He still had to duplicate a lot of advanced meridian-enhancing pills and advanced dantian-cultivating pills. This way, he could continuously strengthen his meridians, expand his dantian, and increase his potential. Level 5 of the Qi refining realm asked for the 8 special meridians to form a perfect cycle that could automatically transform spiritual Qi into spiritual power. This was also commonly known as the minor circle. For level 6 of the Qi refining realm, one's 12 primary meridians formed a perfect circle that could automatically transform spiritual Qi into spiritual power. This was also commonly known as the major circle. Levels 5 and 6 of the Qi refining realm were closely linked, so cultivators usually faced no bottlenecks in these 2 levels. As long as there was enough spiritual Qi, one's meridians and dantian could easily withstand the transformation process. Consequently, breaking through these 2 levels didn't take long. There were still 8 days left until before he had to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. So Chu Zhongtian didn't plan to break through now. After entering the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, he would strive to break through these 2 realms in a row. He also wanted to break through to level 7 of the Qi refining realm in the same go. As mentioned earlier, a level 7 Qi refiner could manipulate their spiritual power outside their body. They could make their spiritual power leave their body and act in whatever way they wanted outside. Before reaching that level, Chu Zhongtian wanted to expand his dantian as much as he could. If he wanted to break through 3 minor levels in one go, he had to accumulate a lot of spiritual power, and the bigger his dantian, the more spiritual power he could store. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had obtained first place in the hunting contest. Not only did he have a large amount of level 8 spirit stones, but he also had many pills. Using his copy-paste ability, he could make as many duplicates as he wanted. So, it wouldn't be difficult for him to expand his dantian and store much spiritual power in it. After using the thick qi inside the level 8 stones, Chu Zhongtian duplicated 50 advanced meridian-enhancing pills, 50 advanced dantian-cultivating pills, 50 advanced qi-increasing pills, and 10 advanced heart-tranquilizing pills. However, duplicating these advanced pills had diminished the number of spirit stones in his hands by almost a quarter. Ignoring the pile of white powder on the floor, Chu Zhongtian began to calm his mind and concentrate, gradually increasing his potential. Cultivation emphasized the combination of work and rest, so while increasing his potential, Chu Zhongtian found a basic fist technique and a basic leg technique from the library to practice. After experiencing more than a dozen life and death battles during the course of the hunting contest, Chu Zhongtian found that although his saber technique was progressing very quickly, he had too few offensive moves. The fist and leg techniques suited him the best among all the fighting methods, so he decided to learn them. So, this time, instead of practicing the basic saber technique, he chose the fist technique and the leg technique. As for the incomplete martial skill, the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, Chu Zhongtian planned to wait until he had mastered the basic fist technique before attempting to cultivate that. Compared to the various basic saber technique, the fist technique and the leg technique were much simpler. The basic fist technique had a total of 7 moves, and the basic leg technique had a total of 4 moves. Tranquil, elegant courtyard. Ha! Chu Zhongtian was practicing the basic fist and leg technique while coordinating it with rhythmic shouts. Since the moves were simple and few, Chu Zhongtian practiced every move seriously. Rushing fist, penetrating fist, crushing fist, chopping fist, grasping fist, whipping fist, and bullet fist. Stomp kick, recoil kick, whip kick, and hook kick. Chu Zhongtian practiced every punch and kick very carefully. And after practicing for a while, he would stop and carefully absorb all that he had learned. He would reflect on his mistakes while practicing and try to improve himself in those areas in the next session. For the next 7 days, Chu Zhongtian acted the same way he did after returning to the family from Luolin town. Apart from the time he spent consuming pills to increase his potential, he spent the rest of his time cultivating and practicing his various martial skills. Since Chu Zhongtian's saber technique had reached a limit, he didn't make any significant progress in his basic saber technique for the time being. However, his fist and leg technique had improved a lot. Also, since he had consumed so many advanced pills, his potential had increased to its limit. If Chu Zhongtian joined the hunting contest now, he could defeat a peak level 7 chi refiner like Lu Yongjun without using the force. He still had a day before he had to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. But Chu Zhongtian decided not to return to his cultivation room. Since he had consumed many pills in the last few days, an increased potential wasn't the only thing he got. No pill was perfect. They all had some amount of impurities. The impurities from the pills he had eaten had accumulated and had contaminated his spiritual power. Therefore, he planned to use this 1.5 day to eliminate all the impurities from his spiritual power. This would allow him to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and cultivate with a peace of mind. Chu family, meeting hall. Chu Yuping, ranked second in the hunting contest, was already waiting in the meeting hall. Besides Patriarch Chu Tianyun, there were also Chu Zhongba and a dozen Chu family disciples who had participated in the hunting contest. The dozen or so Chu family disciples who had survived the hunting contest had all made significant improvements thanks to the contest. A few level 5 chi refiners had even jumped one minor level and became level 6 chi refiners. Since Chu Yuping had better talent than most, he was already at the gate of level 7. He just needed a lucky push to enter level 7 of the chi refining realm. As for Chu Zhongba, he was now an advanced level 7 chi refiner and was about to reach peak. For the dozen or so disciples, these breakthroughs were accompanied by promotion in status. It could be said that as long as these disciples didn't have any accidents in the future, they would become the cornerstone of the family. These people didn't have to wait long before they saw a young man, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing a light blue robe and exuding a refined aura, walk over with a smile on his face. Chu Zhongtian bowed to Chu Tianyun, who was standing at the front of the crowd, and then greeted Chu Zhongba and the others. "You have already reached your limit?" Chu Zhongba and the others couldn't tell, but Chu Tianyun could see Chu Zhongtian's potential since he was peak level 10 body refiner. After spending an entire day purifying his spiritual power, Chu Zhongtian used half a day to relax. Since he had raised his potential to the absolute limit, he looked like a dragon waiting to soar into the sky. "Yes." Chu Zhongtian nodded, confirming Chu Tianyun's guess. "I hope you can use the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to spread your wings." After getting Chu Zhongtian's confirmation, Chu Tianyun patted Chu Zhongtian's shoulder with a smile and encouraged him. "Zhongtian, thank you." Chu Zhongba waited until Chu Zhongtian and Chu Tianyun were done talking before he came in front of Chu Zhongtian. Maybe it was because he was once the strongest disciples of the younger generation, but Chu Zhongba's thought process was rather simple. Initially, Chu Zhongba had thought that his mid-level 8 talent, Patriarch Daddy, ex-strongest disciples of the younger generation title could help him get a less severe punishment. He thought that since he had honestly accepted his mistake, he would, at most, get reduced living expenses for a few months along with some amount of physical punishment. However, when Chu Zhongba returned to the family, before he could even get an ounce of rest, he was forcefully locked up in the secret chamber by the third elder, who was in charge of punishment. Later, Chu Zhongba learned through his connections that the family was about to punish him severely. After learning about the punishment he was about to receive, Chu Zhongba had half a mind to escape. However, if he accepted that punishment, his life would basically be ruined. Sadly, a mere level 7 qi refiner like Chu Zhongba couldn't escape from a body-refining elder. Since his chances of escaping were nearly zero, so he could only rely on Chu Zhongtian. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian didn't let Chu Zhongba down. He only had to stay in the secret chamber for 2 days before he was released. Later, his father, Chu Tianyun, told him that Chu Zhongtian had bought his life after paying a hefty price. When he learned that Chu Zhongtian used one of the 3 requests to save him, he couldn't help but feel touched. In Chu Zhongba's heart, he knew that he had tried to kill Chu Zhongtian more than once, and it wasn't like he tried his best to hide that intention, since he had blatantly refused to help Chu Zhongtian defeat Wang Chao. Chu Zhongtian must have been aware of his intention, yet he helped him, so how could Chu Zhongba not feel touched? I always keep my promises. Chu Zhongtian patted Chu Zhongba's shoulder and said with a firm tone. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongtian had no idea that this bit of help had not only won him Chu Zhongba's loyalty but also the Chu family disciples' loyalty. Lu City was situated at the center of the inner city and was the base camp of the Qi family. It was also where the royal palace was located. Since there were only 5 days left until the spring festival, the entire palace was filled with lively lanterns and lamps. From the outside, the palace was the same as all the other years. But inside, the atmosphere this year was not as intense as the previous years. Instead, the entire palace was filled with a very oppressive atmosphere. All the palace maids and eunuchs who entered or left the corridor acted like sneaky thieves. They were afraid of making a sound that could raise the important figure's ire. It was all because the important figures inside the palace hadn't been in a good mood recently. If the servants made some sound that angered them, the light punishment was losing an arm and a leg. The heavy punishment was death. It had been just 10 days since the royal family's group returned to the palace, but nearly 100 palace maids and eunuchs had already been executed. In front of Administration Hall, Qi Heng was standing in front of the door with Qi Yilong and dozens of ministers, quietly waiting for something. Qi Heng and the others waited until 8 o'clock in the morning when 3 people slowly walked over from afar. When Qi Yilong saw the smiling boy walking in the second position, a look of envy flashed across Qi Yilong's face. The palace, in front of the Administration Hall. Chu Zhongtian was born in Lu City and had lived for 16 years in this place, but he had never once entered the palace in that span. This time, because of the hidden dragon pavilion, he had the opportunity to follow Chu Tianyun into this mysterious palace for the first time. However, the reality was far from his imaginations. The palace wasn't as luxurious as he had imagined, and even the environment was not as good as the Chu family's residence. The only praiseworthy thing was the natural pressure that permeated the palace. It made people feel like bowing their heads in submission. Walking on the road that was specially paved with jade, Chu Zhongtian sized up the palace buildings as he listened to Chu Tianyun introducing the palace's layout. After stepping through a purple door, Chu Zhongtian saw the king of the Qi country, Qi Heng, and Qi Yilong waiting in front of the administration hall. This scene puzzled Chu Zhongtian. Although the royal family's overall strength was nothing special, it still had absolute control over Lu City. Also, despite being considered weak now, they were still as powerful as the Chu family. Furthermore, the Qi family was still the true ruler of the Qi country, and Qi Heng was still the most respected cultivator in the Qi country. With his noble status, how could he stand outside the administration hall and wait for Chu Tianyun and the others? We pay our respects to the king. Seeing Qi Heng lead hundreds of royal family officials to welcome him, Chu Tianyun quickly stepped forward and bowed. Patriarch Chu, no need to be so polite. When Chu Tianyun and the others bowed, Qi Heng quickly smiled and helped Chu Tianyun up. Patriarch Chu, have you thought about it? After Chu Tianyun and the others straightened up, Qi Heng asked with a slightly anxious tone. My king, although I agree with you, the Chu family elders strongly opposed the idea. So, I'm afraid we can't make the deal. Hearing Qi Heng mention the deal, Chu Tianyun shook his head and said with a regretful tone, Patriarch Chu, is it really impossible? I can add some more chips? Qi Heng said anxiously after receiving Chu Tianyun's firm rejection. I'm afraid it still won't work. Chu Tianyun lightly sighed. His expression was full of regret, but his attitude was steadfast. Qi Yilong, who was standing behind Qi Heng, was disappointed when he heard Chu Tianyun refuse his father's deal. However, he still refused to give and looked back and forth between Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yuping. After Chu Tianyun rejected their offer, Qi Yilong suddenly had an idea. He took a step forward and whispered something into Qi Heng's ear. Then, he said to Chu Tianyun, "I pay my respects to Patriarch Chu." "You're welcome, Fifth Prince." Hearing Qi Yilong's sudden interjection, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but be on guard. When it came to schemes and backroom politics, Qi Yilong was levels above his father. Qi Yilong was very young now, so he had too little experience of the real world. He was immature, inexperienced, and arrogant. However, it was precisely because of this that he had come up with unexpected schemes that had given even the oldest schemers in the country a headache. "Patriarch Chu, although you don't agree with this deal, if the owner of the merchandise himself agrees to the deal, I believe you won't stop him, right?" Qi Yilong's attitude was modest, but his tone was quite forceful. Facing Qi Yilong's coercion, Chu Tianyun immediately had a headache. He had no idea how to reject Qi Yilong's approach. "Patriarch Chu, since this matter is related to our family's younger generation, why don't we oldies sit this one out? Let them discuss it. What say you?" Hearing his son's suggestion, Qi Heng instantly understood his intention. Qi Heng knew if it were his son negotiating, not only would they win the deal, but they wouldn't even have to pay a lot. The bargaining chips would be reduced, and even the possibility of success would be higher. However, the prerequisite was that Chu Tianyun had to be far from where the deal was happening. As the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Tianyun held quite the sway over the person they wanted to trade with. "My king!" Now that Qi Heng and his son were double-teaming him, Chu Tianyun couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. However, this was the palace, so he didn't have the moral high ground and the strength to go against the royal family. "Let's go!" Seeing Chu Tianyun's hesitant attitude, Qi Heng feared that the situation might change, so he quickly took a few steps forward and pulled Chu Tianyun away from the scene. After Chu Tianyun left, Qi Yilong walked straight to Chu Yuping. He did not have his usual arrogant attitude. His tone was very amiable as he greeted Chu Yuping. When Chu Zhongtian saw Qi Yilong talking with Chu Yuping in such an amicable way, he finally understood the deal between Chu Tianyun and Qi Heng. It seemed like the Qi family was still unwilling to give up their chance to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, so they wanted to buy Chu Yuping's quota. To a cultivator, breaking through levels and increasing potential were paramount. No matter what the price was, one normally wouldn't sell those two things. So, how could the Qi family even think about buying it? However, once Chu Zhongtian thought about it in great detail, he discovered that nothing was really priceless in the world. As long as one could afford the real price, they could buy anything. All Qi Yilong had to do was play a little game of trial and error. If he kept on adding chips to the table, Chu Yuping was bound to get tempted. Chu Zhongtian was a bit worried about this possibility. After all, the Qi family was the royal family of the Qi country and had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. There must be countless precious treasures in their hands, so it was hard to guarantee that Chu Yuping would not be tempted. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly looked at Chu Yuping. When he saw Chu Yuping's excitement-filled face, the worry in his heart peaked. Although he was very worried that Chu Yuping would agree to the exchange, Chu Zhongtian didn't plan on stopping it. Chu Yuping's potential wasn't the only reason he helped Chu Yuping reach the top 3. It was actually Chu Yuping's selfless personality that impressed him the most. Although Chu Tianyun had only been in power for more than 10 years, there was still nearly 20 years until he retired. However, if he became a Qi transformation realm expert soon, he would have to gradually retreat behind the scenes. Then, the Chu family would have to choose an heir ahead of time, which would mean a young patriarch. Given the current strength of the Chu family's younger generation, Chu Zhongtian had the confidence to compete for that position. Chu Zhongtian wanted to become the young patriarch not because of the power, but because of the resources it could bring. After becoming the young patriarch, he didn't plan on taking care of the family's affairs. To take care of them, he had to arrange a few trusted subordinates. Chu Yuping was one of his current favorites for that position. Chu Zhongtian believed that he could be one of his aides who would help him in the future. Loyalty, strength, and ability, these were the three conditions that his trusted aides had to meet. If Chu Yuping could reject Qi Yilung's offer, it would mean that he had the determination to increase his strength and potential. It would also prove that he had absolute loyalty to the Chu family. As for his ability, with more than 10 body refining realm elders aiding him, his ability was bound to improve. The palace in front of the administration hall. Currently, Chu Yuping was caught in a dilemma. He had no idea that his next decision would decide the path he would travel in the future. In the face of the numerous chips on the table, Chu Yuping felt uncertain. He wondered if he should give in or hold on. To Chu Yuping, Qi Yilung's offer seemed like a reasonable one, and he couldn't see how giving in could bring him any harm. Breaking through level 7 was just a matter of time. He didn't need the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for that. However, if he were to exchange his spot for those chips, he would have to never worry about cultivation resources and such in the future. Agree or not? Confused, Chu Yuping subconsciously looked toward Chu Zhongtian, hoping to get an answer from him. However, he found that Chu Zhongtian wasn't paying attention to him. Instead, he was looking at the three big words, Administration Hall, in front of him. It was as if the words Administration Hall contained a huge secret. Since Chu Zhongtian wasn't paying any attention to him, Chu Yuping could only close his eyes and try his best to calm his mood. Right now, he was doing a mental tally. Pros and cons. What benefits did accepting bring? What losses did refusing bring? After noticing the confused expression on Chu Yuping's face, although Qi Yilung kept smiling, his heart was burning with anxiety. Qi Yilung took out so many bargaining chips to exchange for Chu Yuping's quota because he felt provoked by Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun. Since Qi Yilung had no chance of getting into the top 3, he had accepted the fact that he had failed. However, Lu Yongjun's challenge and Chu Zhongtian's fearless acceptance made Qi Yilung feel even more pressured. As a genius of the same level, Qi Yilung knew very well how quickly a genius could improve under pressure. Cultivating inside the Hidden Dragon Pavilion under that kind of pressure, Qi Yilung was sure that after a month and a half, the entire Qi country would know about Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian, but no one would care about the equally talented fifth prince. This could easily affect his ascension to the throne. Consequently, he spent all his efforts to make Qi Heng a few key ministers envision the same bleak future he had imagined. His efforts made them realize just how bad the impact would be for the royal family if Qi Yilung, as the strongest of the younger generation, did not rise again. Yuping, actually, if you really think about it, this transaction would only bring you benefits. I mean, you have to agree that with your current strength, there was no way you could have entered the top 3, right? You only got that spot because Chu Zhongtian helped you get it. So, even if you give me just a small part of the reward, that jade pendant, you won't really be losing anything. Qi Yilung thought that he was being smart. He felt that he could definitely convince Chu Yuping and make him willingly exchange the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's quota. However, he had no idea that precisely what he said helped Chu Yuping make a decision. A decision that wasn't in his favor. Fifth Prince, I'm sorry, but I still want to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The Chu family's younger generation needs all the experts it can get. Qi Yilung's words reminded Chu Yuping of something. He could enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion because he ranked second in the hunting contest. And the only reason he could rank second was that he got help from Chu Zhongtian. Why did Chu Zhongtian help him? Was it because he was a Chu family disciple? Couldn't be, since there were 17 other Chu family disciples present on the scene then. Perhaps it had something to do with his potential and his loyalty to the Chu family? So, if he agreed to Qi Yilung's deal due to a moment of greed, Chu Zhongtian might not say anything now, but Chu Zhongtian's impression of him would definitely hit rock bottom. Consequently, if Chu Zhongtian got some opportunity, he would never consider sharing it with Chu Yuping. In fact, Chu Yuping wouldn't even have a chance to develop in the Chu family in the future. He would gradually be marginalized. Thinking of this, Chu Yuping couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Initially, Qi Yilung thought that his words would make Chu Yuping agree to the exchange, but he didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. Qi Yilung was so angry that he was actually at a loss for words. Brother Yuping, Let's go in. Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Yuping reject the offer. At the same time, he felt delighted in his heart. It seemed that Chu Yuping did not let down the care he had given him in the past. In the end, he had made the right decision. The second Chu Yuping rejected the offer, Chu Zhongtian began regarding him as his confidant. Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yuping strode into the administration hall. The first thing they welcomed was a questioning look from Chu Tianyun. Chu Zhongtian nodded, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Chu Tianyun looked at Chu Yuping with a much friendlier visage and secretly decided to improve Chu Yuping's treatment in the future. Such an outstanding and loyal disciple must be nurtured at all costs. Not long after Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yuping entered the administration hall, Lu Xiaozong brought Lu Yongjun to the administration hall. He greeted Qi Hang and then stood beside Chu Tianyun. After learning about the exchange between the Chu family and the Qi family from Chu Tianyun, Lu Xiaozong decided to join Chu Tianyun in urging Qi Hang to send their disciples into the Hidden Dragon Pavilion quickly. Since even Qi Yilong failed to carry out the exchange, Qi Hang had no choice but to accept Chu Tianyun and Lu Xiaozong's request. He could only helplessly lead Chu Zhongtian and the other two to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. As the palace treasure of the royal family, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was located in a forbidden area deep within the palace. Usually, a peak level 10 body refiner and a dozen other weaker but still body refining realm experts would be guarding it. Saying that it was one of the safest places in Qi country would be no exaggeration. Under Qi Heng's lead, they made countless twists and turns, and no one knew how long they had walked. Chu Zhongtian felt that they had walked for at least 2 hours and more than 10 miles. After what seemed like an eternity, they arrived at a fog-filled place. Qi Heng finally stopped. He first bowed deeply toward the front, then took out a jade pendant from his sleeve. The jade pendant Qi Heng took out was exactly the same as the jade pendant he gave to Chu Zhongtian. The only difference was that 5 small purple dragons were carved on Qi Heng's jade pendant. After looking at the 5 dragons, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This was because he felt that there was a special connection between Qi Heng's jade pendant and the pendant in his hand. In fact, that wasn't true for just Chu Zhongtian's jade pendant. Chu Yuping and Lu Yongjun's jade pendants also had a special connection with Qi Heng's jade pendant. Chu Zhongtian knew better than to worry about the strange connection now, so he ignored the issue for now. After Qi Heng took out his jade pendant with 5 small purple dragons, the jade pendant gradually absorbed the fog in front of them. Once the fog was cleared, they finally had a clear view of what was ahead. A white jade building stood in front of them. This white jade building was about 15 meters tall and was divided into 5 levels. The first to third floors were now in clear view, but a thin layer of mist still covered the 4th and 5th floors. Thus, one could only vaguely see them. All right, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion is now open. Putting away his jade pendant, Qi Heng said in a cold tone, Lu Yongjun, you can only enter the 1st floor with your jade pendant. Chu Yuping, you can enter the 2nd floor with your jade pendant. As for you, Chu Zhongtian, I'm sure you know what floor you can enter. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head. He didn't say anything, nor did he express his gratitude to Qi Heng. Instead, he took the lead and walked into the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. When Chu Yuping saw Chu Zhongtian taking the lead, he also didn't delay any longer and walked into the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Inside the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Qi Heng's jade pendant absorbed the fog around the first 3 floors and opened the door to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian took the lead and walked to the jade door of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's first door. When he stood in front of the door, powerful energy swept across his body. As the strong energy swept his body, his jade pendant responded and emanated a special energy of its own. This special energy was quickly merging with the energy coming from the door. Then Chu Zhongtian was pulled into the jade door by a strong suction force. Immediately after, spiritual qi so thick that it was almost like a hard jelly brick rushed toward him. The thick spiritual qi penetrated the gaps in his facial features, pores, and other body parts and entered his meridians. Finally, it entered his dantian. Consequently, his once stable spiritual power was now in disarray. At the same time, the thick spiritual qi sent the Taishan Heart Sutra into overdrive. Suddenly, the breakthrough he had been suppressing began edging closer to level 5. Chu Zhongtian sensed this situation and forcibly stopped the Taishan Heart Sutra. Then, with every ounce of willpower he had got, he suppressed the breakthrough again. According to the insider information he obtained from Chu Tianyun, Chu Zhongtian knew that every floor of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was different. The spiritual qi and the special energy density on each floor weren't the same. Higher floors meant thicker, more abundant spiritual qi and special energy that could increase potential. Currently, he was on the first floor, so even this jelly-thick spiritual qi was notching compared to what was on the floors above. If he were to break through now, he would be filing the goal he had set and wasting a precious opportunity. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion opened once every 10 years, and it was targeted at qi-refining realm cultivators. In other words, Chu Zhongtian would only get one chance in his life to enter the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. No matter what, he couldn't waste it. After suppressing the urge to break through, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the second floor. Similarly, powerful energy shot out from the staircase between the first and second floors. After that powerful sensory energy felt his jade pendant, Chu Zhongtian smoothly entered the second floor. The second floor's spiritual qi density was so high that he could see it. He could see the spiritual qi in the air. This time, he did not waste too much time and directly rushed to the third floor. The third floor's spiritual qi was no longer in a gaseous form. It had turned into fog. Not only could he see the fog formed by the spiritual qi, but he could even use special tools to collect and condense it into liquid form. Chu Zhongtian was extremely shocked by this. For spiritual qi to turn into a fog, the purity of the spiritual qi had to reach advanced level 4 at least. In the qi country, stones of that level didn't even exist. Let alone advanced level 4 spirit stones. Even intermediate level 7 stones were treated like treasures and were an absolute rarity. No one below peak level 10 of the Bod refining realm could even think about owning one. Chu Zhongtian only had 3 days to cultivate, so every minute and second was extremely precious. He didn't dare delay any longer and immediately found the best place to cultivate. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Since levels 5 and 6 of the qi refining realm were somewhat interlinked, he could break through them as long as he had enough spiritual qi and strong meridians and dantian. Thanks to the dummy-thick spiritual qi on the third floor, it didn't take him long to break through the 2 minor levels. Now, he had both the minor and major circle producing spiritual power for him. Now that the circles were working together with the Taishan Heart Sutra, Chu Zhongtian found that the quality and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual qi had increased by 24 times. For normal cultivators, the increase wouldn't be so exaggerated. Usually, they only felt a 2 to 3 times increase. And cultivators with outstanding talent could get a 4 times increase at most. Even a genius like Chu Zhongba with mid-level 8 talent only got a 6 times increase after becoming a level 6 qi refiner. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, got the super-exaggerated 24 times. This meant that his potential had actually surpassed his talent. Crazy, right? After Chu Zhongtian became a level 6 qi refiner, he stooped the Taishan Heart Sutra and carefully inspected the changes in his body. He compared how different his meridians, dantian, and spiritual power were after the before through with how they were before. Finally, he found the 2 primary reasons behind his 24 times increase. The first was that he had made sufficient preparations in the early stages. Not only had his meridians and dantian reached their limits, but even his spiritual power was also as pure as it could be after he rigorously removed all the impurities he got from the pills. The second was the special energy within the Hidden Dragon Pavilion that could increase one's potential. With the help of this special energy, his potential surpassed its limit and attained a new level. After Chu Zhongtian compared the changes, he found that he could actually fight a peak level 8 qi refiner now. If he could familiarize himself with his new strength, perhaps he could even fight an early level 9 qi refiner. Of course, if he used the force with his cultivation base, he could easily defeat a peak level 9 qi refiner or even an early level 10 qi refiner. However, the prerequisite was that his level 9 and 10 opponents had to be what everyone considered normal. After all, Lu Yongjun could also fight a level or two above his cultivation, so defeating him just now was near impossible. Chu Zhongtian calculated the time and found out that it only took him half a day to break through levels 5 and 6. He still had 2.5 days left. Since there was still enough time, he decided to pop the meridian-enhancing pills, dantian-cultivating pills, and heart-tranquilizing pills that he had prepared in advance. He planned to continue increasing his potential. Then, he would strive to become a level 7 qi refiner in the remaining time. His current best-case scenario was becoming a peak level 7 qi refiner here. Only with that strength could he have the confidence to defeat Lu Yongjun on the 8th of March and thus establish the title of the strongest amongst the young generation in the Qi country. He could also smoothly become the Chu family's young patriarch then. While Chu Zhongtian was fully focused on his cultivation, he didn't know that a distinguished guest had arrived in the palace not far away from the hidden dragon pavilion. To welcome this distinguished guest, the royal family, the 3 great families' patriarch, and even the patriarchs of all second rates stood in attendance. If there was a highest standard of welcoming someone, I believe this was it. The Zhengtai Hall was an area that the royal family of Qi country specially used to welcome important guests. Since Qi country was located in a remote area, the spiritual Qi density here was too low. Consequently, not many distinguished guests would come here. So the Zhengtai Hall hadn't been opened for the past 10 years. Since the guest's identity was too noble this time, Zhengtai Hall was reopened for the first time in 10 years to show respect to their guests. The guest who came this time was the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner. She currently controlled the Qi country's fate. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was one of the top 3 empires in the southern region of the Eternal Continent. It controlled the life and the death of more than 10 kingdoms under its command. Not only did the Heavenly Dragon Empire have numerous Qi transformers, they even had peerless experts of the realm above the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, since the Heavenly Dragon Empire was in the center of the southern region, the spiritual Qi there was very thick, and it even had numerous heavenly treasures. For example, take the yang opening fruit that the Chu family had collected after going through so much trouble. It might be a rare commodity in the Q country. It was nothing special in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But, of course, that didn't mean the people there ate yang opening fruits like apples. Dongfang Yuner was the 5th daughter of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's current emperor, Dongfang Xiongba. She had a level 7 talent, and her comprehension ability was even more shocking. Consequently, Dongfang Xiongba doted on her deeply. Apart from her terrifying talent and outstanding comprehension ability, another thing that made Dongfang Yuner so popular was her stunning beauty. According to rumors, Dongfang Xiongba doted on Dongfang Yuner so much that he wouldn't even let her appear in front of everyone when she was young. When she became an adult, 16 years here, she appeared in public for the first time and took the imperial family's talent test. It was said that when Dongfang Yuner appeared, dark clouds covered the bright sun. The flowers in the imperial palace lowered their heads, and even the pearls in the palace dimmed. Based on the same rumors, all this happened while her face was covered with a veil. Had she taken that silk veil off her face, who knows what would have happened. The Peanut Gallery also said that Dongfang Xiongba personally refined Dongfang Yuner's silk veil. Not only could it prevent others from spying on her, but it was also a powerful defensive spirit weapon. Also, when Dongfang Yuner caused such sensation in the outside world, Dongfang Xiongba decreed that Dongfang Yuner was his most beloved daughter, and she had her own life and happiness in her hand. No matter who it was, as long as someone could make her willingly take off her veil, he could marry her and become the noblest son-in-law in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After hearing Dongfang Xiongba's decree, princes and nobles of the dozen kingdoms under the Heavenly Dragon Empire came rushing to the Heavenly Dragon Empire's imperial city, the Purple Gold City. Even the princes of the other dynasties came rushing to the Purple Gold City and did their best to express their love for Dongfang Yuner. After all, those who could get Dongfang Yuner's love could get not only a peerless beauty but also the support of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Unfortunately, more than a year had passed. Those nobles and princes who had rushed to the Purple Gold City hadn't even seen her once in that span, let alone getting close to her. If it weren't for the fact that the Heavenly Dragon Empire was too mighty, they would have used the power behind them to marry Dongfang Yuner forcefully. So, why did Dongfang Yuner, who rarely appeared in public, come to the remote Qi country? This was the biggest question in Qi Heng's and the others' minds at this moment. Princess. According to the Heavenly Dragon Empire rules, if a prince or princess of the empire were to visit one of their subordinate kingdoms, people with the highest authority there had to go outside the city to welcome them. Dongfang Yuner had a gentle personality, and she was kind and considerate, so she didn't want to cause too much commotion. Therefore, she asked them to welcome her inside the palace. Lord of Qi country, you are too polite. A beautiful voice that sounded like an immortal song rang out. Then, a young girl walked down from the 8-man palanquin. This girl was wearing a light blue dress. There were some lotus flower patterns on her dress, and her face was covered with a soft white veil. She wore a pure belt on her waist, and there were 16 blue crystals on it. She was beautiful and elegant. Her waist was very thin, and it revealed her exquisite figure. Her glass-like eyes were sparkling, and her pupils were like obsidian stones. Her hair was beautifully tied up with a silver jade hairpin, and she seemed devastatingly beautiful. The only regret was that there was a thin white muslin veil on her jade-like face. I am Lu Xiaozong. I am Chu Tianyun. I am Wang Hai. We pay our respects to you, princess. After Dongfang Yuner walked out of the palanquin, the patriarch of the 3 great families hurried forward to greet her. Dongfang Yuner nodded and did not look at the 3 patriarchs directly. Instead, she walked toward the Zhengtai Hall under Qi Heng's lead. Although Dongfang Yuner did not pay attention to the 3 patriarchs, they didn't feel offended. Instead, they followed closely behind her guards, wanting to enter the Zhengtai Hall together. However, when the middle-aged woman walking beside Dongfang Yuner saw that the 3 patriarchs were following them, her face darkened, and she let out a cold snort. Then, as if hit by an invisible hammer, the 3 patriarchs took a few steps back, and blood began oozing from the corners of their mouths. Lu Xiaozong looked at the middle-aged woman who was walking away and clenched his fists. A flame of anger ignited in his heart. Although he was not as strong as the middle-aged woman, no matter what, he was still the Lu family's patriarch. Disrespecting him was the same as disrespecting his entire family. The middle-aged woman disrespectfully used a dirty trick to hit him. How could the proud and arrogant Lu Xiaozong accept it? He decided to bury this hatred deep in his heart, biding his time to take his revenge. He swore in his heart that once he became a Qi transformer, he would definitely go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and settle his score with this middle-aged woman. As for Chu Tianyun and Wang Hai, although they were also angry, they knew that they weren't as strong as the middle-aged woman, so they could only helplessly accept the reality. They only felt bitter that Qi Yilong could follow the imperial group thanks to his royal status. How could that woman put Qi Yilong above them? Although Dongfang Yuner would not even care about someone like Qi Yilong at all, there was still a possibility that Dongfang Yuner falls for Qi Yilong, and they get married in the end. In that case, the royal family's strength would skyrocket thanks to the imperial family's support. Then, with the grudges the Qi family held against the 3 great families, suffice to say they wouldn't get the good ending. When Chu Tianyun thought of this, he could not help but look at Lu Xiaozong and Wang Hai. Lu Xiaozong didn't consider this possibility when he decided to hold a grudge against that middle-aged woman. However, Wang Hai's eyes held the same worry. When their eyes met, both Wang Hai and Chu Tianyun knew what the other was thinking. Hidden Dragon Pavilion, 3rd floor. Thanks to the rich spiritual qi and the special energy inside the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian could simultaneously increase his strength and consolidate his cultivation base. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian began planning his next breakthrough. A level 7 Qi refiner could project their internal spiritual power outward. It was known as external projection. If a cultivator wanted to become a level 7 Qi refiner, they first had to fill their dantian with spiritual power to its absolute limit. Then, they had to use all that spiritual power to attack level 7. Usually, they succeeded. However, if one wanted to fill their dantian to its absolute limit, they had to take care of 2 things. First, Their dantian should be strong enough to withstand being filled to its absolute limit. The second condition was that they had to absorb enough spiritual qi to fill their dantian with spiritual power. In Chu Zhongtian's case, well, he had been strengthening and expanding his dantian from the very day he formed it. And after absorbing spiritual qi for more than 10 days now, he had ready to edge his dantian. Even if that much qi somehow ended up being insufficient for the breakthrough, he was sitting on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It was quite literally filled with spiritual qi. Therefore, all he needed right now was time. He needed time to transform the spiritual qi into spiritual power. 2 hours later, Chu Zhongtian was an advanced level 6 qi refiner. In another hour, he would be a peak level 6 qi refiner. Then, he would try to advance to level 7. If he could become a level 7 qi refiner now and reach peak before leaving the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, he was sure that he could leave a permanent mark in the qi country. After all, he would have advanced 3 minor levels in 3 days then. Within the Zhengtai Hall, the throne that belonged to Qi Heng was now occupied by a young girl who was only 16 or 17 years old. However, Qi Heng wasn't angry, he actually felt lucky. "King Qi, our princess has come here to ask you for a favor." The young girl sitting on the throne didn't say anything, but the middle-aged woman beside her spoke. "It would be my honor, princess. Don't be polite. Just tell me directly." When Qi Heng heard that Dongfang Yuner was here to ask for a favor, he quickly expressed his willingness, but his heart was actually quite heavy right now. With Dongfang Yuner's status, what could she not get with a single word? So why would she need to come here personally? "King Qi, you don't have to be so polite. First, the princess plans on entering the Endless Forest to train for a period, so I want you to arrange some guides who are familiar with the area. They must be knowledgeable about the various strange beasts and plants in there." The middle-aged woman wasn't being polite before, but Qi Heng's tactful attitude instantly improved her impression of him, and her tone became more polite. "It's just a small matter." Hearing that Dongfang Yuner was just planning to go to the Endless Forest to train, Qi Heng secretly let out a sigh of relief. Also, there was a sudden burst of joy in his heart. Why? Well, after Qi Heng saw Dongfang Yuner, besides wondering about her beauty, he also thought about using her visit for his benefit. He hoped that one of his sons, the princes, could gain her favorable impression and marry her somehow. Of course, he also knew that this idea wasn't realistic, because according to what he had heard, Dongfang Yuner rarely appeared in public. So, let alone gaining her love, it would be hard for the princes to even meet her. Unexpectedly, such a huge pie fell from the sky right in front of him. Dongfang Yuner actually wanted to enter the Endless Forest with just a few guides. He could make sure that those guides were from the Qi country's royal family. After hearing her plan, Qi Heng decided to let Qi Yilong be the guide. With Qi Yilong's appearance and wisdom, Qi Heng was 90% sure that he could win Dongfang Yuner's heart. After all, in Qi Heng's eyes, Dongfang Yuner was just a young girl who had never experienced the world. If Qi Yilong and Dongfang Yuner could marry in the end, the strength of the Qi family would increase exponentially. Then, there would be no for big families. There would only be one family in the entire Qi country, the Qi family. Second, we want to borrow your Hidden Dragon Pavilion, so that the princess can increase her potential. Regarding the second request, Qi Heng immediately fell into a dilemma. After the top 3 contestants entered the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, its doors closed behind them automatically. Although Qi Heng could open the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's doors again, it would definitely affect Chu Zhongtian, Chu Yuping, and Lu Yongjun, who were cultivating in seclusion. Qi Heng wasn't worried about it disturbing Chu Yuping's cultivation, or rather, he didn't care about it. However, if it affected Chu Zhongtian's cultivation, he believed that Chu Tianyun wouldn't let this matter rest. After all, Chu Zhongtian was too important to the Chu family. "King Qi, is there any problem?" Seeing that Qi Heng wasn't as straightforward as before, the middle-aged woman frowned slightly and asked in an unhappy tone. She concluded that Qi Heng was worried about outsiders using the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Her answer to that was that Qi Heng was being too short-sighted. Helping the princess increase her potential by a little could help them earn the princess' favor. Given the princess' temperament, she would definitely remember the kindness. Then, if the Qi family ever encountered any difficulties, they could ask the princess for help. Replying to the princess, "The matter is like this." Hearing the middle-aged woman's unhappy tone, Qi Heng immediately decided and told the middle-aged woman everything in detail. "Why don't you just drive them out?" After hearing Qi Heng's explanation, the middle-aged woman relaxed her brows and said in a casual tone, "Ed_N. Because one of them is the protagonist." Had those inside been royal family members, the middle-aged woman would have had some concerns. After all, she was now seeking the royal family's help, so she had to give them some face. However, the ones inside were some no-name disciples, so she couldn't care less about them. What could the Chu family or the Lu family even do to her if she drove them outside? But, on the other hand, Qi Heng had to consider the consequences of doing so. If Qi Yilong failed to win the princess' favor and marry her, the Qi family would have to bear the wrath of the Chu family and the Lu family after Dongfang Yuner leaves. "King Qi, do you have any other difficulties?" Seeing Qi Heng's worried look, the middle-aged woman immediately understood that there must be someone Qi Heng did not want to offend. Reply to the princess, "I do have some difficulties." Since the middle-aged woman took the initiative to speak, Qi Heng felt happy in his heart, but kept the same expression on his face. If she were the one chasing Chu Zhongtian and the others out, he wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. If Chu Tianyun wanted to cause trouble afterward, he would have to go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire to find Dongfang Yuner, or rather, he would have to find this middle-aged woman with an unknown strength. Also, if Chu Zhongtian and the others were chased out, the gap between them and Qi Yilong wouldn't increase much. Then, Qi Yilong could use his talent to compete with them in the future. Thinking of this, Qi Heng hurriedly told the middle-aged woman about the situation of Chu Zhongtian and the others in detail. When she heard that Chu Zhongtian had a peak level 8 talent, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. A peak level 8 talent was enough to dominate the Qi country. It would just get you the genius title in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In other words, an expert like her could look down on Chu Zhongtian and his talent. As for the Chu family, it wasn't worth mentioning in her eyes. Therefore, she didn't have any worries. She asked Qi Heng to lead the way. Within the Zhengtai Hall, Chu Zhongtian's talent and history surprised the middle-aged woman a bit, but she quickly regained her calm. A peak level 8 talent was enough to dominate the Qi country, but it would just get you the genius title in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In other words, an expert like her could look down on Chu Zhongtian and his talent. The only thing that surprised her was Chu Zhongtian's determination to start cultivating again, even after his meridians were damaged. As for the Chu family, it wasn't even worth mentioning in her eyes. She could easily destroy the Chu family with her strength, so she didn't have any worries. "King Qi, lead the way." "All right." The middle-aged woman's actions excited Qi Heng to no end. He quickly turned around and led the middle-aged woman toward the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. When Dongfang Yuner heard that her guard was going to drive out someone named Chu Zhongtian who was training inside the pavilion, her eyes showed a trace of pity. Minutes before the middle-aged woman made the decision for her, Dongfang Yuner wanted to say that since someone was already practicing inside, she didn't want to disturb them. After all, with her talent and potential, whatever increase the Hidden Dragon Pavilion could give her would be minute. It was not a wise choice for her to offend someone for no reason. However, when she saw the hostility in the middle-aged woman's eyes, the courage she had just mustered disappeared completely. In the end, she could only follow behind the middle-aged woman and head toward the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Since the spiritual qi on the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's 3rd floor was too dense, Chu Zhongtian didn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual qi hindering his advancement. He only had to circulate the Taishan Heart Sutra, absorb spiritual qi, and increase his cultivation base. As he inched closer to level 7, the Taishan Heart Sutra began revolving at an even higher pace and absorbing spiritual qi into his body at a much greater speed. The minor and major circles quickly turned that spiritual qi into spiritual power, and he could use that to increase his cultivation base continuously. He soon reached perfection of level 6 of the qi refining period. Originally, Chu Zhongtian had planned to use half a day to raise his cultivation base to the peak of level 6. However, he had underestimated the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's spiritual chi density. In just 2 hours, he was already a peak level 6 chi refiner. Next, he only needed to consolidate his cultivation and break through to level 7 of the chi refining realm. Once he stopped absorbing spiritual chi, he could feel that level 7 was just a step away, so he began to consolidate his cultivation. Time passed minute by minute as he felt his new strength after becoming a peak level 6 chi refiner. When he felt the thick spiritual power in his meridians and dantian, Chu Zhongtian became confident that he could advance into level 7 of the chi refining realm. As long as he could strengthen his dantian just a bit more, he could advance into the next level. Chu Zhongtian sensed, experienced, and analyzed the power in his body. He quickly felt the bottleneck of level 7, and he also felt that this bottleneck wasn't very firm. He was sure that if he used his spiritual power to break through forcefully, he could succeed in a try or two. After calming and focusing his mind, Chu Zhongtian decided to start breaking through to level 7. Although forcefully breaking through would have a certain impact on his foundation, as long as he could consolidate it afterward, the impact would not be too great. Also, every time Chu Zhongtian advanced a minor level, his potential would increase. Consequently, he would need much more spiritual chi to advance to the next minor level. In a remote small country like Chi Country, a treasure like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was bound to get taken sooner or later. Therefore, he had to make use of this opportunity. Just as he was about to break through to level 7, his senses began tingling, so he immediately stopped the breakthrough process. Right at this moment, a voice that contained a powerful force suddenly rang in his ears. "We are going to use the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The people inside, come out now." This powerful voice made Chu Zhongtian's eardrums hurt. At the same time, his heart ignited with endless fury. In his opinion, this was definitely a despicable method employed by the royal family to stop him and the others from increasing their strength. Aware that the Chu family was no weaker than the royal family, Chu Zhongtian did not pay any attention to the voice. He planned to continue absorbing spiritual chi to increase his potential and break through to the next level. About 5 minutes later, the same voice rang out again. However, this time, the voice was not only stronger but also more domineering. "Listen up. I am the bodyguard of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's princess. I will give you 1 minute to come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." "Someone from Heavenly Dragon Empire?" Chu Zhongtian frowned when he heard that the person outside claimed to be the bodyguard of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's princess. As a powerful empire, the Heavenly Dragon Empire had countless experts. They had many treasures that could increase one's strength and potential, so would they come to this remote place? He looked at the foggy spiritual power around him and felt that he was just a millimeter away from becoming a level 7 chi refiner. Chu Zhongtian didn't want to leave, but when he considered the Heavenly Dragon Empire's power and the energy contained in that voice, he had to get up and leave regardless. As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian understood one thing very clearly. As long as one was alive, there would always be hope. After about a minute, Chu Zhongtian left the first floor of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. When Chu Zhongtian stepped through the door, his eyes were attracted to a young girl wearing a light blue dress. Although the girl had a thin veil over her face, Chu Zhongtian had seen enough porn to know that her face wouldn't be any worse than her figure. Had it been any other day, Chu Zhongtian would have copied her figure in his head and whacked one off to her. However, he wasn't in a good mood right now, because his opportunity to break through had been interrupted. He felt as if he gave himself blue balls. It was making him go crazy. His gaze only stayed on Dongfang Yuner for 3 seconds before he looked at the middle-aged woman standing beside her. Dongfang Yuner felt very sorry for interrupting other people's cultivation. So when Chu Zhongtian left the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Dongfang Yuner wanted to apologize. However, Chu Zhongtian's quickly averted his gaze, so she couldn't talk to him in time. But at the same time, she was fascinated by this boy who dismissed her beauty in seconds. All her life, no matter if it were a man or a woman, her fairy-like temperament would attract everyone who saw her for the first time. They all would have an intense desire to peep at her face under the silk veil. Even experts with strong willpower would need a few minutes to calm down. So, how could a level 6 qi refiner like Chu Zongxian dismiss her elegance and charm so quickly? Was he not attracted to her? In front of the hidden dragon pavilion, after taking just a single look at the middle-aged woman, Chu Zhongtian was having a hard time controlling his anger. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not forcefully stay in the hidden dragon pavilion because of greed. The pressure emanating from the middle-aged woman was far greater than Chu Tianyun's. Chu Tianyun had already a peak level 10 body refiner just a step away from Qi transformation realm, yet he didn't seem as strong as that middle-aged woman. In other words, the middle-aged woman was a peerless expert at the Qi transformation realm or above. Zhongtian. Chu Yuping was already here since he was on the second floor, and he left the hidden dragon pavilion after the first shout. However, all his attention had been on the girl the entire time, so he didn't notice Chu Zhongtian's arrival for quite some time. It was only at this moment that he came back to his senses and noticed Chu Zhongtian. Let's wait and see. After sensing the strength of the middle-aged woman, Chu Zhongtian knew that he couldn't continue cultivating in the hidden dragon pavilion. However, he was also unwilling to waste this opportunity for nothing. Therefore, he wanted to see if the middle-aged woman and Qihang would compensate him. Princess is going to enter the hidden dragon pavilion to cultivate, so you guys should leave first. The middle-aged woman frowned, seeing that Chu Zhongtian and the other two did not leave immediately after leaving the hidden dragon pavilion. She said with a slightly impatient expression. Shameless. Seeing that the middle-aged woman had no intention of compensating him, Chu Zhongtian could only curse in his heart and then take Chu Yuping away with him. Suddenly, Dongfang Yuner, who had been standing by the side without saying anything, spoke. Wait! Facing the peerlessly beautiful and noble princess, Chu Zhongtian did not have the slightest bit of adoration or respect. On the contrary, he only had an expressionless face and even a trace of disgust in his eyes. Our Chu Zhongtian was no simp. He had his own rendition of the famous Brothers Before Hoes. It was Cultivation Before Hoes. So what if she had a fairy-like temperament? He wouldn't have cared even if she was a real fairy, since she deprived him of an opportunity to advance. He was currently trash-talking her in his heart. I'm sorry that I forcefully took over the hidden dragon pavilion while you guys were cultivating. So, consider these 3 pills as compensation for your troubles. Dongfang Yuner's voice was soft and clear, and she spoke with a sincere attitude. She waved her hand, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. After that, she took out 3 pills, wrapped them each with spiritual power, and sent one each to them. Chu Zhongtian received the pill with an expressionless face, but his heart was experiencing a tempestuous storm. Just now, Dongfang Yuner waved her hand, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. He was sure that she had something called the storage bag about which he had read in the Chu family's library. A storage bag was a spatial spirit tool since it had an entirely independent space inside. Based on the materials used during the refinement process and the strength of the person refining it, the size of a storage bag could vary. The larger ones had more than 100 cubic meters inside, and the smaller ones were about 4 or 5 cubic meters. In the Eternal Continent, spatial spirit tools were scarce. Only those with great strength and background could possess such a spatial spirit tool. Even the 4 great families of the Qi country did not have a single storage bag. This was just how obviously precious a spatial spirit tool was. Apart from the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian was also shocked by the girl's strength. From the outside, this girl looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. However, she was already a peak level 10 Qi refiner, and since her cultivation base was very stable, her utilization of spiritual power had reached a very high level. This was the first time Chu Zhongtian had seen someone with such terrifying strength among his peers. After leaving the hidden dragon pavilion with Chu Yuping, Chu Zhongtian took a look at the pill in his hand, and a trace of joy flashed across the corner of his eyes. This was an intermediate level 9 spirit nourishing pill. A spirit nourishing pill could purify spiritual power and increase strength. Actually, even the Chu family's resident alchemist could refiner this pill, but the 2 main ingredients of this pill were very hard to come by. Therefore, the Chu family did not have a single spirit-nourishing pill. Although a single spirit-nourishing pill couldn't help Chu Zhongtian much, he could just use his copy-paste ability to make it rain pills. Thinking about swimming in a sea of spirit-nourishing pills, his anger died down a bit. After leaving the palace, Lu Yongjun didn't say anything for a while before he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Chu Zhongtian, now that you can't cultivate inside the pavilion for 3 days, is the fight still on?" Ever since he left the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian's attention had been on the middle-aged woman. So, only when Lu Yongjun called him did he remember that Lu Yongjun was also here. His calm eyes narrowed, and his expression became very serious. Finally, he could see the advancements Li Yongjun had made. Not only was he in level 8 now, but he was a peak level 8 Qi refiner. With Lu Yongjun's comprehension ability, he only had to consolidate his cultivation base for a while, and then he would be ready for another advancement. Once he became a level 9 Qi refiner, his potential and bloodline atavism could help him fight a peak level 10 Qi refiner. On the other hand, Chu Zhongtian was just a peak level 6 Qi refiner now. Since he could jump levels and challenge those above his level, he could at most defeat those 2 minor levels above him. Even if he used the force, he could only fight an early level 10 Qi refiner. Although his current strength was not as strong as Lu Yongjun's, Chu Zhongtian quickly converted the pressure into motivation. Therefore, he said firmly, 8th of March, I will wait for you at the top of Yulong Mountain on time. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian left the palace with Chu Yuping. Chu family, meeting hall. After learning why Chu Zhongtian and the others had returned to their families in advance, Chu Tianyun sighed helplessly. The situation Chu Zhongtian had encountered wasn't something he could handle. Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon Empire's might, he wasn't even a match for that middle-aged woman. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to seek justice for Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian had already expected this, so he was not disappointed. He looked for Chu Tianyun because he wanted to find out why the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire would come to the remote Qi country. Also, he was very interested in that young girl, Dong Fong Yuner. After Chu Tianyun's introduction, Chu Zhongtian finally found out that the young girl with a fairy-like temperament was called Dong Fong Yuner. She was the 5th princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Chu Zhongtian finally understood how she could become a level 10 Qi refiner despite being so young. With a mid-level 7 talent and the backing of the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire, it was actually surprising that she wasn't already a body refiner. Since his family couldn't seek justice for him, Chu Zhongtian could only return to his courtyard helplessly. Fortunately, although he couldn't become a level 7 Qi refiner, Chu Yuping was lucky enough to break through. He became the 6th peak expert to become a level 7 Qi refiner in the Qi country's younger generation. Also, he could be ranked 4th among all the level 7 Qi refiners. After returning to tranquil, elegant courtyard, Chu Zhongtian did not go to the cultivation room straight. Instead, he sat on the chair in the living room and started to think about his next cultivation plan. Originally, he planned to use the spiritual Qi and the special energy inside the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to become a level 7 Qi refiner and increase his potential to a new limit. However, now that this goal was basically destroyed, he was thinking about other ways to obtain the same outcome. There were 19 days left until the opening of the Blood Prison Pavilion. Now, he was already a peak level 6 Qi refiner and just a step away from level 7, he could try to break through after cultivating for a few days. However, breaking through to the Qi refining level 7 required a sufficient amount of spiritual Qi. Due to the limit of his potential, he needed a huge amount of spiritual Qi to break through. Although he had over 3,000 low-level 8 spirit stones in his hands, he planned on using most of them to power his special ability. However, if he used them to advance to the next level, it would delay his potential's advancement. After experiencing several breakthroughs and various life and death battles, Chu Zhongtian was very well aware of how important that thing called potential was. Had he not pushed his potential to its very limit after his first breakthrough, there was no way he could have fought opponents 2 to 3 levels above him. Therefore, he wouldn't delay the advancement of his potential just to make a quick breakthrough. However, if he didn't choose to break through to level 7 of the Qi refining realm, he would fail to defeat Lu Yongjun with his current strength. This forced him into choosing breakthrough over potential. Looks like I can only go to Endless Forest to train. He couldn't ask for more spirit stones from his family so soon. Since he needed many spirit stones to break through, he decided to enter the Endless Forest to train. Fighting was the best way to increase his strength. He could increase his strength, combat experience, and improve his cultivation base by fighting with strange beasts. Since the bodies of strange beasts were filled with abundant chi, he decided to use them as spirit stone supplements for his cultivation. Also, he could use them to duplicate more pills and spirit fruits. Moreover, the Endless Forest was filled with countless heavenly treasures. If he found one, he could either use them or sell them for spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian was not the kind of person who would drag things out, so he stood up and left his courtyard after deciding. Then, he went to the family meeting room and found Chu Fan. He was there to tell Chu Fan that he was leaving for the Endless Forest and also ask for the family's purple gold hawk for long travel. After all, the Lu city was thousands of miles away from Endless Forest. If he walked there, it would at least take 7 or 8 days. Just the two-way journey would take up at least half a month of his time. This would be too much of a waste of time. When Chu Fan heard him, Chu Fan's first reaction was advising strongly against him going to the forest. After all, Chu Zhongtian was no longer the no-name nobody now. His outstanding performance in the hunting contest had made him a potential threat in the eyes of all the major families, and no one hated him more than the 3 big families right now. If he stayed in the family, the other families wouldn't pose any threat to him, but if he left the family, perhaps the 3 families would send their experts to assassinate him without hesitation. Chu Zhongtian knew that Chu Fan was doing this for his own safety, but he also knew that if he wanted to improve his strength quickly, the Endless Forest was the only way. If he could obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, the benefits brought by the Endless Forest might even surpass the benefits brought by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Furthermore, retreating in face of an unknown assassination was just typical of the weak, and this was not something Chu Zhongtian wanted to do now or in the future. Chu Zhongtian's resolute attitude troubled Chu Fan a bit. At the same time, he also knew that Chu Zhongtian's matter was no longer something that an elder like him could decide. Therefore, he asked Chu Zhongtian to temporarily return, and then reported this matter to the patriarch. After returning to the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian didn't have to wait for long before Chu Fan and the Grand Elder, the one proficient in pill refining, rushed over. "Grand Elder, why are you here too?" This Grand Elder was the one and only expert with cultivation at the upper rank 9th grade. It was only thanks to the Grand Elder that the Chu family was ranked second among the 3 great families. It could be said that the Grand Elder's status and influence in the Chu family was not inferior to the patriarch Chu Tianyun himself. It was just that his personality was too easygoing. He had always been obsessed with pills, so he was not very enthusiastic about matters of power. Therefore, although he was the Grand Elder, he rarely showed up. Let's hear him out first. Then, without explaining why he came, the Grand Elder gestured for Chu Fan to speak first. "Tian, the Patriarch has agreed to let you go to Endless Forest to train." Chu Fan's first sentence made Chu Zhongtian heave a sigh of relief. After displaying his talent, he could get the families and get enough cultivation resources. However, that also put an invisible restriction on him. He couldn't make any decisions that were related to his life and death by himself. Initially, he was worried that the Patriarch would strongly oppose him and plan to leave secretly. But he did not expect Chu Tianyun to have actually agreed. In fact, what Chu Zhongtian didn't know was that when Chu Fan told Chu Tianyun that Chu Zhongtian wanted to go to the Endless Forest to train alone, Chu Tianyun's reaction was even stronger than Chu Fan's. Not only did he reject the offer, but he even planned to visit Chu Zhongtian personally and order him to give up on going to the Endless Forest. Later on, the old ancestor in the backyard's restricted area suddenly sent a message, saying that he supported Chu Zhongtian's idea. Just talent and amazing comprehension ability alone doesn't make one a genius. Blood, sweat, and tears refine a cultivator into a genius, conveyed the old ancestor. Since Chu Tianyun had agreed to let him go to the Endless Forest, Chu Zhongtian had to prepare his luggage as he was planning on staying there for a period. However, before he could express his gratitude, Chu Fan's next sentence almost made him slip on the rugged ground. Tian, although the patriarch has agreed to let you train in the endless forest, your day of departure has to be delayed until the second day of the Lunar New Year. Why? Chu Zhongtian asked, puzzled. He was now on the verge of breaking through and urgently needed a large number of spirit stones to break through. But he also needed a large amount of qi just as urgently to increase potential by consuming duplicated pills. Let alone waiting for 7 days. Just waiting for another second seemed to push his anxiousness to new heights. Tian, the family will hold a ceremony to worship our ancestors on New Year's Eve. All the members of the Chu family, regardless of whether they are in Lu City or other places, will come back to attend. Tian, this is the first time you will attend the ceremony of offering sacrifices to your ancestors after returning to the family. No matter what, you've to appear in front of the family members and show them your strength. This will bring you unimaginable benefits in the future. Chu Fan didn't tell Chu Zhongtian why he had to attend this ceremony. It was actually because he had just received news that the extreme fruit that his family was looking for had been sent back to the family through a special channel. In other words, after New Year's Eve, the patriarch would begin preparing to become a qi transformer. With Chu Tianyun's current strength, he could easily break through to the qi transformation realm after consuming the yang fruit and the extreme fruit. This also meant that in the near future, the patriarch would gradually retreat behind the scenes. Then it would be time for the family to choose a new heir. The one with the highest reputation and prestige among the young generation was Chu Zhongtian. However, just below him in stature and prestige was Chu Hongwei from the previous younger generation. Therefore, the successor would be chosen between the two of them. In reality, Chu Zhongtian was superior to Chu Hongwei in every aspect, so Chu Fan didn't think highly of Chu Hongwei. First, Chu Hongwei only had a mid-level 8 talent, so his future achievements would definitely not be as good as Chu Zhongtian's. Second, his loyalty to the family was far inferior to Chu Zhongtian's. After all, Chu Zhongtian had always prioritized the interests of the family. Not only did he get the first place in the hunting contest, but he also helped a fellow disciple get the second palace. Third, the old ancestor of the family attached great importance to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was bound to get that successor position. However, they had to smooth out all the rough edges before they could pronounce him the successor. So, they decided to use New Year's Eve as an opportunity to display Chu Zhongtian's might and prestige to everyone in the family, and also worship the ancestors. All right. Chu Zhongtian helplessly nodded his head and agreed. He had planned on secretly leaving the Chu family had Chu Fan's explanation not satisfied him. However, he couldn't refuse the annual ancestral worshipping ceremony since he was a Chu family disciple. Furthermore, although Chu Fan didn't say it explicitly, Chu Zhongtian could guess that Chu Tianyun was paving the way for him, so he had nothing to refuse. Grand Elder, please. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian agreed to stay for the time being, Chu Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and gestured to the Grand Elder. As someone who had been in contact with Chu Zhongtian the longest, Chu Fan knew Chu Zhongtian's character very well. He knew that if he didn't give Chu Zhongtian a reasonable explanation, Chu Zhongtian would agree on the surface but would actually leave the family secretly. Oh, I'm just here for a simple matter. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, I will make a trip to the Luolin town. Tian, if you are interested, you can come with me, said the Grand Elder with a laugh. Thank you for your kindness. Chu Zhongtian expressed his gratitude. The Grand Elder said that he was going to Luolin town for some business, but Chu Zhongtian was sure that the Grand Elder was actually escorting him to the endless forest. After all, the Grand Elder wasn't just a level 9 alchemist, but he was also a level 9 body refiner. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had a high status in the family, so if he were to go out and do business, he would definitely be followed by the family's experts. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian's safety could be guaranteed along the way to the Luolin town. You're welcome. I haven't been to Luolin town for many years. I really miss old Mu. I wonder how he's been these years. The Grand Elder stroked his slightly pale beard and said with a smile. After the Grand Elder and Chu Fan left, Chu Zhongtian first asked Chun Xiang to prepare dinner for them. Then he sat on the chair and began thinking. There were still 7 days until the second day of the Lunar New Year. He could use these 7 days to choose to break through and become a level 7 chi refiner. As for duplicating pills to increase his potential, he could postpone it till the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. After entering the endless forest, he could use strange beast corpses to duplicate them. Since he had formed a reasonable plan for cultivation, Chu Zhongtian next had to consider how he would ensure his safety in the endless forest. He was no longer Chu Zhongtian, the cripple. He was not now Chu Zhongtian, the strongest cultivator of the Chu family's younger generation. Not only that, but he was now the hope of the Chu family, and the other 3 big families would give anything to crush that hope. Aware of his strength, the 3 big families would certainly send stronger experts to assassinate him. Of course, to avoid attracting the Chu family's attention, they would not send out intermediate or above levels body refiners. After all, any move made but an intermediate or above body refiners made for great news that the public just loved to spread. So, his assassins would at most be at the early levels of the body refining realm. Ed/N. Level 1 to level 3 were early levels. Level 4 to level 6 were intermediate levels. Level 7 to level 9 were advanced levels, and level 10 was a peak level. To ensure his safety, he had to learn a better movement technique so that he could run away far more quickly and efficiently. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian got up and planned to go to the library to have a look. However, when he saw the dark sky outside, he could only give up on the idea for the time being. It was getting late, and he had to be in peak mental and physical state to choose a good movement technique. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he ate the delicious food prepared by Chun Xiang, went back to his bedroom, and slept soundly. The Chu family's library was built by an ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Zimai. After hundreds of years of expansion by countless Chu family powerhouses, the library had become one of the 3 most important buildings in the Chu family. After greeting the 7th elder, who was guarding the library, Chu Zhongtian went straight in. The library was divided into 3 levels. The first level stored qi refining realm cultivation methods, martial skills, a complete set of medicinal material, and some books about famous rumors. The library was one of the restricted areas of the Chu family. There were strict rules that dictated the entrance to each level. The first floor of the library was accessible to most Chu family disciples. If it were a direct descendant, they could even enter and exit the first floor freely. Direct descendants who had made great contributions to the family could obtain a chance to enter the 2nd floor of the library. As for the library's 3rd floor, only the patriarch, the grand elder, and the 7th elder had the right to enter. Although there were many books on the 1st floor, Chu Zhongtian had been through all of them a year ago since he was looking for a way to heal his meridians. Therefore, he didn't stay any longer and went straight to the 2nd floor. Compared to the tens of thousands of books on the 1st level, the number of books on the 2nd level was much lower. Chu Zhongtian roughly counted and found that there were less than 100 of them. Compared to the tens of thousands of books on the 1st level, the number of books on the 2nd level was much lower. Chu Zhongtian roughly counted and found that there were less than 100 of them. There were only 5 movement technique manuals on the bookshelf. Chu Zhongtian took out one and opened it to take a closer look. Wind breaker. Fire thunderstep, okay? Electricity cloud? Chu family's library, 2nd floor. On this floor, there weren't many movement techniques available, only a total of 5. 3 of them were intermediate rank martial skills, while the other 2 were advanced rank ones. Chu Zhongtian knew full well that it would be useless for him to learn all the martial skills at the same time. Thus, he did not pay much attention to the 2 advanced rank ones for the time being and instead focused on learning the intermediate rank ones. With plenty of time available to him, he opened the 3 intermediate rank martial skills and looked carefully through them one after another. Compared to his personal hobbies, he intended to choose the movement technique most suitable for him. At last, he decided on the wind-breaking technique. The reason why he chose the intermediate rank movement technique, Windbreaker, was that the low-rank movement technique that he previously cultivated was very similar to Windbreaker. Moreover, he had already cultivated that low-rank movement technique to the minor realm. If he continued cultivating at his current pace, he should be able to advance it to the major realm and be not too far away from the peak. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian had a feeling that this low-level movement technique would reach the peak realm during his experience in the Endless Forest. This was also the reason why he had prepared an intermediate rank movement technique in advance. After memorizing the manual of Windbreaker, he planned to leave the library. But when he turned around and was just about to take his leave, a particular book located under a bookshelf caught his eye. Slightly darker in color to the other cultivation manuals, that book with a tattered cover had obviously been discarded nonchalantly. However, for some reason, Chu Zhongtian's eyes were fixed on it. Bending over and taking the old book out, he gently brushed away the layer of dust on the cover before opening it and taking a few glances. To his surprise, those few glances made him burst into excitement. This particular book was neither a secret record of some sort nor was it a kind of profound martial skill. Rather, it seemed to be a type of secret technique. While this technique may not seem very useless to most ordinary cultivators, it could be considered to be extremely powerful for other cultivators as it was a technique used to conceal one's cultivation realm. If one sought to become famous in the Eternal Continent, they would naturally have to display their full strength before everyone's eyes. That was also what Chu Zhongtian did during the hunting contest. While showing one's full strength may bring about influence and prestige, it would, on the other hand, expose all the tricks up one's sleeve. By knowing this information, their enemies would be more prepared to go against them. Chu Zhongtian was currently facing this exact kind of predicament. What he was most concerned about now was finding a way to keep his trump cards hidden. At this moment, he just so happened to come across a secret technique that would do just that for him. Unfortunately, it was a pity that the secret technique was missing a few of its most crucial pages. Thus, he could only make his cultivation realm go down by a single minor realm for now. In other words, with Chu Zhongtian being in the peak 6th layer of the Qi refining realm, he would be seen as a peak 5th layer Qi refining realm cultivator in front of anyone who analyzed his cultivation after cultivating the secret technique. In spite of that, it nevertheless served as a great help to Chu Zhongtian since he would be breaking through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm soon. When he heads over to the Endless Forest for training under the guise of the secret technique, he would trick others into thinking that he was still in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. In that case, the experts sending people to assassinate him would end up looking down on him, which would inevitably benefit him if he were to be snuck up on. According to the rules of the library, secret techniques were not allowed to be taken out. As such, Chu Zhongtian did his best to memorize each and every word contained within the manual, not letting even the symbols escape from his mind. Time flew by gradually, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of New Year's Eve, the Chu family residence was brimming with all kinds of colorful decorations as laughter filled the entire place. The entire residence bustled with excitement. Whether it was the experts of the Chu family who went out to train or the servants who were doing business outside, each and every one of them rushed back to participate in the annual ceremony to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Within the tranquil, elegant pavilion, Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping, and nearly 20 other elite disciples of the Chu family gathered up together in the meeting room and chatted with each other. Zhongtian, today's the first time you've participated in the ceremony of offering sacrifices to your ancestors after returning to the family. When the time comes, you have to perform well and let those family members who have been away all year long witness the demeanor of the strongest person amongst the younger generation of the Chu family. Chu Zhongba said in a relaxed tone as he leaned back on his chair. As the former strongest cultivator amongst the younger generation, Chu Zhongba was now sitting on the seat to the left of the main seat after being dethroned. In spite of that, Chu Zhongba had already calmed back down to his usual mental state and was now enjoying his current life. After all, as Chu Tianyun's only son, he possessed more information than the others. The ceremony of offering sacrifices to the ancestors was probably the grandest and most influential ceremony in the Chu family that would take place over the next few decades. However, this particular ceremony was not only to offer sacrifices to the ancestors, but also to announce the next successor. That's right, Brother Tian, you'd better put on a show today and let those so-called strongest individuals of the younger generation witness the true strength of a genius, one of Chu Yuping's subordinates said with a bright expression. This disciple was called Chu Mingming, an elite disciple who had followed Chu Yuping during the hunting contest and was now at the initial 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. Back then, he was also one of the people who witnessed Chu Zhongtian defeat Yan Yongjin with a single strike. The reason for his great excitement was that he had also been provoked by his half-brother. Due to the issues regarding their status, the relationship between the individuals of the younger generation and the adolescent generation was often filled with conflicts. Naturally, upon reaching the age of an adolescent, one would quickly merge into the various cliques formed amongst the adolescent generation. In fact, this was not special to the Chu family, as such things would also happen in the other families within the state of Qi. With the adolescent generation being older than them, their strength would naturally be much greater than theirs too. Being outclassed in all aspects, the younger generation was essentially at a great disadvantage. But with a monstrous genius like Chu Zhongtian appearing amongst the younger generation of the Chu family, it was the best time for their generation to rise. So how could they not be excited? That's right. We should let the adolescent generation see your true strength. Other than being slightly older than us, they really are nothing special. Hell yeah! Let's take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to them and teach them how there are many other individuals in this world who are more powerful than them. Chu Mingming's words just now immediately resonated with the other disciples. Surging with righteous indignation, they all agreed with him. Quiet! Chu Yuping frowned and shouted when he saw all the disciples in the hall discussing amongst themselves. With the help of the dense spiritual qi in Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Chu Yuping had successfully broken through to the 7th layer of the qi refining realm and become the second strongest 7th layer of the qi refining realm cultivator amongst the younger generation of the Chu family. Moreover, he had a good relationship with many people and held a high prestige amongst the disciples of the younger generation of the Chu family. Thus, with a single word uttered from his mouth, he had silenced the entire hall of disciples as they sat there obediently. Within the tranquil, elegant pavilion, a trace of envy flashed across Chu Zhongba's eyes upon witnessing the scene taking place right before him. As the former leader of the younger generation, he naturally saw himself as the one who stood in a prestigious position. However, after seeing Chu Yuping's domineering presence, he felt as if he was a total failure. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, was very satisfied with Chu Yuping's dignified behavior just now. The reason why Chu Zhongtian did his best to help Chu Yuping rise up into the top 3 positions amongst the younger generation was precise because of his way of doing things. Looking at it now, it seemed that he had made the right choice. Xiao Tian, although they might have gone a bit too far with what they said just now, their words nevertheless made sense, as the younger generation has been acting far too arrogant recently. Therefore, you must take the upcoming ceremony seriously, Chu Yuping said with a solemn expression after everyone calmed down. Having rejected Qi Yilung's offer in the administration hall of the royal palace, being regarded highly by Chu Tianyun, and having broken through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm, his status within the family had increased drastically. Thus, he was certainly capable of getting information that others may not come across easily. Of course, with his current status, he still could not find out that the patriarch was about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. However, he was smart enough to see the uniqueness of this ceremony. Don't worry, I know what to do. Ever since the arrival of the crowd, Chu Zhongtian essentially remained silent as he waited by the side. It was not that he did not want to chat with anyone, but rather because he was deliberately concealing his cultivation realm from the others. After determining the cultivation plan, Chu Zhongtian did not feel any heartache for the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. Upon returning to his residence from the library, Chu Zhongtian began his breakthrough to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. 8th grade low-rank spirit stones contained an abundance of spiritual Qi. However, he had wasted a lot of time because of this. Until 3 days ago, he had consumed nearly up to 2,000 spirit stones before finally breaking through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Having undergone 2 straight days of strengthening himself, he had completely gotten used to his new strength after his breakthrough. As for the remaining day, he would spend it cultivating the secret technique of the realm concealing technique. With just over 100 words in the manual, Chu Zhongtian thought, with his intelligence and comprehension ability, that it wouldn't take long for him to master the secret technique. Only after he truly started cultivating did he realize just how difficult it was to cultivate the realm concealing technique. Despite a day of non-stop cultivation, he had barely managed to comprehend the part of the technique, only enabling him to temporarily conceal his cultivation realm for 6 hours. After the duration of the skill reaches its end, the secret technique would instantly deactivate, far from the effects recorded in its manual. However, according to the records of the secret technique, if he could master this technique, he would be able to maintain it for a long time as long as he doesn't deliberately reveal the secret of the technique. When everyone was chatting with one another just now, he had allocated most of his energy to continue cultivating this secret technique. At this moment, he was already able to maintain it for 8 hours. Xiao Tian, the family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, will be held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You must arrive there on time. Don't be late. Seeing how Chu Zhongtian did not have any intentions of replying, Chu Yuping and the others bid farewell tactfully. See you later at the ancestral worshipping ceremony. Chu Yuping and the others said as they took their leave, which was exactly what Chu Zhongtian wanted. Instead of asking them to stay longer, he immediately stood up to see them off. With Chu Yuping and the others leave, Chu Zhongtian went back to cultivating the realm concealing technique. Since he did not know how the ceremony later would last, he planned to put the secret technique to full use then. Chun Xiang, prepare a new set of clothes for me. He looked at the clock on the wall of the living room and noticed that it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. With only 2 hours remaining until the start of the ceremony, Chu Zhongtian asked Chun Xiang to make preparations in advance. Although he was now the leader of the younger generation and was deeply valued by both the patriarch and the elders, he was still a young man in the Chu family without a high status. Since this ceremony was related to the selection of the heir, he naturally had to arrive there in advance. At 2:40 p.m. sharp, Chu Zhongtian, dressed in a light blue robe, arrived at the plaza in the front courtyard of the Chu family. Capable of accommodating more than 10,000 individuals at once, the plaza was chosen as the location of the ceremony this time. In the center of the plaza, a particular statue of a dignified middle-aged man stood 10 meters tall. It was precisely the founder of the Chu family, Chu Zimai. According to the records of the Chu family, the ancestor, Chu Zimai, did not originate from the state of Qi as he was an outsider who had traveled here from a foreign land. For some reason, he did not end up leaving the state of Qi upon his arrival and opted to settle down here. With his profound and unfathomable cultivation, he soon established himself in the state of Qi, even getting married and having children here. Eventually, he ended up forming the Chu family that lasted till this very day. At this moment, the entire plaza was filled with a hubbub of voices. Many members of the family who were traveling in the outside world had returned on time and fathered in the plaza as if it was a family reunion. On the east side of the plaza, the elite disciples of the Chu family gathered together. Standing in the middle of the crowd was Chu Hongwei, the leader of the younger generation and Chu Zhongtian's biggest competitor this time. 20 years old this year, Chu Hongwei possessed mid-level 8 cultivation talent and was now in the 3rd layer of the body refining realm. Naturally, he was the strongest and most respected person amongst the younger generation. At this moment, he was surrounded by the crowd as they showered him with non-stop flattery and praises. He was enjoying this kind of vanity when he suddenly noticed a commotion not too far away from his side of the plaza. At that moment, he could not help but sweep his gaze over. A distance away, he noticed a young man around the age of 16 or 17, dressed in light blue, greeting everyone in the plaza with a smile on his face. Upon seeing this young man clad in blue, a cold glint flashed past Chu Hongwei's eyes. Although he had never seen Chu Zhongtian before, he had nevertheless heard rumors going around the Chu family about a certain peerless genius who had suddenly emerged within the family. According to what he heard from the people around him, Chu Zhongtian possessed top-level 8 cultivation talent. Despite having his meridians shattered before, he managed to recover and rise back up once again. In just 2 months' time, his combat strength reached the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm and led the Chu family's younger generation to seize first place in the hunting contest. Chu Zhongtian's performance had shocked Chu Hongwei deeply. Although he was also the leader of the younger generation, He had only managed to obtain 4th place during the hunting contest compared to Chu Zhongtian's 1st place. If things simply stayed this way, Chu Hongwei did not actually mind much. After all, over the past few centuries, many geniuses like him had emerged and disappeared soon after within the Chu family. The only thing that made Chu Hongwei dissatisfied and threatened was how rumors were spreading around the Chu family, saying how the patriarch and elders had attached great importance to Chu Zhongtian and favored him as the next heir of the Chu family. Chu Zhongtian as the next heir. Chu Hongwei was not convinced. Although his cultivation talent was not as good as Chu Zhongtian's, no one could say for sure which one of them would have greater achievements in the future. Furthermore, he was currently at the 3rd layer of the body refining realm. As long as he cultivated in seclusion for a while and used some precious resources to speed up his cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining realm in no time and rise up to become one of the top experts of the family. As for Chu Zhongtian, he was only at the 6th layer of the qi refining realm at the moment. It was also hard to say when he would break through to the 7th layer of the qi refining realm. Since his cultivation realm was so far inferior to his, what right did anyone have to make him the next heir of the family? Upon arriving at the plaza, Chu Zhongtian greeted everyone with whom he was familiar. Even when facing people he did not know, he would still take the initiative to greet them with a warm smile. Of course, Chu Zhongtian had detected the cold glint from Chu Hongwei's eyes. However, he did not pay much mind to him whatsoever. Even though he was only at the 7th layer of the qi refining realm, far from Chu Hongwei's current cultivation realm, he was confident that he could catch up to Chu Hongwei in no time, perhaps even surpass him. Not to mention, the selection of the next heir was entirely in the hands of the patriarch and the elders. To be more precise, the decision was in the hands of the experts of the Chu family. Thus, no matter what kind of plan he was scheming, he could be able to change that fact. If he were to be selected as the next heir, the Chu family would definitely protect him from any potential threats he would face in the future. Perhaps he would even deal with them in advance. Thus, Chu Zhongtian was not at all concerned about Chu Hongwei's hostility towards him. In fact, he even hoped for Chu Hongwei to be more hostile. Yuping, you're here. Chu Zhongtian quickly found Chu Yuping and the others after greeting a dozen or so acquaintances. Upon seeing them, he immediately squeezed his way over. Zhongtian, I didn't expect you to arrive so early, Chu Yuping said with a surprised voice as he looked at the time, not expecting Chu Zhongtian to arrive 20 whole minutes early. Looking back at his memories, Chu Zhongtian was essentially a cultivation addict who rarely cared about anything else, let alone arriving early at the ancestral worshipping ceremony. As the disciple of the Chu family, I will naturally attend the annual ancestral worshipping ceremony, Chu Zhongtian said in a joking manner. Xiao Tian, Chu Zhongba, Chu Xing, and the others are in front, Chu Yuping said as he pointed at Chu Zhongba, who was standing in the center of the group. I will stay with Brother Yuping, Chu Zhongtian said in a calm tone. Although he was undoubtedly the strongest person amongst the younger generation of the Chu family, there was no place for him in the center of the plaza according to this current status. In fact, his current position was already somewhat against the rules. Even so, with his current reputation, no one would pursue this small violation. At 3 o'clock sharp in the afternoon, Patriarch Chu Tianyun arrived at the plaza with 11 inner court elders and over 20 outer court elders. Upon their arrival, the entire plaza turned dead silent. Looking at the high-spirited expressions of Chu Tianyun and the other inner court elders, Chu Zhongtian reckoned that they had some sort of good news to share and announce. Otherwise, why would the usually calm Chu Tianyun lose his dignified composure at such a time? Fellow members of the Chu family, today is the annual ancestral worshipping ceremony of the Chu family. Chu Tianyun proceeded to talk about the origin and glory of the Chu family. Having long since heard of the same stories, Chu Zhongtian was naturally not interested in them at all. Thus, he pretended to listen carefully on the surface while slowly getting used to the changes in his body after breaking through earlier. No one knew what kind of joyous event took place to make the composed Chu Tianyun act like a completely different person today. Usually, his speeches would only last for a few minutes. However, he actually talked non-stop for more than half an hour this time. At first, the disciples below pretended to be listening attentively. But now, a small portion of them had already begun showing impatience on their faces. Upon seeing their expressions, the Grand Elder could not help but let out a light cough, reminding Chu Tianyun to end the speech as soon as possible. My fellow clansmen, the future glory of the Chu family will be entirely dependent on you, as it will also serve as your glory. Chu Tianyun ended the speech with these last few encouraging words. With that out of the way, everyone from the Chu family followed Chu Tianyun and commenced the ancestral worshipping ceremony. By the time they finished the standard procedure, more than an hour had already passed. Next was the highlight of the ceremony. At this time, the most outstanding individuals of different ages would display their strength one by one in order to win the attention of the patriarch and elders. At the same time, they would also be increasing their prestige and influence in the family. The event started with all the young and ordinary disciples going on stage to show their progress and capabilities. Due to their mediocre strength and prestige, however, the crowd was not very interested. Only the elite disciples of the adolescent generation who had reached the body-refining realm would incite any sort of excitement among the crowd. At that moment, one of the elite disciples displayed an intermediate martial skill known as the Tiger Fist, causing many people to cheer for him. Taking a few glances at his performance, Chu Zhongtian shook his head in disappointment. The Tiger Fist was an intermediate martial skill that was placed on the second floor of the library. Having gone through the library to select a suitable martial skill for himself, Chu Zhongtian had certainly come across that exact technique before. According to his understanding, there were two essential points of the Tiger Fist. The first was one's imposing aura, while the other was their brute strength. Imposing aura mimics the aura of the particular strange beast, used to intimidate one's opponent and stun them for a moment. Brute strength, crushing one's opponent with their strength alone. However, the Tiger Fist that the young elite disciple displayed just now did not have either of those two factors. The only thing he did was show flashy moves that lacked any sort of practical use. With all the young elite disciples of the adolescent generation done, the more famous elite disciples in recent years were up next on stage. When Chu Zhongba walked up the stage, the entire atmosphere of the plaza waited in suspense. After all, Chu Zhongba used to be the leader of the younger generation. With both great strength and outstanding talent, he naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. Even Chu Tianyun and the dozen or so elders watched in anticipation. But instead of using a powerful martial skill, Chu Zhongba used a particular fist technique. The unfamiliar fist technique not only surprised Chu Tianyun and the other experts of the family, but it even made Chu Zhongtian widen his eyes. This was because the fist technique that Chu Zhongba used was the first variation of the 8 trigram 6-joint fists that he had previously given him, the Qi extermination fist. Chu Zhongtian could feel the indomitable imposing aura concentrating Chu Zhongba's fist technique. For the first time, he was truly shocked by the power of a martial skill. After a period of cultivation, especially after breaking through, Chu Zhongtian felt that the fundamentals and basic martial skills were the most important. As long as he mastered basic martial skills, he didn't need to use any martial skills above his cultivation realm. However, after seeing Chu Zhongba use the Qi extermination fist, Chu Zhongtian's opinion began changing greatly as he felt that his previous thoughts were limited to a certain extent. If one could dominate the world with just the basic martial skills, then why would there be more advanced martial skills? As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian felt that his thoughts were still influenced by that of his original world. After casting the Qi extermination fist skill of 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, Chu Zhongba cupped his fists and walked down from the platform with an exhausted expression on his face. After that, the entire scene turned dead silent. Since Chu Zhongba had already gone up the stage, this meant that the famous Chu Zhongtian and Chu Hongwei were next. Usually, during such events, the last person to step on stage would definitely leave a lasting impression. Thus, neither Chu Zhongtian nor Chu Zhongwei took the initiative to step forth as they fought for their reputation. Looking at Chu Hongwei's relaxed look, Chu Zhongtian saw that he had no intentions of going up first. As such, without delaying things any longer, he took the lead and walked up the stage. Why is Zhongtian being so impatient? Seeing Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to step onto the platform, Chu Zhongba couldn't help but complain anxiously. The reason why Chu Zhongba went on the stage in advance was to force Chu Hongwei to go next. Since Chu Hongwei was essentially the representative of the younger generation, he would, according to tradition, have to go up next to show off the greatest strength of his generation. From Chu Zhongba's perspective, Chu Hongwei was the only one whose status can be compared to his. But to his surprise, Chu Zhongtian actually took the initiative to step forth first. As such, his meticulous plan was in vain. Upon going up on stage, Chu Zhongtian noticed the irritation in Chu Zhongba's eyes and smiled at him to show that he didn't need to worry. The reason why Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to step onto the stage was because he had already seen from the patriarch and the elders' eyes that no matter who took the initiative to step onto the stage first, it wouldn't affect the competition that followed. Not to mention, Chu Zhongtian would follow Grand Elder to the Luolin town tomorrow morning to train in the Endless Forest. Not willing to waste too much time here, he opted to go up on stage and get it over with. After greeting the people around him with cupped fists, Chu Zhongtian said, "Seniors and fellow clansmen, my name is Chu Zhongtian. I used to be a small shop assistant in a certain pharmacy within Luolin town. However, pitted by the heavens, I ended up being regarded highly by the patriarch and received the opportunity to cultivate once again, rising up all the way to where I am now in a short period of time. But since I only began cultivating recently, I have yet to learn any profound martial skills. Thus, I'll be showing you the power that I suddenly grasped during the hunting contest." After saying this, Chu Zhongtian made a request to Chu Tianyun and the others. "Patriarch elders, you won't be able to comprehend the power of the force that I mastered simply with your naked eye. Therefore, I hope that Patriarch may send 28th layer Qi refining realm cultivators up here for them to experience it themselves." "Very well," Chu Tian said without hesitation in the face of Chu Zhongtian's request as he nodded his head in approval. At the same time, his heart was filled with curiosity regarding the force that Chu Zhongtian possessed. It was certainly a rare opportunity to sense the power of the force at a close distance. Naturally, all the 8th layer Qi refining realm cultivators in the plaza wanted to experience it for themselves. Only after going through a lot of effort did Chu Tianyun pick out 18 individuals of the particular realm. As for the 2 remaining spots, Chu Tianyun and the Grand Elder would be filling them. "Xiao Tian, both Grand Elder and I would like to experience the power of the force. But you can stay rest assured as we'll remain a reasonable distance from you," Chu Tianyun asked with pleading tone as the 18 other individuals stood in front of Chu Zhongtian. "Of course you can," Chu Zhongtian replied instantly. Besides, he was only showing off his force, not using it in a life-and-death battle. As such, anyone would be able to feel it. Still lacking a deep understanding of the force, Chu Zhongtian could only emit the force within a radius of 10 meters around him. That was the reason why he specifically chose 20 people to test it out for him. "Alright, pay attention. I'll be activating my force now." Seeing that the 20 people were ready, Chu Zongtina took a step forward with his left leg and activated his unique force. At that moment, a divine aura rose from Chu Zhongtian's body, with the gentle breeze coming to a sudden stop within the area influenced by his imposing aura. The entire place within a radius of 10 meters around him turned into a vacuum. The relaxed expressions of the 20 individuals within the vacuum turned serious. Aside from Chu Tianyun and the Grand Elder, the others' expression bleached slightly pale, while some of them even had the urge to retreat. However, under the pressure of this imposing aura similar to the oppression of the heavens, they already found it extremely difficult to move their bodies, let alone retreating. At this point, even moving a single one of the fingers proved difficult. Among the 20 individuals within the vacuum, only Chu Tianyun and the Grand Elder were able to move however they wished. Even so, both of their expressions too turned solemn. After all, they were only able to keep control of their bodies because they were much stronger than Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian was at the 10th layer of the body refining realm, it would definitely be easy for him to slice off their heads under the effect of the force. Upon thinking of this, Chu Tianyun and the Grand Elder were both frightened. At the same time, they felt fortunate that the person who possessed such a force was a disciple of their Chu family. Chu Tianyun, who had already made up his mind, was now even more confident. He exchanged glances with Grand Elder and received a positive reply from him. Chu Tianyun then said, "Xiao Tian, you can retract your force now." Since it was the first time using the full power of his force on 20 people at once, Chu Zhongtian was barely able to maintain it for long and thus had to use his full concentration. Upon hearing Chu Tianyun's words, he quickly withdrew his force. When Chu Zhongtian and the 18 clansmen walked off the platform, Chu Hongwei, who wore a relaxed expression on his face, was just about to walk up next. However, his raised left leg suddenly stopped in midair upon hearing Chu Tianyun's following words. "All right, the demonstration of the elite disciples of both the younger generation and the adolescent generation has come to an end." Chu Tianyun instantly shot a glance of disgust at Chu Hongwei as announced the end of the ceremony mercilessly. "Damn it!" Seeing Chu Tianyun announce the end of the ceremony without hesitation, Chu Hongwei roared angrily in his heart. Originally, Chu Hongwei had prepared a powerful intermediate martial skill to increase his chances of winning. However, Chu Tianyun forcefully put his plan to an end, which caused him to be on the verge of exploding in rage. Even so, Chu Hongwei did not dare to complain. Instead, he could only look at the second elder, his biological father, standing in the plaza. Upon seeing his son's questioning gaze, the second elder's gaze surged with mixed feelings and a great sense of disappointment. As the second elder of the Chu family, it could be said that he was second only to Chu Tianyun in terms of power and influence in the Chu family. Despite being ranked higher than the second elder, the Grand Elder was obsessed with concocting pills and lacked any sort of interest in fighting for power within the Chu family. As for Patriarch Chu Tianyun, he only deals with the more important matters within the family and spends the rest of his time on his cultivation. Thus, the second elder would usually handle the smaller matters in the Chu family, naturally increasing his reputation and influence within the family. It was precisely of his current identity that Chu Hongwei ended up acting so arrogant and conceited, fully confident that he was capable of being the next heir. Even so, the second elder knew very well that his great power was only a mere facade. He may seem to have a lot of power within the family, but that was only under the premise that Patriarch Chu and the Grand Elder did not step in to make a decision. If the two of them expressed their stances at the same time, then his authority would be reduced drastically. Moreover, there was also that old ancestor backing up the Chu family in the shadows. If that old ancestor spoke up, not to mention the second elder, but even both the Patriarch and Grand Elder would not be able to oppose him. It was precisely because he had a good understanding of the internal affairs within the family that second elder decided to let Chu Hongwei compete for the position of the successor. However, he had been busy with the ancestral ceremony during this period of time, so he had forgotten to remind Chu Hongwei to give up on his way of thinking about the competition. He hoped that Chu Hongwei would lower his status and try to please Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the anger and unwillingness in his son's eyes, second elder could not help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he also decided to make his son apologize to Chu Zhongtian. "My fellow clansmen, don't leave just yet, for I have something very important to announce." Chu Tianyun hurriedly reminded everyone just as they were about to leave the plaza after he announced the end of the ceremony. "I have stood in the position of the Patriarch for 12 years now. I dare not say how much glory I've brought to the Chu family during those years, but it's fact that I didn't lead the Chu family to the point of collapse." He first evaluated himself before pausing for a moment to give everyone some time to think. When everyone had more or less digested the information, Chu Tianyun continued, "Currently, the development of the family has reached a critical period. In order to make the family more cohesive and shine brightly once again, I have, after discussing with the elders, decided to announce the near heir of the family ahead of time." As Chu Tianyun's voice gradually faded away, a great shock jolted through the minds of everyone present. According to the tradition of the Chu family, the heir would usually be chosen 5 years before the Patriarch steps down from their position. In those 5 years, the Patriarch would nurture the successor so that they can take over the position smoothly. Chu Tianyun had also gone through this process in the past. Throughout the many centuries of the Chu family's existence, the Patriarch had only ever chosen their successor in advance once before. The reason was that the Patriarch 300 years ago died in an unfortunate accident. Thus, he had no choice but to select the successor in advance. Could it be that something had happened to Chu Tianyun? But when they saw Chu Tianyun's current appearance, not to mention that he did not have long to live, he might even live to be 100 years old. Since he did not come across any accidents, how could he break the tradition and choose the successor ahead of time? Among the people present, other than the few who had received the news beforehand, the rest of them all revealed expressions of disbelief. There were even a few older clansmen who began interrogating their direct descendants about what had happened. Chu Tianyun had already expected the shocked reactions of the people in the square. In fact, he had never thought that he would choose an heir ahead of time. This was because in the tradition of the Chu family that had existed for hundreds of years, there were also people who had broken through to the Qi transformation realm and continued to hold the position of the patriarch for as long as 10 more years. This time, the decision to choose the successor ahead of time was decided upon by the old ancestor. As such, Chu Tianyun naturally couldn't go against his orders even if he wanted to. Furthermore, the old ancestor had directly chosen Chu Zhongtian as the successor, which shocked Chu Tianyun. However, he could nevertheless accept his decision. Grand Elder, you will be the one to announce the next successor. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Chu Tianyun took a step back and let the highly respected Grand Elder announce the name of the successor. Looking at the chaotic scene down below, Grand Elder knitted his brows and coughed a few times. After everyone quieted down, the Grand Elder announced, "After discussing the matter with the Patriarch and the other inner court elders, we have finally decided on the next successor." Speaking up to this point, the Grand Elder suddenly paused for a moment and swept his gaze across the people below before exclaiming, "Chu Zhongtian, impossible! How could it be him? Great! Young Master Tian has finally become the young patriarch. Is there no one else in the family suitable for the position? How could they choose a young brat who is still wet behind the ears as the young patriarch? I refuse to accept this." After the Grand Elder announced that the heir was Chu Zhongtian, the crowd in the plaza suddenly erupted in an uproar. Among them were voices of opposition, approval, doubt, and even indifference. The ones who approved of Chu Zhongtian as the successor were the disciples of the younger generation, while the ones opposing the decision were that of the adolescent generation. As for the one questioning the decision, it was the people of the middle-aged generation. Having anticipated this type of reaction from the crowd, the Grand Elder and Chu Tianyun came fully prepared and remained calm. In fact, they simply allowed them to bustle in discussion. "I refuse to accept this." Seeing that the Patriarch and the other elders didn't explain why they chose Chu Zhongtian as young Patriarch, Chu Hongwei took a few steps forward and strongly opposed their decision. "And why can't you accept this?" the Grand Elder asked with knitted brows upon noticing that the one opposing was the second elder's son. He then questioned him in an unfriendly tone and cast a doubtful gaze at the second elder. After all, the decision to pick Chu Zhongtian as the successor had been discussed with all 11 inner court elders prior to this event. Even the second elder had voted in favor of the decision at that time, so why was his son the first one to object it? Second elder was rendered speechless in the face of the Grand Elder's unhappy expression. He could only smile helplessly while lowering his head. "Grand Elder, then I'll explain to you why I object this decision." Since this matter was related to his future, Chu Hongwei was prepared to throw caution to the wind as he spoke in an intense voice. "In terms of strength, I am already at the 3rd layer peak of the body refining realm. It will take me at most 3 months to break through to the 4th layer of the body refining realm. As for Chu Zhongtian, he is only at the 6th layer of the Qi refining period, so how could he possibly surpass me?" Chu Hongwei's first explanation immediately won the support of many people because they also felt that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was too low. If word spread around about how the successor of the Chu family was but a mere young man in the Qi refining realm, it would definitely damage the reputation of the Chu family. "I am a direct descendant of the Chu family while my father, the second elder, holds a high position in the Chu family. On the other hand, Chu Zhongtian is simply a disciple of our branch family and an orphan without any parents. What right does he have to be chosen over me?" Chu Hongwei's rebuttal rendered the people who originally wanted to support him speechless. After all, there were very few direct descendants in the Chu family. In fact, most of them were members of the branch family and outsiders who were loyal to the family. His words were obviously looking down on these people who had lower status than him. So why should I object? The Chu family values martial arts and is famous for their outstanding skill in alchemy. Furthermore, our ancestors advocate the use of morals to persuade others and to manage the family, giving suggestions here and there. Grand Elder Patriarch, I feel that your decision will only harm the development of the Chu family, which thus justifies my doubts. Chu Hongwei's third reason for objecting the decision came from one of the rules of Chu family, which was out of everyone's expectation. Chu Hongwei, I had always thought that you were an unwise warrior. I never thought you would become so smart after a few years of training, the Grand Elder said with a smile when he saw Chu Hongwei's objection. Grand Elder, it doesn't matter whether I am a warrior or not. What matters is how you answer my question. For the sake of young Patriarch's position, Chu Hongwei no longer cared about anything else. At this point, he certainly wasn't afraid of offending Grand Elder. If he could turn the tables today, even if he offended Grand Elder, he would still have a chance to ease the relationship between him and Grand Elder in the future. However, if he ended up failing, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stay in Chu family anymore. Perhaps his life might even be in danger. Because of this reason, the second elder, who originally wanted to berate his son, opted to remain silent and let him do whatever he wanted. As long as he didn't step forward to help, even if Chu Hongwei failed today, given his status and prestige, it wouldn't be a problem for him to protect his son. Chu Hongwei, allow me to refute your claims, Chu Zhongtian exclaimed upon seeing Chu Tianyun's face turned livid, the Grand Elder laughing in anger, and the second elder remaining silent. He knew full well that he needed to step forth now. If he didn't want to be young Patriarch, he could choose to stay silent or even leave early. But since he absolutely needed that position, he had no choice but to refute at that moment. I wonder just how the future young Patriarch will respond to my objections. Chu Hongwei laughed in his heart when he saw Chu Zhongtian taking the initiative to step forward. The reason why he took the risk to offend Grand Elder just now was precisely to drag Chu Zhongtian into the conversation. Since the Grand Elder has a lot of experience in such matters, he would easily be able to refute Chu Hongwei's objections after recovering from his initial shock. But could the same be said for Chu Zhongtian? Figuring that Chu Zhongtian was still young and inexperienced, Chu Hongwei assumed that it would be impossible for him to give everyone a satisfactory answer. He also intended to take advantage of this opportunity to make Chu Zhongtian lose fact in front of the whole family and humiliate him to the point where he would be embarrassed to take over the position of the young Patriarch. Chu Hongwei, I will use 3 counter-arguments to refute your 3 reasons for opposing my succession, Chu Zhongtian said in a relaxed manner as the corners of his mouth curled up. Chu Hongwei, you are already 20 years old this year. Having started cultivating at the age of 16, you've been using countless precious resources to improve your cultivation over the past 4 years. Even then, you've barely managed to break through to the 3rd layer of the body refining realm. But what about me? I'm only 17 this year. With my meridians being damaged for nearly a whole year, I've only started cultivating again 2 months ago, yet I'm already at the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm and on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. What right do you have to say that I'm weaker than you? Chu Zhongtian spoke with an increasingly intense tone. That's right. If young Master Tian hadn't mentioned that to me, I wouldn't have even thought about it. To actually break through 6 minor realms in the span of 2 months, he must certainly be some sort of genius. Yeah, I spent nearly 2.5 years, yet I've only broken through to the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm myself. With young Master Tian's talent, couldn't he very well surpass Chu Hongwei within a single year? After all, Chu Zhongtian's meridians had been damaged for nearly a whole year. Having been sent to Luolin town at that time, he laid low and stayed out of everyone's sight. As such, everyone forgot that he had not cultivated for almost a whole year. It was only after hearing his words that they suddenly recalled something. He had only used 2 months to break through a total of 6 minor realms. With his speed of cultivation, it would certainly not take long for him to catch up to Chu Hongwei. The ones who initially doubted Chu Zhongtian's cultivation and strength immediately changed their minds and started supporting him instead. Chu Hong was rendered speechless, never expecting Chu Zhongtian to refute his statements using such logic and reasoning. In fact, Chu Hongwei had no way of refuting his counter-argument whatsoever, as both his talent and comprehension ability were incredibly shocking. As for your second reason of objection, Chu Hongwei, I can only say one thing about it. You're simply an ignorant fool, Chu Zhongtian shouted as he jumped onto the high platform and pointed at the rest of the Chu family members in the plaza. Chu Hongwei, turn around and take a look. Look at the people behind you. Most of them are from the branch of the Chu family, as well as outsiders who have been working for the Chu family all these years. Without them, would the Chu family have become one of the 3 great families in the state of Qi? If they had not poured their blood, sweat, and tears every day for the sake of our Chu family, do you think you'd be living your current peaceful life right now? If they had not worked their hearts out during their time outside the family, do you think you'd have enough resources to help you in your cultivation? Do you think you'd have broken through to the body-refining realm at the age of 20? Chu Hongwei, in exchange for your worry-free life, these people had to work extremely hard every single day. So how dare you look down on them? Do you still have any conscience left in you? The last sentence can be considered to have been said by Chu Zhongtian with his utmost sincerity. If he hadn't transmigrated and obtained the ability to replicate techniques, he would most likely have been standing among the crowd that Chu Hongwei was looking down on today. Thus, Chu Zhongtian could be said to have uttered those words earnestly. At the same time, those exact words of his touched the hearts of all the branch disciples present. Well said. That's right. Chu Zhongtian, you've spoken everything we would have wanted to say in our stead. We've been toiling in the outside world all for the sake of the Chu family, not for letting such a shameless person like Chu Hongwei live a comfortable life. Yeah, if it weren't for us working so hard to earn the spirit stones and other cultivation resources, how could Chu Hongwei have broken through to the body-refining realm? Chu Zhongtian, you're slandering me. That's not what meant at all. Chu Zhongtian's explanation and everyone's reaction made Chu Hongwei realize that he had just made a crucial mistake, a rather fatal one in fact. In other words, even if he managed to defeat Chu Zhongtian today, he would not be the one having the last laugh. On the other hand, the second objection raised by Chu Hongwei actually sounded reasonable in the hearts of the disciples of the Chu family. After all, they have never once considered the disciples of the branch families as the cornerstones of their growth. This was also the reason why none of the elders present felt disgusted by Chu Hongwei's argument. The members of the branch families could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Chu Zhongtian's arguments had not only provoked thought in the minds of the clansmen but also the disciples of direct descent within the Chu family. Even Chu Tianyun and the other elders had fallen into deep thought upon hearing his words. Back then, the founder of the Chu family, Chu Zimai, had left behind an ancestral instruction that the position of patriarch could not be handed down from generation to generation so that only those with the ability could take over the position of patriarch. Perhaps the ancestor of the Chu family had already considered this reason. Thinking of this, the members of the Chu family could not help but cast their gazes towards the center of the square, fixed on the statue of the founder of the Chu family, Chu Zimai. Chu Hongwei, as for the third reason, what I want to tell you is that you better not misinterpret the clan rules left behind by our ancestors. One can certainly take chances putting forward suggestions for the clan rules, but only when the patriarchs and elders disagree with it. Seeing Chu Hongwei's gloomy and ashen face, Chu Zhongtian continued to attack and refute his questions. Patriarch, elders, regarding the decision on who will become the successor, did you all agree on voting unanimously? Chu Zhongtian turned around and asked the patriarch and the other inner court elders. That's right. Including my vote, a total of 12 votes have passed. Chu Tianyun affirmed Chu Zhongtian as he looked at him with endless praise. Chu Tianyun never thought that Chu Zhongtian would be able to neutralize Chu Hongwei's attack so easily. Chu Hongwei, since the patriarch and the elders have unanimously agreed, what right do you have to question the Grand Elder's decision? What right do you have to oppose the patriarch and the elders' decision? These two consecutive attacks dealt critical hits to Chu Hongwei's stance. At this moment, He was just like a paralyzed dog that had fallen into a pool of water. Looking at the ashen face of Second Elder, Chu Zhongtian did not say anything else. He bowed to the crowd below before jumping off the platform and standing amongst them. Good. I agree. Is there anyone who doesn't approve of young Master Tian taking over the position of the young patriarch? If so, I will fight him to the death. It's our honor to have a genius like young Master Tian in our Chu family. After Chu Zhongtian jumped off the platform, the crowd immediately burst into cheers. A few of the younger generation who had a good relationship with him took the lead and cheered aloud. Looking at the excited crowd below, Chu Tianyun and Grand Elder secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They fully anticipated that their sudden announcement of the successor would definitely create a huge wave and cause them to be called into question. However, they never expected Chu Zhongtian to come up with such a brilliant rebuttal and win over the clansman's heart without even needing them to step in and help him. This was something that never would have expected. Within the tranquil, elegant pavilion, four beautiful girls could be seen staring at Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the seat of honor. Their eyes filled with infatuation as waves of emotions stirred up in their hearts. Having learned about what had happened in the afternoon back at the square from the guards, they were shocked by how Chu Zhongtian managed to attain the position of the young patriarch and pleasantly surprised by Chu Zhongtian's brilliant display of his debating skills. They would definitely be able to take pride in serving such a person. After being put through a test for a period of time, Chu Zhongtian was now able to face these four beauties calmly. As such, he now allowed them to enter and exit the courtyard freely while serving him in his daily life. Chun Xiang, you guys can go down first. Feeling the infatuation in the eyes of the four girls, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of joy in his heart. In spite of everything, Chu Zhongtian was a man with normal physiology. Thus, he naturally felt proud of himself for obtaining the adoration of these four girls. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian held complete control over his emotions, so he quickly erased the traces of joy fluttering about his heart. Besides, since Chu Fan was still in the Great Hall, he could only tell the four girls to take their leave for the time being. Xiao Tian, I knew that you possessed great talent and perception, but I never expected you to be so eloquent, Chu Fan said with mixed emotions after the four beauties left the hall. As the 8th-ranked inner court elder of the Chu family, Chu Fan have witnessed everything that took place back at the square. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's previous display of his eloquence, he only had one word to describe what he felt after hearing it. Admiration. 8th uncle, stop joke around. Let's get down to business. Chu Zhongtian waved his hand, not wanting to continue talking about this topic. All right, Xiao Tian, could you consider canceling your trip to the Endless Forest? Setting the topic aside, Chu Fan instantly put on the demeanor of an court elder and attempted to persuade Chu Zhongtian from taking such risks. After all, Chu Zhongtian's status and identity had changed drastically from before. As the young patriarch of the Chu family now, he essentially held power on par with an elder of the family. Thus, Chu Fan needed him to consider his own safety first and foremost. 8th uncle, you don't have to say anything else as I won't be changing my mind anytime soon. Chu Zhongtian spoke with a firm, confident tone. Chu Zhongtian knew full well that Chu Fan had good intentions and was only thinking about his safety. However, if he had to stay in the family forever simply for the sake of his own safety after becoming the young patriarch, he would rather give up on the position. Very well. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm stance, Chu Fan did not say anything else. After all, Chu Zhongtian's status was not any lower than his now, so there were some things that he simply could not say to him like before. Xiao Tian, you've gone into the Endless Forest for a period of time before. Since you should be fully aware of the dangers within by now, I guess I don't have much to say to you. But this time, I came here to give you a few things. As a matter of fact, Chu Zhongtian had caught attention of the package on the table next to Chu Fan long ago, but he was just too embarrassed to ask about it. A set of semi-spirit armor, capable of defend against 3 attacks from any cultivators below the 5th layer of the body refining realm. 1 bottle of high-rank 9th grade healing pill, capable of heal one's injuries in an instant. 1 bottle of mid-rank 9th grade chi replenishing pill, with a total of 10 pills within. A single one can replenishing the spiritual power of a 10th layer Qi refining realm cultivator in just a breath's time. Chu Fan had only given him 3 items, but each of them was equivalent to that of a treasure, especially the semi-spirit armor. After all, it could very well save one's life during a situation of life and death. After handing the items over to Chu Zhongtian, Chu Fan stood up and said, "Shao Tian, the most dangerous things within the endless forest aren't the strange beasts, but rather human cultivators. If you ever come across them, don't hesitate to run away or kill them on the spot." Chu Zhongtian nodded and humbly heeded his piece of advice. Luolin Town was a place that held one of the Chu family's bases of operation dealing with raw materials. Usually, there would be a body refining realm cultivator placed there just in case anything happens. On the second day of the new year, the entire Luolin Town bustled with celebration as red lanterns could be seen hanging everywhere around the Chu's pharmacy. As the shopkeeper of the pharmacy and the strongest person in the pharmacy, Chu he didn't return to the Lu city to participate in the family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, but he was able to find out what was happening in the family through a special method. Chu he and the others had already found out about what had happened in the square during the afternoon of New Year's Eve through a special method. They were still puzzled by the fact that Chu Zhongtian, who had only left Luolin Town for more than a month, had suddenly become the young patriarch. "Chu he, do you think we're getting old? Our scope for opportunities are gradually turning more shallow with each passing day," the manager said in a desolate tone as he placed down the cup of wine in his hand. Raising the wine cup, Chu he indicated for them to drink it. After gulping everything down in one go, Chu he said helplessly, "We might really be getting old." "That's right. I never thought that Shao Tian would end up being so outstanding. In just 2 months, not only did he break through to the 6th layer of the Qi refining period, he also won the first place in the hunting contest. I reckon it would be difficult for anyone to believe if news of this spreads out." The manager recalled Chu Zhongtian, who came to Luolin Town a year ago, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Luolin Town, the backyard of Chu's pharmacy. The manager, who was holding the wine cup and sighing with emotion, had a change of expression. He quickly took out a round jade button from his pocket. The jade button, which should have been pure white, suddenly had 3 red spots on it. "Chu he, hurry up and make preparations. An important guest has arrived," the manager quickly said as he put away the jade button that was specially used to maintain contact with the family. Half an hour later, a black shadow gradually appeared in the sky above Luolin Town. As the black shadow slowly approached, the area covered up by it became increasingly bigger. "That's the mid-rank 9th grade strange beast, Purple Gold Hawk. I wonder which elder came over." Staring at the approaching black shadow, Chu he wondered with a serious expression. As the finest mount in the Chu family, the Purple Gold Hawk was reserved specially for the patriarch and the 11 inner court elders. In addition, according to the usual practice, during the second day of the new year, the elders of the Chu family would either be busy receiving guests or interacting with friends. Basically, no one could come to Luolin Town for an inspection during this period of time. Grand Elder Chu Zhongtian. When the Purple Gold Hawk gradually landed in the open space in the backyard of the pharmacy, the manager revealed a surprised expression upon seeing the Grand Elder, Chu Zhongtian, and 5 other powerful guards sitting on the back of the Purple Gold Hawk. "Manager, long time no see. Have you been well recently?" After the Purple Gold Hawk landed, Chu Zhongtian jumped down and ran to the manager in 2 or 3 steps, greeting him with an excited expression. Ever since his meridian was damaged, causing him to be sent to Luolin Town a year ago, the manager had done his best to take good care of him in life and treated him kindly. Furthermore, after he obtained the ability to cultivate again, the manager even took out a low-rank 9th grade spirit stone and other kinds of pills for him to use in his cultivation. He would always remember the manager's kindness in his heart. "I'm still the same as before." The manager was too touched by Chu Zhongtian's excited greeting, not expecting Chu Zhongtian to still act the same as before after becoming the young patriarch. This naturally made him very happy. "Grand Elder, why are you here?" After exchanging a few simple words with Chu Zhongtian, the manager and Chu he quickly walked in front of Grand Elder and greeted him respectfully. Although the Grand Elder was not the strongest person within the Chu family, he was nevertheless the most respected one. After all, he played an important role in more than half of the achievements accomplished by the family. Everyone, including the patriarch himself, felt the same way about him. It has been so many years, yet you're still unable to let go of that matter and refuse to return to the family. Instead of answering his questions, the Grand Elder started complaining about the manager's stubbornness. Grand Elder, let's not bring up the matters of the past. Come, let's head over to the drawing room. With the Grand Elder mentioning the sad incident that took place in the past, the manager quickly changed the topic as he did not want the others to know about it. All right then. Seeing that the manager wanted to change the topic, the Grand Elder could only nod his head helplessly and follow him to the drawing room. On the other hand, instead of following them into the drawing room, Chu Zhongtian quietly left through the back door of the pharmacy. You don't have to worry about him. He came to the Luolin town to train in the Endless Forest. Noticing that the manager wanted to stop Chu Zhongtian, the Grand Elder hurriedly stopped him. Grand Elder, Xiaotian is only in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. It's still too dangerous for him to train in the Endless Forest alone. Shouldn't we send a few experts to protect him from the shadows? The managed said anxiously as he looked at Chu Zhongtian departing figure. Xiaotian is built different compared to us. He's just like a hidden dragon who had temporarily been trapped in shallow waters. If he seeks to become a true dragon, he can only rely on his own power to walk down his own path, the Grand Elder said with a calm expression as Chu Zhongtian disappeared from their sights. In fact, the Grand Elder and the Chu family's old ancestor had similar attitudes towards Chu Zhongtian. As a peerless genius, Chu Zhongtian would only need to be provided with sufficient cultivation resources. As for the rest of his matters, he would have to deal with them on his own. Taking unnecessary care of him now would only hinder his cultivation progress. The reason why Chu Zhongtian was in a hurry to leave was because he wanted to enter Endless Forest before anyone noticed him. Despite disguising himself and leaving Lu City in secret, Chu Zhongtian believed that it would not take long before the members of the other 3 great families discovers that he had left the territory of the Chu family and was now going to the Endless Forest for training. As said in the name, no one knew exactly how large of an area was covered by the Endless Forest. Thus, if one wanted to find a person in the seemingly boundless forest, they would need to bring a sufficient number of people and a certain amount of luck. In fact, Chu Zhongtian was completely unaware that in less than half an hour after he left the Lu City with the Grand Elder, the Lu family, the Wang family, and the royal family had already received news of his whereabouts. The incident that happened in the square of Chu family on the afternoon of New Year's Eve was too important, so the Chu family didn't need to deliberately publicize it. Even so, the other families soon received the news that Chu Zhongtian, who was in the limelight, had become the successor of Chu family. Thus, the forces already paying close attention to him became even more alert of him. It was precisely because of this that they were able to get the news of his whereabouts so quickly. However, each of the 3 families who got the news reacted differently to them. After Qi Heng learned that Chu Zhongtian had secretly left Lu City and went to Endless Forest to train alone, he did not immediately send out experts to hunt him down. Instead, he called Qi Yilung to his study and passed a secret order to him. After Lu Xiaozong from the Lu family found out that Chu Zhongtian had gone to the Endless Forest to train, he simply put the information aside. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted by the assassination of Chu Zhongtian, but what he valued more was the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun in the Yulong Mountain on the 8th of March. If Lu Yongjun could defeat Chu Zhongtian in Yulong Mountain, his influence in the Qi country would reach the pinnacle, and he would become the #1 genius of the century white in the Lu family. At the same time, this matter would also allow the Lu family to expand its influence once more. Of course, if Chu Zhongtian failed to come back alive, Lu Xiaozong would not pity him either. After all, Chu Zhongtian's potential was far too terrifying. Who knew just how strong he would become in a month and a half? As for the Wang family's Wang Hai, after learning that Chu Zhongtian was going to Endless Forest to train alone, the first thing he did was to send out a cultivator of the initial body refining realm, along with 20 other cultivators of the 9th layer Qi refining realm, to go after Chu Zhongtian in secret. Looking at the disguised cultivators of his Wang family setting out, Wang Hai said with a ferocious expression, "Little brat, since you actually dared to destroy the younger generation of my Wang family, I will make you pay for it with your life." More than 10 days had passed since the end of the hunting contest. Naturally, Wang Hai had already learned how Wang Chao and the others were killed. All the elite disciples of the Wang family's younger generation had been killed, and the murdered was precisely Chu Zhongtian. At this moment, Wang Hai's hatred towards Chu Zhongtian had reached its pinnacle. This was also one of the reasons why he immediately sent several of the family's experts to hunt Chu Zhongtian down upon receiving the news of his whereabouts. As for why Wang Hai did not send out the other stronger experts, it was because he realized the sudden influx of experts around the territory of the Wang family ever since this morning. He was fully aware that those experts were sent there by the Chu family to monitor them. Thus, sending anyone stronger than the expert of the initial body refining realm would only put the entire Wang family at risk. It had only been a month since Chu Zhongtian left Endless Forest. After returning to the Endless Forest once more, he was filled with a mix of complicated emotions. The last time he came to the Endless Forest, he was only an ordinary cultivator at best. Even when he left the Endless Forest, he was still a rookie without any combat experience. But now, Chu Zhongtian had returned to the Endless Forest as a top expert with rich combat experience and his cultivation base at the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. This was indeed a dramatic arrangement of fate. After organizing the items that he casually brought along with him, Chu Zhongtian dashed into the range of a low-rank 10th stage strange beast. This time, he entered the Endless Forest alone with the intention of training himself. In order to make the best use of his time here, he had to fight against strange beasts around the same level as him. Not to mention, most of the pills he replicated were mainly of the 9th grade. At this point, the corpses of the low-rank 10th grade strange beasts could no longer satisfy his needs. As such, after entering their range, he increased his speed and ignored them instead of stopping to fight them. If he ever encountered a low-rank 10th grade strange beast in his path, he would try his best to avoid it. Otherwise, he would simply decimate it with a single punch. With his current combat strength that allows him to challenge opponents of a higher level, mere low-rank 10th grade strange beasts were not at all capable of slowing him down. Other than that, the only few times he stopped were when he discovered some precious herbs. However, when he got into the vicinity of the mid-rank 10th grade strange beasts, he would need to approach them with a bit more caution. Compared to the strange beasts in the hunting grounds, the strange beasts in the Endless Forest were much wilder and stronger. Even so, in the face of Chu Zhongtian, who was capable of challenging opponents stronger than him, the mid-rank 10th grade strange beasts were still not that big of a threat. But when he entered the range of the high-rank 10th grade strange beasts or ones that were even stronger than that, he had no choice but to stop moving and approach cautiously from the side. This time he was facing a jade white python, a peak mid-rank 10th grade strange beast. As the king of all snakes, the jade white python was an extremely formidable strange beast. The jade white python in front of him was 30 meters long with a diameter of more than a meter. Judging from its size, it was most likely a peak mid-rank 10th grade strange beast that would soon break through to the high rank. At this moment, the jade white python stuck out its blood-red tongue and moved its mouth back and forth. Its pair of tiny and cold eyes were filled with blood, while its white jade-like body emitted an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Looking at the jade white python showing its aggression, Chu Zhongtian's expression turned a little more serious. The strength of a peak mid-rank 10th strange beast was around the same as that of a cultivator in the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. But since the jade white python was the king of all snakes, its strength was most likely closer to that of a cultivator in the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm. Despite remaining fearless in its presence, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to let his guard down even for a moment. The only thing that made his wary of the jade white python was that it possessed a special kind of energy that emitted an extremely chilling aura around its vicinity, capable of freezing all living things within a certain radius in a very short period of time. Taking in a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian drew out a top-grade 10 refinement steel blade he obtained from the hunting contest. Activating his movement techniques, he then rushed towards the jade white python. The best way to kill a serpent-type strange beast was to take the initiative to attack. This was because apart from its sharp fangs, the serpent-type strange beast also had a terrifying force that could compress space, as well as a rather troublesome tail that lashes attacks near impossible to defend against for someone of his cultivation level. With his extreme speed and sword technique, Chu Zhongtian dodged the jade white python's attack in a flash. Moving into closer to its lower abdomen, he directly sloshed down on its body. Though the slippery body of the snake caused the steel blade to miss its target slightly, it nevertheless left behind a shallow cut that created a burst of sparks on the snake's body. At that moment, the jade white python suddenly twisted its head around and opened its mouth wide to swallow Chu Zhongtian whole. In spite of the failed attack, Chu Zhongtian did not panic in the slightest, as he twisted his body in an incredible way to avoid the fangs of the jade white python. Lifting the steel blade up and leaping into the air impressively, he immediately stabbed down into the lower end of the jade white python's python. As the saying goes, when hitting a snake, one must strike it on its vital point. In fact, the low part of the jade white python's forehead was its vital point. This was something Chu Zhongtian had read in the records left behind in the reading pavilion of the Chu family. Moreover, the top-grade 10 refinement steel blade was an extremely blade commonly used by Qi refining realm cultivators. At that most, the sharp tip of the blade instantly stabbed into the jade white python's forehead, causing a few drops of blood that contained traces of cold air to flow out. Having its vital point struck down upon, the jade white python writhed in agonizing pain as its gigantic body rubbed against the ground. Damn it! Twisting its body around in pain, the jade white python suddenly shook its head with all its might and flicked him away from the steel blade stuck on its head, disarming him. Without a top-grade weapon in hand, defeating a powerful strange beast such as this python would be 10 times more difficult. The jade white python twisted its body a few more times, barely managing to withstand the immense pain and ignoring the steel blade stabbed into its forehead. Facing the sky and letting out a hissing sound, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of white gas. After being disarmed now that his steel blade was stuck on the forehead of the jade white python, Chu Zhongtian put on his guard against it using a special skill. Thus, when the jade white python raised its head to the sky and let out a loud hiss, he knew it was going to activate its special skill. Looking at the white gas that was shooting towards him, Chu Zhongtian dashed forward instead of retreating, while focusing all his attention on its vital point. Reacting quickly, Chu Zhongtian dodged the attack entirely without coming into contact with the white gas. Despite dodging the white gas, Chu Zhongtian could not help but feel a sudden chill shivering down his spine as his limbs stiffened slightly. That was a close call. Chu Zhongtian's heart lingered with fear upon detecting the cold aura coming from behind him. If he had reacted even a single second slower, even if the white gas had only brushed past his skin, he would have been frozen into a popsicle by now. After using all his spiritual power to disperse the cold aura from his body, Chu Zhongtian clenched down his fist and struck down on the jade white python's vital point. Afraid that a single punch would be ineffective, Chu Zhongtian sent out 3 additional punches in a short period of time on the exact same spot. Although he didn't use any force, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refining realm. As such, the force of his 4 fist strikes had penetrated through the tough skin of the jade white python, attacking its vital point. The white gas that the jade white python spurted out just now was a special kind of energy created at a cost of 2/3 of its own energy. Having used up so much of its energy, its defenses naturally decreased, which made it unable to withstand Chu Zhongtian's attacks at his full strength, let alone 4 of them. Seeing the 30-meter-long python crashing to the ground, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. This was the first time he had faced such a powerful strange beast. Although the battle against it was extremely dangerous, the experience he gained from it was nevertheless rewarding. Since the endless forest was filled with all kinds of dangers, Chu Zhongtian could not spare any time to adjust his breathing. Instead, he immediately walked towards the jade white python and pulled the steel blade out from its forehead. Immediately after, he walked towards the jade white python's abdomen, which was the vital point where he had struck down 4 times consecutively on just now. Before its death, the jade white python was only taught because it was protected by its spiritual power. Even a top-grade 10 refinements weapon would not be able to pierce through its skin. However, now that the corpse of the jade white python had begun to soften, Chu Zhongtian did not waste any effort in harvesting its inner core. Looking at the inner core the size of a fingernail, A hint of joy flashed across Chu Zhongtian's face. The inner core is the most valuable item held within the body of a strange beast, similar to the dantian of a human cultivator. It serves at the storage containing the strange beast's spiritual power, each containing a large amount. Although the spiritual power contained within the inner core could not be directly absorbed, it could, on the other hand, be used to refine certain precious pills. Moreover, the inner core in Chu Zhongtian's hand was an inner core from a king-level strange beast. Naturally, the pills refined using it would end up being ones of higher quality. Carefully putting away the inner core, Chu Zhongtian circled around the surroundings. After confirming not a single movement in the vicinity, he bent over and placed his left hand on the wound of the jade white python. Then, he started the replication process and began duplicating the pills. Although the jade white python's strength had reached the 7th layer of the qi refining period and was known as the king of snakes, the white gas it shot out just now had consumed most of its energy, causing the energy contained in the corpse to be reduced greatly. Thus, Chu Zhongtian could not replicate as many pills as he initially expected. Looking at the jade white python that had completely turned into powder, Chu Zhongtian stored away the duplicated pills. Instead of leave immediately after, he analyzed his surroundings carefully. As the king of snakes, the jade white python existed as one of the absolute overlords amongst the 10th grade strange beasts that other ordinary 10th grade strange beasts would not dare to provoke. Furthermore, the lair of a king-level beast like it would usually contain rare treasures. As such, Chu Zhongtian planned to locate the lair of the jade white python. Since the jade white python emitted a cold aura wherever it slithered, all the flowers and plants came into contact with were stained with that cold aura. Following its trail, Chu Zhongtian did not need to spend much effort to locate the lair of the jade white python. At the bottom of a small hill that protruded out slightly, there existed a passageway that was nearly 2 meters in diameter with an unknown depth. In this world, snakes, strange beasts of the Yin attribute, tend to dwell within dark and damp places in order to absorb the Yin attribute energy into their bodies. Thus, the jade white python chose a place of such qualities as its lair. As Chu Zhongtian walked past the relatively wide cave entrance into the tunnel, he could clearly feel the air around him turning much more humid and colder. In order to counteract that aura, he circulated the spiritual energy in his dantian continuously to drive away the cold aura. With the gigantic body of the jade white python, the tunnel it carved out was naturally both wide and long. Only after exploring the tunnels for more than 10 minchus did he finally arrive at its lair. Compared to the hill outside, the lair of the jade white python within was enormous. After walking through the passageways carved out by the python, Chu Zhongtian entered its lair. The first thing that immediately caught the attention of Chu Zhongtian's eyes was a gigantic skeleton stretching over 100 meters long. Scanning through the skeleton, Chu Zhongtian determined it to also belong to a jade white python. With its length over 100 meters long, it could only mean that the jade white python was above the 8th grade before its death. In comparison to a human cultivator, it would be around the qi transformation realm. To think that there was actually such a skeleton in the lair of the jade white python. It was most likely the skeleton of its mother. Otherwise, the proud jade white python would never have allowed it to remain in its lair. Chu Zhongtian took a few steps forward and arrived at the bottom of the giant skeleton. He could clearly feel the faint majestic aura radiating from the giant skeleton. It seemed like this jade white python had already been dead for a very long time. Otherwise, the aura around its body wouldn't be so weak. What a pity! Although the giant skeleton in front of him was a corpse of an 8th grade strange beast at the very least. However, since it had rotted here for such a long time, not much energy was left in its skeleton. It wouldn't be enough for Chu Zhongtian to duplicate a large amount of pills. With that, he shifted his gaze away from the giant skeleton and stared, examining the rest of the cave. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a pile of shining treasure on the eastern side of the cave. He quickly walked to the side of the pile of treasure and pulled out a sharp long sword. As he stretched out his middle finger and lightly touched the sword, it suddenly turned into a pile of fragments and scattered around the ground. Without giving up, Chu Zhongtian pulled out another one and repeated the same process. However, it still turned in a pile of broken pieces. Chu Zhongtian let out a second sigh after entering the cave. From the looks of things, the pile of divine weapons under his feet were probably collected by the dead jade white python. It was just that these weapons eventually began corroding and decaying after being stored in a dark and humid environment for too long. Despite the unfortunate situation, Chu Zhongtian kept on persisting as he drew out all the weapons on the ground and tested every single one of them. In spite of his efforts, all of them turned into a pile of metal shards. Looking at the pile of fragments under his feet, he shot out a burst of spiritual power with a wave of his hand and swept those fragments aside. With that, he planned to look around the other corners further to see whether or not there were any herbs or spirit fruits he could use to enhance his cultivation. Perhaps he might even find some treasures that could be exchanged for spirit stones. But just as Chu Zhongtian was about to leave the area, he caught a glimpse of a dark gray cloth bag the size of a palm laying on the ground, which he had just swept away with his spiritual energy. Due to the dim lighting within the cave, Chu Zhongtian did not initially take notice of the gray cloth bag. It was only after clearing up the ground could he barely see it. How could an 8th grade jade white python possibly bring back an ordinary cloth bag? Furthermore, how could it still appear to be perfectly fine despite being stored here for such a long time while the other divine weapons have shattered? With such thoughts, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled the existence of an item known as the storage bag. Quickly bending over and picking up the cloth bag, he placed it in front of his eyes and examined it thoroughly. Although the Chu family did not possess such rare spatial spirit tools like the storage bag, the library nevertheless had records showing how to use it. Stretching out his finger, Chu Zhongtian forced out a drop of blood and dripped it onto the cloth bag. After about 3 seconds, he felt an inexplicable connection forming between him and the cloth bag. Within the jade white python's cave, establishing a close connection with the cloth bag through his mind, Chu Zhongtian could finally confirm that the palm-sized bag was indeed a storage bag, one of the spatial spirit tools in this world. After doing so, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness entered the space within the storage bag, more than 10 cubic meters in size. One would already be able to store an abundance of items in space 10 cubic meters large. Naturally, Chu Zhongtian burst with joy. Besides worrying about his own safety, Chu Zhongtian's biggest worry now was how he did not have any heavenly treasures to store within the storage bag. After all, it was essentially equivalent to carrying a weightless, enormous bag with him. At that moment, he looked inside the storage bag and discovered a few items stored within. Over 100 spirit stones, 5 spiritual herbs, and a staff that emitted a slight pressure. With a single thought, a spirit stone appeared in his hand. Playing around with the functions of the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian, who had transmigrated over from Earth, was immediately hooked on his new toy. Only after testing it out several times did he finally feel satisfied. Then, he carefully analyzed the spirit stone in his hand. Judging from the size of the spirit stone and the spiritual chi contained within it, Chu Zhongtian could easily tell that it was a low-rank 9th grade spirit stone with a single glance. Suddenly, a hint of disdain flashed across his face. Those who possessed a spatial spirit tool like the storage bag were either strong cultivators who had reached the Qi transformation realm or people with deep backgrounds, such as Dongfang Yuner from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. People like her usually possessed an abundance of wealth. Even so, the wealth contained within their storage bag could not even compare to the items held within the one he discovered. There was even some sort of staff that could possibly be a spirit tool. Chu Zhongtian began suspecting that the previous owner of this storage bag obtained these items through stealing. Taking out the staff from the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian held it in his hand and examined it thoroughly. As this was the first he had ever touched a spirit tool properly, he could not help but have a trace of excitement jolting around in his heart. Detecting the aura lingering around the staff and feeling its toughness, he also found out that it could withstand a certain amount of spiritual qi. As such, he determined it to be a spirit tool. Although Chu Zhongtian was not proficient with using a staff as his weapon, it was nevertheless a spirit tool after all. The pressure emitted by the weapon would be more than enough for him fight a cultivator in the body-refining realm, providing him with yet another trump card. Storing the spirit tool back into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian did not bother taking out the 5 spiritual herbs he previously noticed, as they were simply ones used to refine qi increasing pills and was not very rare to come across. Although there were only a few treasures in the storage bag, obtaining the storage bag itself was already an extremely fortunate harvest today. After all, even the patriarch of the Chu family did not have such a rare item in his possession. However, since the storage bag was so rare of an item, it could easily arouse the greed of any body-refining realm cultivators he comes across. As such, he decided to hide it in his chest for now. Calming himself down, he continued sweeping through the jade-white python's lair. Upon arriving at the northern side of the cave, a rich fragrance whiffed past his nose and caught his attention. Chu Zhongtian carefully scanned around the vicinity but did not find any spirit fruit or medicinal herbs in the area. So where did this strange fragrance come from? Following this tempting fragrance, Chu Zhongtian eventually arrived at the wall on the northern side of the cave, where the smell seemed to be the most dense. According to his judgment, it appeared to be coming from underground. Chu Zhongtian drew out his steel knife and used it to clear away the dirt on the ground. The deeper he dug, the stronger the scent became. After digging about half a meter deep, a round capsule-like object appeared before his eyes. Reaching his hands out and digging out the object, Chu Zhongtian placed it before his eyes and analyzed it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes gaped open with a look of disbelief. Having read about all kinds of medicinal herbs in the ancient records, he quickly identified the capsule-like object in his hand to be the legendary rough gentian. The rough gentian was a rare treasure of the mid-rank 9th grade that contained a tremendous amount of special energy. Not only could the special energy increase one's cultivation realm, but it could also be used to strengthen one's body. A cultivator in the qi refining realm mainly focuses on increasing their spiritual qi, while a cultivator in the body refining realm focuses on training their physical body. If Chu Zhongtian consumes this rough gentian when he reaches the perfect 10th layer of the qi refining realm, he would easily be able to break through to the body refining realm. This rough gentian was essentially a free ticket for him to enter the body refining realm. Overjoyed by his discovery, Chu Zhongtian stored away the rough gentian and thought to himself, no wonder the jade-white python decided to build its lair in this place. Aside from the suitable environment for its cultivation, it probably also wanted to protect this rough gentian. After all, if the jade-white python consumed this rough gentian, its body would become several times more sturdier, and it would become a peak-rank 10th grade strange beast in one go. At that point, its combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of a cultivator in the body refining realm. Having anticipated how he might encounter many kinds of precious spirit fruits or spirit herbs during his time in the Endless Forest this time, Chu Zhongtian prepared 5 jade boxes in advance, specifically used for storing such precious treasures. As such, he hurriedly took out one of the jade boxes and gently placed the rough gentian within. Other than the storage bag and the rough gentian, Chu Zhongtian did not find anything else of value within the jade-white python's lair. With that, he turned and left using the passageway he took to enter the cave. Although the jade-white python's cave was very well hidden, the pressure emitted by the corpse of the jade-white python prevented any other strange beasts from entering. Even so, the atmosphere within the cave felt rather uncomfortable, which was why he chose to leave as soon as possible. However, as Chu Zhongtian was making his way out of the cave, he made sure to leave some markings behind. If he came across any sort of trouble, he would come back and hide inside the cave. After finally making his way out, Chu Zhongtian advanced deeper into the depths of the Endless Forest. Meanwhile, at the border of the Endless Forest, a total of 21 people suddenly appeared. Those individuals, clad in black, were obviously holding back their aura and seemed to each be powerful experts. Alright, make sure to remember the face of that person in your mind. Now we'll split up and search for him. If you come across him and realize that you're no match for him, send out a distress signal immediately. The strongest person in their group ordered. Yes, sir. The other 20 men answered simultaneously before splitting up and rushing into the Endless Forest. Around half an hour after they disappeared, another group of people arrived at the same place. Leading the group was a handsome youth who walked with a humble attitude, the 5th prince of the royal family of Qi country, Qi Yilong. Princess, this is the border of the Endless Forest. Once you cross this border, you'll officially enter the territory of the 10th grade strange beasts. Qi Yilong said to a young lady who wearing light blue clothes and a silk veil that covered up her face. Thank you very much, 5th Prince. Dongfang Yuner thanked him politely. Although her tone sounded very polite, her attitude was unusually cold. Let's go. The middle-aged woman, who had been following Dongfang Yuner closely, exclaimed and led the group into the Endless Forest. Endless Forest, within the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts. Perhaps it was because of the Lunar New Year or the climate over the past few days, but very few cultivators could be seen exploring within the Endless Forest at this time. Having stayed in the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts for 2 days, Chu Zhongtian only encountered 5 advanced strange beasts but did not come across any human cultivators. Chu Zhongtian tightened the bandages on his arm and looked around for a decent hiding place where he could rest for a while. Although he had only encountered 5 strange beasts during his past 2 days of training, dealing with those 5 strange beasts were nevertheless quite strenuous on his body. When facing the 4th strange beast he came across, the lion-scorpion beast, Chu Zhongtian was unfortunately stabbed by its tail. If it wasn't for the low-rank level 9 detoxification pill that the Grand Elder gave him in advance, Chu Zhongtian would have lost his life to the huge pincer of the lion-scorpion beast. Although both his physical body and spiritual qi were exhausted, he had still gained a lot. Not only did his combat experience increase rapidly, but he also began showing signs of breaking through to the next stage. At the start of his training, he was only at the Inital 7th level of the qi refining realm. But after 2 whole days of killing, he had already broken through to the intermediate 7th level of the qi refining realm and was on the verge of reaching the advanced 7th level. That was also the reason why Chu Zhongtian was looking for a secluded place. Apart from recovering his energy, he wanted to try breaking through. And sure enough, it did not take him much time to break through. In just 20 minutes, he had successfully reached the advanced 7th level of the qi refining realm. After eating some of the dried food he had prepared in advance, he leaned against the tree and rested his eyes for a while. After sleeping soundly for around an hour or so, Chu Zhongtian suddenly opened his eyes and quickly climbed up to the top of the tree next to him. Concealing himself in the dense leaves, he focused his mind and looked down at the ground below. During his sleep, he suddenly detected danger approaching with his 6 senses. Without any hesitation, he immediately went into hiding. Around a minute later, a man clad in black suddenly appeared under the big tree. He's someone from the Wang family. Chu Zhongtian could easily guess the man's identity based on the symbol on his weapon. Despite having left Lu City for only 3 days, the experts sent by the Wang family had already caught up to him. This could only mean that the Wang family had received the news the moment he left the Chu family. As such, Chu Zhongtian felt extremely dissatisfied with the Chu family's ability to maintain secrecy. Carefully analyzing the strength of the man in black, Chu Zhongtian discovered that he was only at the 9th level of the qi refining realm, and thus he heaved a sigh of relief. He then quietly drew out his steel knife and circulated the spiritual qi in his dantian. Just as the man in black walked to the bottom of the tree, Chu Zhongtian dropped down from the top. Still midair, he concentrated his spiritual qi on his steel knife and enveloped the man in black with his force. Since Chu Zhongtian did not know how many people were chasing after him or whether there were any body-refining cultivators among them, he did not dare to waste any time. So he used all his strength to try and kill the man in black with a single strike. Despite being an advanced 7th-level qi refining cultivator, his combat strength was equivalent to that of 9th-level qi refining realm cultivator. Taking the momentum of his attack into account, his strike at that moment rivaled that of one at the 10th level of the qi refining realm. Launching a sneak attack on the man in black, Chu Zhongtian did not give him any time to react whatsoever before slicing his head off. Quickly searching through the corpse of the man in black, he found more than 20 low-rank 8th-level spirit stones, 3 high-rank 10th-level qi replenishing pills, a signal flare, as well as a pill that could increase one's strength in a short period of time. However, that pill would result in great side effects. After Chu Zhongtian stored all these items into his storage bag, he divided the corpse of the man in black into many pieces and hid them in different locations before advancing deeper into the endless forest. From the looks of things, Since the Wang family had already sent their experts out to hunt him down, Chu Zhongtian reckoned that the Lu family and the royal family would definitely have done the same. From now on, he would have to prioritize getting rid of as many of them as possible. As he journeyed further into the depths of the forest, he started encountering even more strange beasts. Naturally, he found it increasingly more difficult to deal with them. At first, he could rely solely on his own strength to overpower the weaker ones. But now, he had no choice but to use everything at his disposal to fight against them. Even then, he was barely able to kill the high-rank strange beasts he came across. Arriving at a stream, Chu Zhongtian took some time to clean himself up. After that, he hid himself in a crack under a huge boulder to sort out the items he had obtained over the past few days. Ever since he killed that one black-clothed expert of Wang family, he had not encountered any other assassins in the past 3 days, which made him slightly disappointed. Fortunately, he had encountered many powerful strange beasts during this period. After killing these strange beasts, not only did he gain combat experience, he also obtained a large amount of pills that he could use to increase his potential. Moreover, he discovered yet another lair of a strange beast he killed and obtained quite a few precious medicinal herbs and spirit fruits. Before him was a red sage in shape of a human, as well as a fist-sized wolfberry. The red sage was a spiritual herb that contained a rich amount of spiritual qi within, and was used by cultivators to break through to the next realms. Furthermore, its quality would be determined by how long it had lived. Normally, the longer the red sage, the higher its quality. This particular red sage in front of him was the size of an adult's palm, around 500 years old. In terms of quality, it should be a 9th-grade spiritual herb that could be used by advanced qi-refining cultivators to break through. On the other hand, the wolfberry was a low-rank level 9 spirit fruit. It contained the energy to purify one's blood, and was suitable for the cultivators of the 8th level of the qi-refining realm or above to use. After 3 days of continuous killing, Chu Zhongtian felt as if his comprehension had surpassed the 7th level of the qi-refining realm and reached a level where he could break through to the 8th level of the qi-refining realm. But in order to increase his potential to the maximum, he deliberately suppressed his breakthrough for the time being. Traveling deeper into the territory of the high-rank 10th-level strange beasts, Chu Zhongtian could tell that the strange beasts were getting increasingly stronger with each one he defeated. When he first arrived in their territory, he had encountered a scarlet wind horse that could not only move as fast as the wind but could also lash out attacks extremely troublesome to deal with. Moreover, its strength was also equivalent to that of someone in the peak 10th level of the qi refining realm. If it weren't for his strong defense and the semi-spirit tools protecting his body, he would have been killed by it long ago. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian felt that it would be very difficult for him to keep going deeper into the forest with his current cultivation level. Even so, there were still a few days until the trial ended, and he did not want to give up just like that. Furthermore, he also had to worry about the experts sent by the Wang family to assassinate him. The strength of those experts could very well be at the peak 10th level of the qi refining realm, or perhaps even the body refining realm. If he turned around and returned to Luolin town now, the possibility of coming across them would be very high. Thus, Chu Zhongtian planned to continue with his training and wait until he broke through before making his return. Having discovered a very secluded place where he should be safe for a short period of time, he planned to break through to the peak 7th level of the qi refining realm. Then, he would continue pushing his potential to the limit before ascending to the next level after. The red sage in his hand would provide him with just enough spiritual qi to break through. Endless forest within the territory of the 10th grade strange beasts. While Chu Zhongtian was doing his best to increase his cultivation realm, the experts of the Wang family who had entered the endless forest to assassinate him gathered together for the time being. They originally came with a total of 21 individuals. But now there were only 18 of them left, missing 3 of their 9th layer qi refining cultivators. Haven't we found any traces of Chu Zhongtian yet? The only body refining cultivator from the group sent by the Wang family asked in a cold tone with a gloomy expression. 2 days ago, I discovered some traces left behind by Chu Zhongtian somewhere, and was planning on investigating the area. However, I accidentally came across a member of the royal family, so I had to withdraw for the time being. One of the peak 10th layer qi refining cultivators spoke up. A member of the royal family, huh? The Qi family must have sent some experts over to hunt Chu Zhongtian down as well. Since we have the same objective as them, you should have investigated the traces left behind by Chu Zhongtian with him. Why did you withdraw on your own accord? The leader frowned and said in a slightly irritated tone. Please listen to my explanation. Hearing the leader's unfriendly tone, the peak 10th layer Qi refining cultivator quickly apologized and explained everything he saw the day before yesterday in detail. A young girl with a white silk veil on her face accompanied by an unknown middle-aged woman. A member of the royal family, Qi Yilong. The leader muttered to himself after hearing the detailed explanation from his subordinates. Could it be Dongfang Yuner and her group? After that, the leader suddenly remembered that Princess Dongfang Yuner from Heavenly Dragon Empire had unexpectedly traveled to Qi country a while ago. She had been staying with the royal family of the Qi country and has yet to leave. Given the power of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and Dongfang Yuner's noble status, it would be easy for her to obtain any treasure. So why did she take the risk to enter the endless forest? Could some sort of powerful treasure have emerged here? Having such thoughts, the leader's priority of hunting Chu Zhongtian down was reduced by half as the idea of tailing Dongfang Yuner suddenly popped up in his mind. As one of the leaders of the Wang family's assassination team, his talent for cultivation was not very outstanding. Ever since he broke through to the body refining realm, the progress of his cultivation had only become increasingly slower. His current status within the family was not very high either. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to hunt down someone like Chu Zhongtian who was merely in the Qi refining realm, even if he did possess an honorable status and outstanding talent for cultivation. In the end, everything was because of his low status. Naturally, he now had a very strong desire to increase his cultivation base. Although tailing the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be an extremely risky, they were in the endless forest after all. As long as he kept a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, as a cautious person, he would not take the risk of tailing the princess himself. As such, he arranged 2 of his men who excelled in tracking people down to tail the princess while he stayed a certain distance from them just in case anything happens. As for the other remaining men, they would continue to carry out the original task of hunting Chu Zhongtian down. In the area between the territory of the mid-rank and high-rank 10th grade strange beasts, Dongfang Yuner was holding onto a sharp sword and fighting a peak high-rank blood python. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman accompanying her was watching her battle the blood python from the side with a nervous expression, ready to step in and help at any time. As for Qi Yilong, who was standing beside the middle-aged woman, he seemed to be in a daze. This time, Qi Heng had given him 2 separate tasks during his time accompanying Dongfang Yuner into the endless forest for her training. The first task was to try his best to gain the favor of Dongfang Yuner. It would be best if he could capture her heart and win the beauty over to their side. Qi Yilong did not hesitate to accept this task at all, as he had fallen deeply in love with her at first sight and swore to himself that he would take her as his wife. As for the other task given to him by his father, Qi Yilong was even more confident. From his perspective, a young girl like Dongfang Yuner who had never experienced the outside world and had a simple personality was the easiest to fool. Moreover, as an expert in this field, he reckoned it would be easy for him to capture her heart. However, after following Dongfang Yuner out of Lu City and entering the endless forest, he sadly realized that he was being far too naive back then. Even though Dongfang Yuner may appear like a simple, innocent girl who did not want to have anything to do with worldly affairs, she was in fact smarter than anyone else. Although she spoke and interacted with him in a polite manner, she would never let him get within a radius of 1 meter around her. Moreover, every time he tried using his tricks to coax Dongfang Yuner, her personal bodyguard, the middle-aged woman, would shot a small burst of spiritual qi towards him as a warning. Qi Yilong was a rather smart person who knew how to take a hint. After being poked at a dozen or so times, he knew that it would be impossible for him to win Dongfang Yuner's heart. Therefore, he eventually gave up on his wishful thinking. No longer motivated to fawn up to her, he began carrying out the second task given to him and looked for any opportunities to get rid of Chu Zhongtian. Qi Yilong both admired and envied Chu Zhongtian. He admired him because he actually dared to enter the endless forest alone to train his strength and increase his cultivation. On the other hand, he envied him because Chu Zhongtian had become the heir and future patriarch of the Chu family at the young age of 17 years old. Although Qi Yilong was the strongest contender for the next king of the Qi country, his victory would not be ascertained until the final moment. After all, the royal family was not lacking in fighting prowess. Whether due to admiration or envy, it was necessary for him to get rid of Chu Zhongtian. For this reason, besides letting Qi Yilong be Dongfang Yun'er's guide, Qi Heng also sent 4 cultivators of the peak 10th layer of the Qi refining realm to cooperate with Qi Yilong to get rid of Chu Zhongtian. It had been 3 to 4 days since they had entered the endless forest. Not to mention finding Chu Zhongtian himself, Qi Yilong did not manage to find even a single trace of him. Not knowing how long Dongfang Yun'er would be training for, he was worried that he would not find the time to deal with Chu Zhongtian. You should get some rest. Just as Qi Yilong was thinking about how to get rid of Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yun'er finally killed the high-rank 10th grade strange beast, blood python, that was equivalent in strength to a cultivator in the peak 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. Looking at Dongfang Yun'er, who was gasping for breath, the middle-aged woman quickly handed a towel over for her to wipe her sweat. At the same time, she stood by her side to protect her. How was my battle just now? After wiping the sweat from her forehead, Dongfang Yun'er quickly asked. It wasn't half bad, but it's just that you failed to perceive the weak points of the blood python. The middle-aged woman spoke honestly without deliberately praising or criticizing her. In that case, what should I do to improve my perception? Dongfang Yun'er asked in a flat voice, neither angry nor happy with the objective evaluation of the middle-aged woman. There aren't any special methods. You will naturally improve your perception by gaining more combat experience. Within the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts in Endless Forest existed a hidden cave beside a natural stream. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged on the ground, doing his utmost to increase his cultivation base. Already having an understanding of the realm far exceeding his own, Chu Zhongtian did not have any problems increasing his cultivation. In just 30 minutes, he had successfully broken through to the peak 7th level of the Qi refining realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. After resting for a while, Chu Zhongtian took out the Meridian Enhancing Pill and Dantian Cultivating Pill and used them to increase his potential. Having consumed more of those pills, his potential gradually approached closer to its limit. But what worried him most were the fact that those 2 types of pills were only advanced level 10 pills. The more his cultivation base increased, the more of such pills he would have to consume in order to receive the same effect, and the slower it would be for these pills to help elevate his potential. For example, he originally only needed 10 advanced level 10 meridian enhancing pills to increase the meridian in his body to the limit, but now he needed 100 of the same type of pill to achieve the same effects. There were only 2 ways to solve this problem. One was to consume a higher level pill, and the other was to rely on a large amount of the same pills. However, there weren't many level 9 meridian enhancing pills or Dantian cultivating pills in the storage room of the Chu family. It was not easy for the Grand Elder to refine pills of such quality either. For the time being, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to obtain a higher level pill, so he could only rely on his current method of the accumulating energy. Even so, with the amount of energy he consumed to increase his potential, he would quickly drain the corpse of the strange beasts dry, which he felt quite distressed about. After consuming nearly half of his supply of pills, Chu Zhongtian finally maxed out the potential of his meridians and Dantian. Now, he could attempt breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm without worry. The main benefit of breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm was gaining the ability to manifest a Qi barrier around one's body using their spiritual Qi. If he wanted to break through to this realm, not only would he need to reach a new level of enlightenment in his understanding of spiritual Qi, but he would also need to gather up more spiritual Qi. With his meridians and Dantian reaching the limits of their potential, Chu Zhongtian could feel the sudden changes in his strength, as well as the spiritual Qi he needed for his next breakthrough. But unfortunately, he realized that the 500-year-old Red Sage would not be enough for him to break through to the next realm. If he wanted to break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm smoothly, he would need 3 Red Sages at the very least. At the same time, now that he was the heir of the Chu family, he would now have to actively get involved with his family's matters. However, with his main goal of reaching the peak of martial arts and cultivation, he could not spare any time deal with such trivial matters. Thus, he could only nurture some capable individuals to assist him in such matters. At this moment, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping were both at the 7th level of the qi refining realm. In fact, Chu Zhongba was already at the peak of the 7th level. If he wanted them to break through to the 8th level in a short period of time, he would naturally need to get more red sages. In other words, Chu Zhongtian needed to replicate at least 5 more red sages in order to ensure his current needs. A 500-year-old red sage was considered a mid-rank 9th-level spiritual herb. Naturally, he needed an abundance of energy to replicate such a precious item. Unfortunately, the number of spirit stones in his possession was nowhere near enough to replicate so many red sages. Thus, he needed to hunt down even more advanced strange beasts to do so. Although the advanced level 10 strange beasts in this part of the Endless Forest were extremely powerful, in addition to the experts sent by the Wang family to hunt him down, Chu Zhongtian remained completely fearless. Standing back up, he left his hiding spot and began searching for more strange beasts to kill. One had to know that the stronger the strange beast, the more conscious they would be of anything that stepped into their territory. Moreover, the stronger beasts would also take control of a larger territory. Having just hunted in the territory of the Scarlet Wind Horses, Chu Zhongtian could not help but hesitate when recalling their terrifying speed and strength. As such, he gave up on the idea of using their corpses to replicate the red sage. Instead, he changed directions and traveled east. As he advanced further forward, he gradually felt that something was amiss. Even through the advanced level 10 strange beasts were very powerful, they were only equivalent in strength to a cultivator in the qi refining realm. In other words, their territories should not be too big. Normally, one would be able to find one advanced level 10 strange beast after looking around for 20 to 30 minutes. However, Chu Zhongtian had already looked around for more than 2 hours, but still had not come across a single one, which naturally puzzled him. There were only 3 reasons for this abnormality. The first reason was that a level 9 strange beast had suddenly appeared within the territory of the level 10 beasts. With their strong sense of alertness, the advanced level 10 strange beasts would consciously avoid it. But a situation like this would rarely ever happen because the territory chosen by the strange beasts could basically guarantee their survival while allowing them to cultivate at the same time. As such, it was a rare occurrence for them to venture into the territory of other strange beasts. The second possibility was that there were powerful cultivators going around and slaughtering these advanced level 10 strange beasts. However, that was even less likely as such cultivators would not waste time doing such things that would not please them or bring them any benefits. The third reason was that some kind of rare treasure that could increase one's strength or perhaps strengthen one's meridians had appeared within the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts, attracting all the beasts within the vicinity. Suddenly recalling the time when he participated in the hunting contest, Chu Zhongtian realized that this current situation was very similar to the one where he obtained the vermilion fruit back then. Upon thinking of that, he immediately increased his speed and started searching for the gathering place of the level 10 strange beasts without any hesitation. Just as Chu Zhongtian started searching for the gathering of the strange beasts, Dongfang Yuner and the others who had entered the endless forest to train also discovered the unusual changes in the area. With a peerless expert like the middle-aged woman in the group, they were able to easily guess the reason behind the strange phenomenon and quickly find the place of the gathering of the strange beasts. The place where the strange beasts gathered was a natural lake at the border between the territory of the level 10 and level 9 strange beasts. Though the lake wasn't too big, only 100 meters in diameter, there were nevertheless hundreds of strange beasts gathering around the lake. As time passed, the number of strange beasts gathering around the lake increased. The strange beasts in the area consisted of advanced level 10 strange beasts all the way up to the low-rank level 9 strange beasts, all of which were staring fixedly at the green lotus at the center of the lake. The low-rank level 7 cyan heart lotus. The middle-aged woman led Dongfang Yuner, Qi Yilong, and the others to a relatively hidden spot to hide and observe the situation quietly. However, when she noticed the green lotus in the middle of the lake, she could barely maintain her usual calm composure. After analyzing his surroundings, Chu Zhongtian realized that the strange beasts were all gathering near the territory of the level 9 strange beasts. If there was indeed some kind of rare treasure there, it would definitely be of high quality. With his current combat strength at the peak 9th level of the Qi refining realm, he would be taking a great risk by entering the territory of the level 9 strange beasts. Even so, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate in advancing into their territory. After all, one could only make gains by taking risks. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't exactly a reckless person either. The reason why he chose to advance in spite of his disadvantage was not solely to seize the treasure for himself but mainly to take a look at the situation. What if the treasure was fated to be his? Within the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts in Endless Forest existed a hidden cave beside a natural stream. Chu Zhongtian sat cross-legged on the ground, doing his utmost to increase his cultivation base. Already having an understanding of the realm far exceeding his own, Chu Zhongtian did not have any problems increasing his cultivation. In just 30 minutes, he had successfully broken through to the peak 7th level of the Qi refining realm and was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. After resting for a while, Chu Zhongtian took out the Meridian Enhancing Pill and Dantian Cultivating Pill and used them to increase his potential. Having consumed more of those pills, his potential gradually approached closer to its limit. But what worried him most were the fact that those two types of pills were only advanced level 10 pills. The more his cultivation base increased, the more of such pills he would have to consume in order to receive the same effect, and the slower it would be for these pills to help elevate his potential. For example, he originally only needed 10 advanced level 10 meridian enhancing pills to increase the meridian in his body to the limit, but now he needed 100 of the same type of pill to achieve the same effects. There were only two ways to solve this problem. One was to consume a higher level pill, and the other was to rely on a large amount of the same pills. However, there weren't many level 9 meridian enhancing pills or Dantian cultivating pills in the storage room of the Chu family. It was not easy for the Grand Elder to refine pills of such quality either. For the time being, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to obtain a higher level pill, so he could only rely on his current method of the accumulating energy. Even so, with the amount of energy he consumed to increase his potential, he would quickly drain the corpse of the strange beasts dry, which he felt quite distressed about. After consuming nearly half of his supply of pills, Chu Zhongtian finally maxed out the potential of his meridians and Dantian. Now, he could attempt breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm without worry. The main benefit of breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm was gaining the ability to manifest a Qi barrier around one's body using their spiritual Qi. If he wanted to break through to this realm, not only would he need to reach a new level of enlightenment in his understanding of spiritual Qi, but he would also need to gather up more spiritual Qi. With his meridians and Dantian reaching the limits of their potential, Chu Zhongtian could feel the sudden changes in his strength, as well as the spiritual Qi he needed for his next breakthrough. But unfortunately, he realized that the 500-year-old Red Sage would not be enough for him to break through to the next realm. If he wanted to break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm smoothly, he would need 3 Red Sages at the very least. At the same time, now that he was the heir of the Chu family, he would now have to actively get involved with his family's matters. However, with his main goal of reaching the peak of martial arts and cultivation, he could not spare any time deal with such trivial matters. Thus, he could only nurture some capable individuals to assist him in such matters. At this moment, Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping were both at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. In fact, Chu Zhongba was already at the peak of the 7th level. If he wanted them to break through to the 8th level in a short period of time, he would naturally need to get more Red Sages. In other words, Chu Zhongtian needed to replicate at least 5 more Red Sages in order to ensure his current needs. A 500-year-old Red Sage was considered a mid-rank 9th-level spiritual herb. Naturally, he needed an abundance of energy to replicate such a precious item. Unfortunately, the number of spirit stones in his possession was nowhere near enough to replicate so many Red Sages. Thus, he needed to hunt down even more advanced strange beasts to do so. Although the advanced level 10 strange beasts in this part of the Endless Forest were extremely powerful, in addition to the experts sent by the Wang family to hunt him down, Chu Zhongtian remained completely fearless. Standing back up, He left his hiding spot and began searching for more strange beasts to kill. One had to know that the stronger the strange beast, the more conscious they would be of anything that stepped into their territory. Moreover, the stronger beasts would also take control of a larger territory. Having just hunted in the territory of the Scarlet Wind Horses, Chu Zhongtian could not help but hesitate when recalling their terrifying speed and strength. As such, he gave up on the idea of using their corpses to replicate the Red Sage. Instead, he changed directions and traveled east. As he advanced further forward, he gradually felt that something was amiss. Even though the advanced level 10 strange beasts were very powerful, they were only equivalent in strength to a cultivator in the Qi refining realm. In other words, their territories should not be too big. Normally, one would be able to find one advanced level 10 strange beast after looking around for 20 to 30 minutes. However, Chu Zhongtian had already looked around for more than 2 hours, but still had not come across a single one, which naturally puzzled him. There were only 3 reasons for this abnormality. The first reason was that a level 9 strange beast had suddenly appeared within the territory of the level 10 beasts. With their strong sense of alertness, the advanced level 10 strange beasts would consciously avoid it. But a situation like this would rarely ever happen because the territory chosen by the strange beasts could basically guarantee their survival while allowing them to cultivate at the same time. As such, it was a rare occurrence for them to venture into the territory of other strange beasts. The second possibility was that there were powerful cultivators going around and slaughtering these advanced level 10 strange beasts. However, that was even less likely as such cultivators would not waste time doing such things that would not please them or bring them any benefits. The third reason was that some kind of rare treasure that could increase one's strength or perhaps strengthen one's meridians had appeared within the territory of the advanced level 10 strange beasts, attracting all the beasts within the vicinity. Suddenly recalling the time when he participated in the hunting contest, Chu Zhongtian realized that this current situation was very similar to the one where he obtained the vermilion fruit back then. Upon thinking of that, he immediately increased his speed and started searching for the gathering place of the level 10 strange beasts without any hesitation. Just as Chu Zhongtian started searching for the gathering of the strange beasts, Dongfang Yuner and the others who had entered the endless forest to train also discovered the unusual changes in the area. With a peerless expert like the middle-aged woman in the group, they were able to easily guess the reason behind the strange phenomenon and quickly find the place of the gathering of the strange beasts. The place where the strange beasts gathered was a natural lake at the border between the territory of the level 10 and level 9 strange beasts. Though the lake wasn't too big, only 100 meters in diameter, there were nevertheless hundreds of strange beasts gathering around the lake. As time passed, the number of strange beasts gathering around the lake increased. The strange beasts in the area consisted of advanced level 10 strange beasts all the way up to the low-rank level 9 strange beasts, all of which were staring fixedly at the green lotus at the center of the lake. The low-rank level 7 cyan heart lotus. The middle-aged woman led Dongfang Yuner, Qi Yilong, and the others to a relatively hidden spot to hide and observe the situation quietly. However, when she noticed the green lotus in the middle of the lake, she could barely maintain her usual calm composure. After analyzing his surroundings, Chu Zhongtian realized that the strange beasts were all gathering near the territory of the level 9 strange beasts. If there was indeed some kind of rare treasure there, it would definitely be of high quality. With his current combat strength at the peak 9th level of the Qi refining realm, he would be taking a great risk by entering the territory of the level 9 strange beasts. Even so, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate in advancing into their territory. After all, one could only make gains by taking risks. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't exactly a reckless person either. The reason why he chose to advance in spite of his disadvantage was not solely to seize the treasure for himself but mainly to take a look at the situation. What if the treasure was fated to be his? In the endless forest, near the border between the territory of the level 10 and level 9 strange beasts, with the appearance of the earth-shifting dragon, a low-rank level 8 strange beast, Chu Zhongtian subconsciously looked at the middle-aged woman and was surprised to find that she was still looking ahead with a serious expression. He did not know if he was thinking too much, but he felt that the middle-aged woman was staring at the surface of the lake instead of the earth-shifting dragon that had just made its appearance. Just as the earth-shifting dragon was crawling on the ground, a screech suddenly jolted through the air. Hearing this sound, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled the existence of a bird known as a cuckoo back on Earth before his transmigration. This was the exact sound that it would make. The speed of the flying strange beast was extremely swift. Before the sound of the cuckoo diminished, Chu Zhongtian noticed a slender strange beast flying in the sky above the lake. Its appearance similar to that of a pigeon he had seen back on Earth. With his limited knowledge regarding strange beasts, Chu Zhongtian did not know anything about this particular beast. But since its appearance and sound were very similar to that of the cuckoo he had seen in his previous life, he temporarily called it the cuckoo beast. Looking at the cuckoo beast that suddenly appeared in midair, Chu Zhongtian found that the earth-shifting dragon, which was originally crawling on the ground, suddenly stood up and raised its dragon head to roar at the cuckoo beast flying midair. Facing the earth-shifting dragon's obvious provocation, the cuckoo beast did not intend to be outdone. With the appearance of the two level 8 strange beasts, the middle-aged woman who remained hidden in the thickets suddenly walked out. Noticing her sudden presence, both the earth-shifting dragon and cuckoo beast swept their glares towards her. Despite being under the glare of the two powerful level 8 strange beasts, the middle-aged woman kept staring at the surface of the lake instead of looking back at them. "Come out! I know you're down there." After staring at the lake for a few minutes, the middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. Seeing how there was not a single movement on the surface of the lake, the middle-aged woman's face darkened. Tapping her left foot lightly on the ground, she leaped up into the air. "Since you intend to take advantage of me after I'm done fighting with these strange beasts, I'll just have to force you out of there." The middle-aged woman hovered in the air and shouted with a fierce tone. At that moment, she struck her hands back and forth, creating waves of shockwave that struck down on the surface of the lake. In the next instant, the originally calm surface of the lake suddenly raged with countless waves. Just as the middle-aged woman suddenly flew up higher into the air, the earth-shifting dragon and cuckoo beast immediately became alert of her. However, when they saw that she was targeting the surface of the lake, they immediately understood that some sort of strange beast was concealing itself within the lake. One that was not at all weaker than them in fact. One had to know that the stronger the strange beasts, the more intelligent they would become. Since level 8 strange beasts possess the same amount of intelligence as humans, the earth-shifting dragon and cuckoo beast immediately knew that there was something else present upon seeing the middle-aged woman's actions. As the middle-aged woman kept striking down on the surface of the lake, sending a series of powerful force reached the bottom of the lake, a vortex gradually appeared on the surface of the lake. At first, the water vortex was only a few centimeters long. But with each passing second, the vortex gradually expanded until it reached an astonishing diameter of 3 meters. Following the manifestation of the vortex, a roar that sounded like that of a divine dragon erupted from within the vortex. At that moment, under the pressure of the roar, all the level 10 and level 9 strange beasts standing around the lake fell to the ground one after another. Even the earth-shifting dragon was forced to lower its proud head upon hearing the loud roar. Around 10 seconds later, a ferocious-looking strange beast suddenly emerged from the water. Despite remaining a far distance away from the lake, Chu Zhongtian could nevertheless see its appearance clearly. The head of that particular strange beast was quite similar to that of a divine dragon that he had seen on television in his previous life. There were only 2 differences between them. While the divine dragon depicted on Earth had 2 deer horns growing out from its forehead, this strange beast only had 1 horn. Furthermore, the divine dragon he recalled normally had 2 eyes, but this strange beast only had 1. Other than those features, the remaining parts of this strange beast were basically the same as the divine dragon in Chu Zhongtian's memory. Just as the head of the strange beast emerged from the bottom of the lake, the earth-shifting dragon that was still brimming with energy retreated dozens of meters, while the cuckoo beast flew several hundred meters away in the sky. "Crimson-eyed flood dragon, it really is you!" the middle-aged woman shouted with an exceptionally furious tone as she stared at the strange beast. "Yan Jinghong, the cyan heart lotus, is mine. Are you sure you want to snatch it away from me?" The crimson-eyed flood dragon roared. "A level 7 strange beast. Upon hearing the strange beast speaking the human language, Chu Zhongtian felt a sudden twitch in his heart. After all, only strange beasts at the 7th level or above were capable of speaking the human language. Of course, there were also special exceptions for that. Any strange beasts with the bloodline of a divine beast would be exempt from that rule and could speak even before breaking through to the 7th level. To think a level 7 strange beast was actually dwelling at the border between the territory of the level 10 and level 9 strange beasts. It seemed that the cyan heart lotus on the surface of the lake might not be merely at the low-rank 7th level. Upon hearing the threat of the crimson-eyed flood dragon, Yan Jinghong, the middle-aged woman, snorted coldly and said with an unusually cold tone, "The cyan heart lotus is a heavenly treasure found in nature. It's not up to you to decide who owns it. If you really want it, then you'll have to fight for it." However, Yan Jinghong's expression changed drastically as she spoke up till this point. "Crimson-eyed flood dragon. Let's settle what happened 20 years ago first." Upon shouting these words, Yan Jinghong instantly dashed towards the crimson-eyed flood dragon floating on the surface of the water, not caring about the aftermath of the battle possibly harming the cyan heart lotus. "Yan Jinghong, if you desire a fight, then I'll gladly accept it. However, you must not destroy the rare treasure that I've been guarding for more than 10 years. Let's fight somewhere else instead." The crimson-eyed flood dragon said after realizing that she did not care one bit about the safety of the cyan heart lotus. It also knew that she had been blinded by hatred. Although Yan Jinghong did not care about the cyan heart lotus, the crimson-eyed flood dragon, on the other hand, did. Otherwise, it would never have stayed in this place that was exhausted of spiritual qi for the past 20 years. Exposing its entire body from the surface of the lake, the crimson-eyed flood dragon stretched nearly 50 meters long while being 2 meters thick as it hovered midair. Usually, the size of a strange beast would become increasingly bigger the stronger it became. However, after breaking through to the 7th level, it would, on the contrary, shrink as it gets more powerful. The reason was that their ultimate goal was to take the form of a human in the future. Having emerged completely from the lake, the crimson-eyed dragon immediately lifted its tail to block Yan Jinghong's attack. In the next instant, it opened its jaw and shot out thousands of bursts of energy towards the other strange beasts surrounding the lake. 2 of those energy beams were aimed towards the earth-shifting dragon and the cuckoo beast hovering in the air. In the air next to a lake at the border between the territory of the 10th and 9th grade strange beasts, the crimson-eyed flood dragon that had broken through to the 7th grade possessed intelligence that was in no way inferior to that of a human. With the power of a 7th grade strange beast, it possessed about the same strength as Yan Jinghong. Naturally, the battle between the 2 of them would result in utter chaos and destruction in the surroundings. Thus, to ensure the safety of the cyan heart lotus, they had to change the location of the battle. However, the crimson-eyed flood dragon was worried that the other strange beasts would seize the opportunity to snatch the cyan heart lotus after it left, especially the earth-shifting dragon and cuckoo beast. So, just in case, it made sure to clean every one of such potential threats before leaving the lake. As the crimson-eyed flood dragon shot out over 1,000 powerful beams of energy, all the 10th and 9th grade strange beasts surrounding the lake were in deep trouble. Although the energy of the crimson-eyed flood dragon was dispersed, each of its beams was not something the weaker strange beasts could ever hope to deal with. In the blink of an eye, every single one of the 10th and 9th grade strange beasts instantly evaporated in the face of the overwhelming energy. As for the earth-shifting dragon and cuckoo beast that were stronger, the crimson-eyed flood dragon made sure to focus more of his energy on dealing with them. Half of the energy shot out was aimed towards them. While the earth-shifting dragon was pierced through by the energy beam and Culpes dead onto the ground, the cuckoo beast barely managed to dodge the long-range attack midair in time. Despite it dodging most of the fatal attack, the energy beam still brushed past its feathers slightly. Severely injured, it used all its remaining strength to escape. Having destroyed most of the strange beasts around the lake, it did not leave the vicinity immediately. While paying close attention to resisting Yan Jinghong's attack, it once again shot out dozens of energy beams towards the remaining 10th grade strange beasts. Looking at the energy beam flying towards him like a missile, Chu Zhongtian increased his speed once again. In fact, When the crimson-eyed flood dragon entirely surfaced from the depths of the lake and resisted Yan Jinghong's attack, Chu Zhongtian had anticipated that its goal was definitely to wipe out all the bystanders around the lake. Thus, he had already activated his movement technique and escaped with all his might. Feeling the aura of the energy beam approaching closer and closer from behind, he realized that it would catch up to him with his current speed. Even with the protection of the semi-spirit armor, he would still be inflicted with a serious injury if he were to get struck by the attack. In his current environment, not to mention being seriously injured, even minor injuries would be extremely dangerous for him. Without any other choice, Chu Zhongtian chose to fight with all his might, squeezing every single drop of spiritual qi from his dantian into his legs. He unleashed the full strength of his low-rank movement technique and increased his speed once again. However, Chu Zhongtian had greatly underestimated the crimson-eyed flood dragon's perception. As a 7th-grade strange beast, it would naturally calculate and prepare its attacks meticulously. Therefore, no matter how fast Chu Zhongtian tried to escape, he still would not be able to shake off the energy beam targeted towards him from behind. "Am I going to die here today?" Chu Zhongtian said in a disheartened voice as he felt the destructive energy gradually closing its distance to him. He fully knew that his spirit armor could not block the attack either. "No! I can't die at such a place. I still have to reach the peak of martial arts and find a way to return to Earth to see my parents again." Converting the fear lingering in his heart into pure motivation, Chu Zhongtian forced his low-rank movement technique, which had just entered the major realm, to break through to the peak realm in this desperate situation. In an instant, his speed multiplied by 3 times. With his increase in speed, Chu Zhongtian just barely avoided the energy beam shot towards him by a hair's breadth. As the energy beam shot by him and pierced through a giant tree that was 3 meters in diameter, he licked his dried lips and gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Crimson-eyed flood dragon, how dare you!" Upon witnessing the flood dragon wipe out the thousands of strange beasts around the lake in an instant, Yan Jinghong, whose mind had been filled with hatred, did not realize its intentions whatsoever. But when it launched its second attack, targeted towards the human cultivators, Yan Jinghong finally woke up. After she saw the dozen or so energy beams aimed towards Dongfang Yuner and the others, Yan Jinghong let out a furious roar. No longer bothering to continue attacking the crimson-eyed flood dragon, Dongfang Yuner switched her attention to blocking its attacks shooting towards her comrades. With its great intelligence, however, the crimson-eyed flood dragon figured that there was someone among the human cultivators whom Yan Jinghong cares about. Just as she was about to withdraw to help her comrades, it purposely obstructed her path with its giant body to make her fall down into a spiral of madness. Seeing that Dongfang Yuner took on the direct hit of the energy beam, Yan Jinghong's eyes turned bloodshot as her originally black hair turned white in an instant. "Crimson-eyed flood dragon, I will definitely kill you today." Yan Jinghong, originally fuming in rage, spoke with an eerily calm voice that froze up the entire surroundings. "I blundered." Upon seeing Yan Jinghong's eyes turn red, the crimson-eyed flood dragon's expression turned serious, while its already ugly face twisted in a disgusting manner. Originally, it intended to make Yan Jinghong lose control of herself by killing the human cultivators. However, it never expected her cultivation to go on a complete rampage after killing the humans. In her current condition, not only could she unleash her full strength, but her combat strength had increased by 3 times. Initially, the difference in strength between the two of them was not much. So much so that the crimson-eyed flood dragon could barely defeat her even with its strong body. But at this moment, all the confidence it had in its heart turned into shreds. As the crimson-eyed flood dragon raised its head and roared into the sky, it immediately took the initiative to attack while purposely guiding Yan Jinghong deeper into the endless forest. At this moment, the crimson-eyed flood dragon did not have much confidence in defeating her. Thus, in order to protect itself and take the Cyan Heart Lotus for itself, it could only shift the location of battle elsewhere. Confident in its strength, it believed that its beam attack had completely wiped out the 20 or so human cultivators in the vicinity. That was the reason why it could leave behind the Cyan Heart Lotus that it had been guarding for nearly 20 years. Chu Zhongtian, who had dodged the crimson-eyed flood dragon's attack, was afraid that he would attract its attention. Thus, he let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, pretending to be killed. When Chu Zhongtian collapsed to the ground, he just so happened to notice an expert from the Wang family doing his best to resist the energy beam shot out by the flood dragon. However, upon seeing the expert of the Wang family, his eyes turned serious as a trace of fear flashed past his mind. While he was forced to dodge the attack, the expert of the Wang family who had been hiding behind him all this time was actually doing his best to defend himself from the flood dragon's attack. Moreover, the fact that the expert could temporarily resist the energy beam of the flood dragon with his own strength indicated that he was at the very least someone who had broken through the body refining realm. Thinking how the body refining cultivator was lying in wait to ambush him from behind, Chu Zhongtian could feel a lingering fear caressing the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he had also learned a valuable lesson. When going into hiding in the future, he needed to pay attention to both his front and back. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes as Chu Zhongtian stared at the expert of the Wang family doing his utmost to resist the energy beam. After all, the crimson-eyed flood dragon was a 7th grade strange beast. If its attack could be blocked with such ease, it surely couldn't be called a 7th grade strange beast anymore. Sure enough, the expert from the Wang family disintegrated into a pile of ashes under the energy beam in less than a minute. Witnessing the death of the body refining cultivator from the Wang family, Chu Zhongtian heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Figuring that the Wang family limited the number and strength of the experts sent to hunt him down, he reckoned that the body refining cultivator was most likely the strongest person in their assassination team. Thus, the expert's death relieved a lot of pressure from him. At that moment, Chu Zhongtian saw that the crimson-eyed flood dragon was slowly guiding Yan Jinghong away from the lake with the cyan heart lotus. However, he did not act rashly for the time being as he laid still on the ground, playing dead. After waiting for about 10 minutes and no longer detecting the presence of both the crimson-eyed flood dragon and Yan Jinghong in the area, he finally stood back up. Instead of running away, Chu Zhongtian dashed towards the side of the lake at extreme speed and approached the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon. In face of the energy beams shot out by the crimson-eyed dragon, apart from the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon, the other 10th and 9th grade strange beasts had already disintegrated into a pile of ashes, which prevented Chu Zhongtian from absorbing energy from their corpses. Fortunately, the corpse of an 8th grade strange beast at the scene was enough for him to replicate the pills and spirit fruits that he needed. With that, Chu Zhongtian drew out his top grade 10 refinement steel knife and slashed down at the earth-shifting dragon's lower abdomen with all his strength. Although the earth-shifting dragon was dead, it was still an 8th grade strange beast with a tough body and rough skin. Only after slashing down more than 10 times was he able to split open its lower abdomen. Sticking his hand into its lower abdomen and fumbling around for a while, he lifted out an inner core the size of a walnut. Since the earth-shifting dragon was instantly killed by the crimson-eyed flood dragon before it even had the chance to react or fight back, its inner core was still completely filled up with energy. Chu Zhongtian joyfully stored the inner core away and began to replicate the red sage, wolfberry, meridian-enhancing pills, and dantian-enhancing pills. With all of the earth-shifting dragon's energy still in its corpse, Chu Zhongtian managed to replicate 7 red sages, 3 wolfberries, as well as a large number of pills. Even so, the corpse still had more than half of its energy left. Not wanting to waste even a single drop of its energy, he took out the rough gentian from his storage bag and replicated it. However, even after replicating 3 rough gentians, the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon still had around a quarter of its energy remaining. Looking at the corpse, he began thinking about what else he could possibly replicate. He had already duplicated more than enough red sages, wolfberries, and rough gentians. Any more would simply be a waste of the energy. Moreover, it would take up even more space of his storage bag unnecessarily. But other than these treasures, Chu Zhongtian did not know what else he should duplicate. At this time, he suddenly thought of something he wanted to duplicate. However, he was worried that the remaining energy within the corpse would not be enough. Even so, he was extremely unwilling to waste the remaining energy within the corpse. After all, the corpse of an 8th grade strange beast was not easy to obtain. At that moment, He took out all the spirit stones and both the inner cores of the jade white python and earth-shifting dragon from his storage bag. Then, he placed them on the ground. He was going to bet everything on this. Looking at the spirit stones and the inner cores on the ground, Chu Zhongtian gritted down on his teeth and roared aloud. This time, he was planning to duplicate a low-rank 8th grade Yang opening fruit. The Yang opening fruit was a rare spirit fruit that could allow a cultivator in the peak 10th layer of the body refining realm to break through to the Qi transformation realm. If he wanted to duplicate it, he would need an enormous amount of energy. But since this was his first attempt to duplicate an 8th grade spirit fruit, he had no idea how much energy he needed. When he was repairing his meridians a few months ago, in order to duplicate a meridian herb, he had nearly been sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse by the replication system. Thus, in order to prevent that from ever happening again, he needed to prepare in advance. Staring at the spirit stones and inner cores before him, Chu Zhongtian took in a deep breath and activated the replication system. At that moment, the remaining energy left in the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon began decreasing as a Yang opening fruit gradually appeared in his hand. Having used up the remaining energy within the corpse of the earth-shifting dragon, the Yang opening fruit in his hand had already reached 70% of its completion. Without any hesitation, Chu Zhongtian directly placed his hand on the pile of spirit stones and began absorbing the spiritual qi stored within them. When the Yang opening fruit finally finished replicating, only 3 spirit stones were left on the ground. Looking at the remaining low-rank 9th grade spirit stone amidst the pile of white powder, he could not help but feel his heart aching. All the spirit stones that he had accumulated in the past had essentially been exhausted. Setting the pain in his heart aside, Chu Zhongtian picked up the remaining 3 spirit stones and the 2 inner cores on the ground and stored them into the storage bag. With that, he turned his gaze towards the cyan heart lotus in the center of the lake. Staring at the 7th grade cyan heart lotus, Chu Zhongtian felt a little worried and uncertain. Although both the crimson-eyed flood dragon and Yan Jinghong had already left the vicinity, he was still afraid of the possibility that it might have set up a trap in the lake just in case. As a 7th grade strange beast, any of the traps set up by the crimson-eyed flood dragon could easily take away his life. Moreover, even if it did not set up a trap, when it finds out that the cyan heart lotus had gone missing after coming back, it could very easily track him down in the endless forest. But in the case that the crimson-eyed flood dragon fails to track him down, it would definitely attack the human settlements out of anger. As the closest town to the endless forest, Luolin Town would definitely be its first target. However, if he gave up on a 7th grade cyan heart lotus that he could easily obtain now, Chu Zhongtian felt that he would regret this decision for the rest of his life. What should he do? Should he take the cyan heart lotus or not? In a dilemma, Chu Zhongtian paced back and forth anxiously in his original position. Stepping into the pile of spirit stones that had turned into powder, a sudden thought popped up in his mind. For the time being, he could copy the low-rank 8th grade Yang opening fruit and replicate it later on when he breaks through to the Qi transformation realm or when he finally has enough energy. Upon thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly took out the earth-shifting dragon's inner core and dove into the lake. The reason he chose the earth-shifting dragon's inner core was that he did not know how much energy was needed to copy the cyan heart lotus. Moreover, since he had already consumed 2/3 of the energy within the jade white python's inner core, he was afraid that he might run out of energy during the copying process. As such, he chose to use the earth-shifting dragon's inner core for now. When the crimson-eyed flood dragon was guarding the cyan heart lotus during the middle of its growth period, it made sure to clear up all the obstacles around it to prevent anything from affecting the lotus growth. Thus, Chu Zhongtian easily made his way to the cyan heart lotus. Seeing that the cyan heart lotus had already bloomed fully, Chu Zhongtian gently touched it with his left hand and gripped onto the earth-shifting dragon's inner core with his right before starting the copying process. With the abundance of energy contained with the 8th grade inner core, there was still a considerable amount of energy stored within even after he copied the cyan heart lotus. Seeing this, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At a natural lake at the border between the territory of the 10th and 9th grade strange beasts. After finishing the copying process of the cyan heart lotus, his subconsciously shifted his gaze to the bottom of the lake and focused intently on the lair of the crimson-eyed flood dragon. Whether it was a snake, python, serpent, or a dragon, they were all born with the desire to possess treasures that emitted some sort of bright radiance. A few days ago, he had discovered a pile of divine weapons and a storage bag that were all emitting some sort of light in the lair of the jade-white python. Thus, he figured that there would be even more treasures of higher quality hidden within the lair of the crimson-eyed flood dragon. If he managed to get his hands on even a few of them, it would definitely end up as a huge boost to his strength and provide him with even more trump cards. Staring at the surface of the lake for a dozen or so seconds, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly shook his head and thought otherwise to take such unnecessary risks. He realized that he was being far too greedy at this point. Though it was not exactly a bad thing, he still had to act with his own abilities in mind. The 7th grade crimson-eyed flood dragon would undoubtedly have set up many means to protect its own lair. Thus, if he, a cultivator in the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm, were to dive down in an attempt to retrieve the treasures hidden within, would it not essentially be him giving up his own life voluntarily? With such thoughts, Chu Zhongtian swam back to land immediately and rushed towards the outer perimeter of the endless forest. Although there were still 3 days left before he planned on ending his training in the endless forest, he figured that he had already gained more than enough. Besides, with the massacre of the strange beasts by the crimson-eyed flood dragon just now, it would be nearly impossible for him to find even more high-rank strange beasts for him to hunt within a radius of 100 miles. Since it would be meaningless for him to stay here and continue training, he decided to return early back to Luolin town. After running a few hundred meters away from the lake, Chu Zhongtian suddenly came to a stop as he looked ahead with a complicated expression. After all, right in front of him was the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner, leaning against a tree. Since her clothes were tattered from being struck by the energy beam just now, the layer of armor she wore beneath was emitting a great sense of pressure. Chu Zhongtian did not stop running because he was interested in her body, but rather, he saw that Dongfang Yuner was still breathing, meaning that she was not dead yet. It was precisely because of this woman's sudden arrival in Qi country that prevented him from continuing his cultivation in the hidden dragon pavilion, and forced to enter the endless forest for more training on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Logically speaking, Chu Zhongtian had every right to despise her, and it would not even be an exaggeration for him to kill her right then and there. But for some odd reason, his heart softened up when he saw her weak body and traces of blood flowing down her bleach-pale face. Looks like I'm still not ruthless enough. Chu Zhongtian sighed and walked forward after considering for a while. Bending over, he picked up the seriously injured Dongfang Yuner before continuing making his way back. When he carried her up, Chu Zhongtian found out that she actually had a very good figure despite his slightly slender appearance. Her voluptuous and marshmallow-soft buttocks especially aroused his lustful desires. Feeling the slight change in his lower abdomen, Chu Zhongtian cursed at himself. How could he have such lustful desires for a heavily injured woman? Nothing, no any meditation spells. He could only silently recite Bodhi. He had often used to calm his mind in his previous life to forcefully suppress his lustful thoughts. Since most of the high-rank 10th grade strange beasts had already been brutally killed by the crimson-eyed flood dragon, with his peak realm movement technique, he quickly arrived at the border between the mid-rank and high-rank 10th grade strange beasts. Upon arriving at that border, Chu Zhongtian paused for a moment and looked at Dongfang Yuner with a complicated expression on his face. He then decided to change his direction and proceeded towards the lair of the jade-white python. If Chu Zhongtian was by himself now, he would definitely hurry on back to Luolin town as soon as possible. However, he had many concerns about bringing Dongfang Yuner back with him. Firstly, there were still countless mid-rank 10th grade strange beasts roaming around their territory, as they were not close enough to the lake to be attracted to the Cyan Heart Lotus. Carrying a seriously injured woman with him would slow him down and prevent him from using his full strength. Secondly, Chu Zhongtian did not know if all the experts sent by the 3 great families to hunt him down had died or not. If he encountered someone stronger than him, the severely injured Dongfang Yuner would definitely end up being as a burden for him. Thirdly, even if he did manage to arrive safely in Luolin town, would he explain this matter to the Grand Elder and Manager? As such, he planned to help Dongfang Yuner recover her strength for the time being. Only after she recovers some of her strength would he then leave the endless forest alone. Having already marked the entire cave in the past, he did not speed too much effect to return to the lair of the jade white python. After finding a relatively clean place, Chu Zhongtian placed Dongfang Yuner down on the ground and took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag. "How fortunate for you," Chu Zhongtian said with a heartache as he looked down at the low-rank 9th grade healing pill in his hand. This bottle of healing pills was given to him by the Grand Elder when he left the Chu family just in case he ever comes across a situation of life and death. When he was carelessly stabbed by the lion scorpion previously, he was forced to take some of the pills, albeit reluctantly. Now, in order to save a complete stranger whom he despised, he had no choice but to use it on her too. Since Dongfang Yuner was currently unconscious and could not take the pill by herself, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to open her mouth with his fingers and feed the pill into her mouth. Without any experiencing of treating people, Chu Zhongtian left her alone to recover with time after feeding her the pill. Leaving the unconscious Dongfang Yuner alone, Chu Zhongtian chose a relatively clean place to sit down with his legs crossed. With that, he sat in meditation to recover his exhausted spiritual qi that he used to run for his life. After replenishing his spiritual qi, he then took out 3 red sages. Now, he needed to break through to the 8th layer of the qi refining realm with all his strength. Although he had reached the bottleneck of breaking through to the next layer for a while now, he was unable to break through previously due to the lack of red sages. In order to avoid the attack of the crimson-eyed flood dragon just now, he forcefully broke through with his movement technique to its peak. At the same time, it had also loosened up his bottleneck. This was now the best time for him to break through. Taking a glance at the unconscious Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian took out a red sage and swallowed it down. As its energy melted into his body and began spreading out all over, he immediately circulated the Taishan Heart Sutra and began absorbing the energy. Time ticked away slowly. By the time he had consumed the 3 red sage, the aura around his body had already increased dozens of times. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual qi in the vicinity rushed into his body, causing the weeds around him to sway back and forth. Spitting out a breath of foul air from his chest, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. According to his calculations, the spiritual qi contained in the 3 red sages was enough to guarantee his breakthrough to the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. However, he had greatly underestimated his potential. Upon consuming the 3rd red sage, he was indeed able to break through. But upon doing so, the force within his dantian instantly consumed every single drop of spiritual qi he absorbed from the 3 red sages. If it was not for the fact that the spiritual qi in this place was unusually abundant, he would definitely have suffered great damages due to his lack of spiritual qi. Within the lair of the jade white python, having consumed 3 mid-rank 9th grade red sages, with the help of the spiritual qi, Chu Zhongtian had successfully broken through to the 8th layer of the qi refining realm. After first solidifying his cultivation base, he then turned his head and looked at Dongfang Yuner, who was still laying on the ground. Although she was still unconscious, he realized that the aura on her body had become much stronger, and her breathing was slowly returning to normal. As such, he knew that her injuries were slowly recovering. Not paying any more attention to the unconscious Dongfang Yuner, he turned his head around and continued focusing on strengthening his cultivation base while cultivating the realm concealing technique. Now in secluded cultivation, Chu Zhongtian eventually lost track of time. But when he heard a light cough, he opened his eyes and could barely make out Dongfang Yuner's eyelashes trembling with what little was in the cave. As her delicate hands began twitching slightly, Chu Zhongtian knew that she was about to wake up. At that moment, he quickly activated his realm concealing technique and disguised himself as an initial 7th layer qi refining cultivator before walking towards Dongfang Yuner, who was about to regain consciousness. After cultivation the technique for a period of time, Chu Zhongtian had completely grasped the essence of the secret technique and could now conceal his cultivation realm for as long as he wanted. However, the secret technique would deactivate for a short period of time every time he breaks through a minor realm, which was the only weakness of this secret technique. Just as Chu Zhongtian concealed his realm as an initial 7th layer qi refining cultivator, Dongfang Yuner finally opened her eyes. Since the lair was located under a hill, not much light permeated through the cave. Although Chu Zhongtian had lit up the place slightly with some luminous pearls in advance, it was still rather difficult to see anything at all inside. "Where am I?" Dongfang Yuner asked instinctively with a weak voice as she opened her eyes, still half-conscious. "Princess, this is the lair of the jade white python," Chu Zhongtian answered as he stood up and walked towards her. "Who are you?" Dongfang Yuner asked upon hearing the voice of a man. Feeling rather nervous, she subconsciously tightened her grip on both her dress and the silk veil on her face. Fully aware of her own beautiful appearance and attractiveness, those actions were done instinctively. Although Chu Zhongtian could understand the reason for her actions, he could not help but feel somewhat uncomfortable as she made him out to be like some sort of sex fiend in her eyes. But when she realized that the silk veil on her face and the clothes on her body remained untouched, Dongfang Yuner secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she began analyzing the face of the man amidst the dimly lit cave. The longer she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed to her, as if she had met him somewhere before. But no matter how much she tried to remember, she simply could not recall his identity. As such, she could not help but let out a slight frown. "We've met before in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion of the royal family of the Qi country," Chu Zhongtian said when he noticed Dongfang Yuner frown and figured that she could not remember him. Although he was somewhat irritated by her forgetfulness, the irritation dissipated slightly as soon as he saw the cute expression on Dongfang Yuner's face. "You are a disciple of Chu family." When Dongfang Yuner heard Chu Zhongtian's words, she finally remembered who he was. He was the young disciple of the Chu family who was forced out of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion by her personal guard. "That's right. I am the disciple of the Chu family whom you had chased out of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Although he did not want to lose his temper at Dongfang Yuner, he could not help but mock slightly upon recalling how she had ruined his opportunity to get stronger, and was also the reason why he was forced to take the risk of training in the Endless Forest. "Sorry, I shouldn't have." Dongfang Yuner quickly apologized upon hearing Chu Zhongtian's mocking tone. However, her emotional state agitated her injuries and made her cough continuously. "It's already a matter of the past, so you don't need to apologize to me," Chu Zhongtian replied and quickly stepped forward upon seeing her cough non-stop. He originally intended to help her out by patting her on the back. But when he was about 2 meters away, he suddenly stopped in his steps. Although there was no rule in Eternal Continent that men and women could not get close to each other, Dongfang Yuner was the princess of Heavenly Dragon Empire after all. With her noble status, she would definitely not allow a man to casually touch her body. Therefore, he could only stay where he was. "You were the one who saved me," Dongfang Yuner said in a calm tone after she stopped coughing. "It's pretty obvious that I was the one who saved you." Seeing Dongfang Yuner's sudden change in attitude, Chu Zhongtian shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "When I return to Heavenly Dragon Empire, I will find an opportunity to return the favor," Dongfang Yuner said as she sat up on her knees. Then, she took out some sort of pill that emitted a rich and unusual fragrance and consumed it. Seeing Dongfang Yuner's attitude towards him turn cold once again, Chu Zhongtian naturally understood what she meant. Basically, she was hinting at him to leave this area first while she tends to her own injuries. Upon hearing those words, he let out a bitter laugh before turning around to leave. Looking at Chu Zhongtian's departing figure, a complicated expression suddenly appeared on Dongfang Yuner's face. However, that expression quickly disappeared as she returned to her original cold attitude. With that, Chu Zhongtian returned to the place where he originally broke through and began familiarizing himself with his newly attained power. Now that Dongfang Yuner had regained consciousness, he could neither consume the pills that increased one's potential for the time being nor practice any of his combat techniques. Thus, he could only focus on getting used to his newly attained strength. Around 2 hours later, Dongfang Yuner suddenly stood up and walked to Chu Zhongtian. "My injuries have pretty much recovered, so I should leave now. Is that so? In that case, allow me to send you off," Chu Zhongtian said in a calm voice. However, he was rather shocked in his heart regarding her speed of recovery. She had suffered such a serious injury, yet it only took her 2 hours to recover completely? Just what kind of pill did she consume just now? From the looks of things, it should be at the very least a high-rank 9th grade pill, or perhaps even an 8th grade pill. Such was the benefit of being born into the royal family. Chu Zhongtian took down one of the luminous pearls placed on the walls of the cave and guided Dongfang Yuner out to the entrance of the lair with the help of the dim light. But when Dongfang Yuner saw the skeleton stretching over 100 meters long in the lair, she could not help but stand petrified for a few seconds. Then, just like Chu Zhongtian, she also revealed a hint of pity on her face. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said, "Princess, since you've fully recovered, we'll be parting ways now. We shall meet again in the future if fate allows it." As the princess of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner possessed a noble status and an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, her elegant appearance could easily attract the gaze of any normal man. Naturally, she would also a magnet to all kinds of trouble. Since Chu Zhongtian wanted to prioritize his safe return to Luolin town, he did not want to cause any trouble before then. More importantly, Chu Zhongtian felt rather uncomfortable around Dongfang Yuner's arrogant demeanor. Thus, he ended up choosing to part ways with her after leaving the cave. In front of the Jade White Python's cave. Without seeking Dongfang Yuner's permission, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique and quickly disappeared in front of the hill. When she saw Chu Zhongtian quickly leaving the hill, Dongfang Yuner's face revealed a shocked expression for the first time. At the same time, she subconsciously touched the silk veil on her face for the second time. Because in her memory, there had never been a man who would not want to get close to her, fawn on her, or please her after seeing her. Instead, he would immediately avoid her. Chu Zhongtian was the first man she met who was not attracted to her, and Dongfang Yuner could tell that. Chu Zhongtian did not want to use this method to attract her attention, but his true thoughts. This made her doubt her charm. Could it be that her excellence wasn't enough to attract Chu Zhongtian's attention? After leaving Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian gradually increased his speed, and gradually raised the yellow level lower level movement technique to the peak. At the same time, he began to practice the middle rank movement technique Windbreaker. Perhaps it was because the lower level movement technique he started cultivating had something to do with the Windbreaker, or perhaps it was because his lower level movement technique had already reached the peak. Therefore, when he tried cultivating the Windbreaker, Chu Zhongtian found that his understanding of the Windbreaker had become simpler. Without spending much time, he had already broken through to the entry level with his intermediate skill. This was out of his expectations. After breaking through to the entry level, his speed, which was as fast as the wind, increased by at least 3 times. Chu Zhongtian, who was running at full speed, could no longer be seen. The others could only vaguely feel a breeze blowing past them. It didn't take long for Chu Zhongtian to cross the 10th grade middle rank beasts range and enter the low rank 10th grade beasts range. After his stage broke through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period, when combined with the power of his momentum, Chu Zhongtian could basically be said to be running amok in the entire level 10 beast range, not to mention the intermediate and low rank 10th grade beasts range. Therefore, he basically didn't try to cover up the rest of the journey. Initially, he didn't have any scruples, but as soon as he stepped into the range of low-rank 10th grade beasts, he suddenly stopped and jumped onto a big tree, hiding in the dark leaves. Because as he was moving forward, he suddenly saw 2 black-clothed experts in front of him, and they were attacking a middle-aged man together. Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the leaves, saw the weapons they were using through the gaps between the leaves. Soon, he found out that these 2 black-clothed men were from the Wang family. It seemed like they were one of the experts who were chasing him. However, their target should be him. Why did they suddenly attack an outsider? As for the middle-aged man who was being attacked, he was using a high-grade 10 times refined sword. There was no sign of any major power on the sword, so Chu Zhongtian couldn't confirm his origin for the time being. He observed the strength of the middle-aged man and the black-clothed man, and Chu Zhongtian immediately felt relieved, because they were all early 10th level of Qi refining stage warriors, even though the stage was stronger than him. However, he had already broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period, and his current strength could barely reach the early 10th level of Qi refining stage. If he cooperated with them, even 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period warriors might not be his match. Although he wasn't afraid of them, Chu Zhongtian had no intention of fighting them. One side was the assassin who was chasing him, while the other side was a complete stranger. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and it would be best if he could reap the benefits. You too. I am just an adventurer who wants to enter the endless forest to train. Why did you suddenly attack me? While blocking the opponent's attack, the middle-aged man asked loudly. Although the difference in strength between them was not big, the weapons used by the two experts of the Wang family were of the highest grade 10 times refined. The weapon used by the middle-aged man was only a high-grade 10 times refined weapon. The disadvantage of the weapon caused him to gradually be at a disadvantage. At this rate, the middle-aged man's defeat was only a matter of time. Adventurer of the trial? I don't believe it. Hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, one of the experts from the Wang family in black clothes laughed. His tone was full of sarcasm. If I am not an adventurer, do I have some secret that cannot be told to others? The sarcasm in the master's tone made the middle-aged man's face change. Mr. Zhou, others don't know about your background, but the Wang family knows everything about you. So, you better hand over the item as soon as possible. The expert from the Wang family who had just spoken shouted out loudly, and then forced Mr. Zhou to hand over a certain treasure. Although Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the tree, was confused by what he heard, he could guess that this middle-aged man must have some very precious treasure on him, which caused two experts from the Wang family to attack and seize it from him. You are from the Wang family of Qi country. When he heard the black-clothed man reveal the truth, the middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his facial expression changed drastically. That's right. We are the Wang family who started from refining weapons. So, Mr. Zhou, if you want to keep your life, you better hand over the treasures obediently. We promise we won't kill you. The expert of Wang family promised solemnly. All right, I can hand over the treasure, but you all must stop first. Seeing that the black-clothed man knew his background, and that his weapon was inferior to theirs, Hong Long, Mr. Zhou finally gave up resisting and agreed to hand over the treasure in his hand. Sure, but you must not think of any tricks. Otherwise, the two of us will make you die a horrible death. Seeing that Mr. Zhou was going to hand over the treasure, the two experts of Wang family secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Zhou's strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. Although the two of them could defeat him with their combined strength, if he had the intention to perish together with them, it would bring them great harm. There was a mission for them to enter the endless forest this time. Before they completed the mission, they weren't willing to be injured, which would lead to the failure of the final mission. Seeing the two experts from the Wang family stop attacking, Mr. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he pretended to be resigned to his fate and extended his hand into his arms. This is a treasure that I, Zhou family, have inherited for thousands of years. While pretending to take the treasure, Mr. Zhou sighed with emotion. Seeing Mr. Zhou take the initiative to hand over the treasure, the vigilance of the two experts of Wang family immediately relaxed a little. At this moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhou took out not some peerless treasure. Instead, he took out 2 silver needles that were emitting a cold aura. Mr. Zhou, you are courting death. He did not expect that the middle-aged man, who had given up on resisting, would be so insidious. He used the treasures to make them lower their guard, and then suddenly used a hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack. Mr. Zhou's hidden weapon technique was very concealed, and the two experts of the Wang family relaxed their vigilance, which caused the hidden weapon to approach them. Only then did they manage to react. The two experts of Wang family, who knew that they could not avoid the hidden weapon, gave up resisting under the pressure of certain death. They used the sharp swords in their hands as hidden weapons and directly shot towards the middle-aged man with the surname Zhou. A trace of greed flashed across Mr. Zhou's face when he saw the 2 swords that came at him. However, he did not attack to catch them. Instead, he jumped up and down, dodging the 2 swords that were shot at him. Looking at the 2 Wang family warriors who died under the hidden weapons, Mr. Zhou first vigilantly observed his surroundings. When he found that this place was safe, he began to collect the spoils. Chu Zhongtian, who was hiding in the tree, saw Mr. Zhou collecting the spoils of war skillfully. He knew that this was not the first time he had done something like this. It seemed like he was also a cunning person. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't know what kind of treasure Mr. Zhou had that made the two experts of Wang family give up on chasing him, he knew that this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Instead, he chose to attack Mr. Zhou. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't intend to go down and snatch the treasure. After Mr. Zhou left, Chu Zhongtian jumped down from the tree. He looked in the direction where Mr. Zhou had left, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face, because Mr. Zhou was heading towards the inner part of Endless Forest. However, no matter what secrets Mr. Zhou had entered the inner part of the Endless Forest, Chu Zhongtian wasn't interested at all. He just wanted to return to Luolin town as soon as possible. He wanted to meet Grand Elder as soon as possible, so he didn't waste any time. He continued to walk towards the outer region of Endless Forest. A few minutes after Chu Zhongtian left, Mr. Zhou, who should have disappeared, suddenly appeared at the scene. Looking at Chu Zhongtian's back, a serious expression flashed across Mr. Zhou's face. Luolin Town Chu's Pharmacy. Grand Elder and Manager were sitting on the top floor of the attic, drinking tea. The two of them were drinking tea, but their eyes were looking at Endless Forest from time to time. At the same time, there was a trace of worry and expectation in their eyes. There is only one day left until the appointed time. I wonder how his progress is now. Retracting his expectant gaze, the shopkeeper said with a worried expression. In fact, ever since Chu Zhongtian left Chu's Pharmacy by himself, Grand Elder and Manager would spend more than half a day in the penthouse on the top floor every day. They would occasionally look at the Endless Forest. Whether he is alive or dead, only heaven knows. However, if Tian could come back safely, his strength would probably rise to a whole new level. His achievements are also unpredictable. Grand Elder didn't know how to answer his old friend's question. After all, he was only a body refining stage upper rank 9th grade alchemist, and didn't have the ability to predict the future. Just as the two of them were about to withdraw their gazes and look forward to Chu Zhongtian returning on time tomorrow, they suddenly saw a figure rushing towards Luolin town like a gust of wind, and this person was very familiar to them. He's back. Seeing the figure of Luolin town getting closer and closer, Grand Elder and Manager stood at the window at the same time. Their eyes revealed the same expression. Chu Zhongtian, who was in the midst of training, had returned safely. Chu Zhongtian felt a little excited when he saw the Luolin town getting closer and closer. Although he had only practiced for 11 days in the Endless Forest, within 11 days, he had encountered many dangerous situations, and even almost lost his life in the face of the crimson-eyed flood dragon. No matter if it was his energy or stamina, they had all been exhausted to the limit. At this moment, when he saw the Luolin town, his tensed consciousness finally relaxed a little. Without slowing down his pace, Chu Zhongtian rushed into the backyard of the Chu's Pharmacy like a cool breeze. He raised his head and looked at Grand Elder and Manager, who were standing on top of the penthouse. Chu Zhongtian bowed. Not bad. His cultivation base has broken through to the Qi refining level 7. Grand Elder and Manager were both body refining stage warriors. With just a glance, they could tell that Chu Zhongtian was using the stage. Manager praised them. The first 6 levels of the Qi refining level 7 were different. Normally, as long as one's talent surpassed the level 10, the first 6 levels of the Qi refining stage only needed to accumulate enough spiritual Qi to break through smoothly. However, not only did he need enough spiritual Qi to break through to the Qi refining level 7, he also needed to have a certain understanding of his stage before he could break through. It had only been 3 months since Chu Zhongtian had risen again, and in just 3 months he had broken through to the Qi refining level 7. This was enough to show how outstanding his talent, potential, and comprehension ability were. Compared to Manager's cultivation base and experience, Grand Elder's horizons were a little higher. Besides seeing Chu Zhongtian break through to the Qi refining level 7, he could also see that Chu Zhongtian had gathered his spirit, Qi, and energy. Perhaps he had obtained a pretty good opportunity in Endless Forest. I'm afraid that you will be very tired after 11 days of training. After dinner, you should rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, We will return to our family and prepare to enter the blood prison pavilion for cultivation. Although Chu Zhongtian's spirit, qi and energy was not bad, the tiredness in his expression was obvious. Therefore, the considerate Grand Elder let him rest first. After Chu Zhongtian went to rest, Grand Elder, who was standing in the courtyard, suddenly became serious. "What's wrong with you?" Grand Elder's expression suddenly changed, which made Manager confused. Chu Zhongtian not only returned to Luolin town safely, but also broke through to the Qi refining level 7. Logically speaking, it should be worth celebrating. But why was Grand Elder looking so serious? After the first month, I plan to go to Purgatory City and ask that person to help me concoct a rebirth pill. After pondering for a long time, Grand Elder spoke his purpose with a solemn tone. Intermediate 7-grade bodiless pill. Hearing that Grand Elder was going to find someone to help refine the rebirth pill, Manager could not help but exclaim. Regardless of whether it was medicinal ingredients, spirit fruit, or medicinal pills, as long as one could step into the level 7, they were considered top treasures. The rebirth pill was even an alchemy king amongst level 7 medicinal pills. The rebirth pill was different from other medicinal pills. It was not used to raise one's cultivation or strengthen one's physical body. Instead, it was a medicinal pill used to increase one's talent. Although the cultivation talent of a human was innately decided. However, through all sorts of experiments, humans who were filled with wisdom discovered many rare treasures and medicinal pills that could increase one's innate talent. The rebirth pill was refined using dozens of precious medicinal herbs. Could help people raise their cultivation talent. For example, Chu Zhongtian's top-rank level 8 cultivation talent, a tier 7 middle grade rebirth pill, could help his cultivation talent advance to the 7th grade low rank. Of course, the rebirth pill was only a pill that belonged to an intermediate level 7. Could only be used to increase one's talent below the level 7. However, the rare treasures and the pill could enhance a person's cultivation talent. They were all very rare treasures, and were rarely seen in the market. The person Grand Elder mentioned just now was the most famous Grandmaster of the Piltao in Eternal Continent's southern domain, and his grade had reached the terrifying upper level 5. However, that person had a strange personality. Not only did he have to pay a very high price to concoct the pill, but he also had very harsh conditions. Why do you suddenly have such thoughts? The shopkeeper, who knew the preciousness of intermediate 7-grade bodiless pill, couldn't understand why Grand Elder wanted to concoct such a pill all of a sudden. Grand Elder was now an old man in his 60s. The cultivation talent was only an intermediate level 8. Even if he consumed a tier 7 middle grade rebirth pill and raised the cultivation talent to the upper rank 8th grade, it wouldn't have much effect on his future advancement. When we were young, we had ventured into the outside world, and we had seen many peerless experts. We know that a qi transforming period isn't the peak stage. Grand Elder didn't answer the shopkeeper's question. Instead, he recalled the experiences of his youth. And that's right. In a powerful dynasty, in a sect with a long history, the qi transforming period is the starting point of a warrior's cultivation, and only essence gathering stage warriors can be considered true experts. Manager nodded his head and followed Grand Elder's words to say the stage that was above the qi transforming period. Tian is a top-rank level 8 cultivation talent, and the highest success rate in his life is at the peak of the qi transforming period. But as you saw just now, whether it is in terms of comprehension ability or potential, and Tian's speed of cultivation and his persistence in the path of martial arts has far surpassed those geniuses with greater talent. At this point, Grand Elder's tone was overly excited as he shouted, Tian's achievements must never stop at the qi transforming period. He should have greater achievements. He can lead our Chu family to a higher level, so I have to let him be reborn. Let his cultivation talent break through the limit of the level 8. Manager fell into deep thought when he saw the emotional Grand Elder. Chu Zhongtian, who had eaten some delicious food and went back to his bedroom to rest, did not know that Grand Elder was worried about his future. He even planned to take a risk and ask for a level 7 pill that could help him improve his cultivation talent. After spending too much energy, he returned to his bedroom. He fell into his dream. On the 15th of the first month of the Lantern Festival, in the backyard of the Chu family. third elder, who was in charge of punishment, was currently standing in front of a gray building with 4 elder of the inner clan and 9 elite disciples. This gray building was about 3 meters tall and 10 meters wide. It looked like a palace with 4 horns protruding from the top of the palace. There was a lifelike black divine dragon carved on each corner of the building. The entire palace was completely sealed. There was only a red front door. The bright-colored front door revealed a bloody smell. One could tell that the environment inside was very cruel at first glance. Yuping, did Zhongtian come back from his training in Endless Forest? Chu Zhongba, who was standing at the front of the elite disciples, looked around and found no trace of Chu Zhongtian. He then asked Chu Yuping, who was standing beside him. Ever since Chu Zhongtian was confirmed to be the heir of the family, Chu Zhongba changed his mind. He saw himself as Chu Zhongtian's closest friend, and he would be the strongest help to him in the future. At the same time, he also targeted the inner sect, which was ranked in the top position of third elder. Because of this, the relationship between him and Chu Yuping quickly warmed up. The two of them were about to become good friends who could talk about anything. I saw Grand Elder yesterday afternoon when I went to the elixir store to find Junior Sister. Logically speaking, Zhongtian should be back. It's just that Jingya Pavilion is still closed and rejecting guests, so I'm not sure if he has come back or not. Chu Yuping replied uncertainly. It was only on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year that Chu Yuping discovered that Chu Zhongtian had quietly left Lu City and went to Endless Forest alone to train. When he received the news, he was extremely anxious. It wasn't because he was against Chu Zhongtian going to the Endless Forest. After a few interactions, Chu Yuping knew that Chu Zhongtian was a cultivation maniac. He would never give up the chance to improve his strength. What made him worried was that Chu Zhongtian should not go to the dangerous Endless Forest alone to train. Even if he did not need the protection of his family, he should at least bring him along. If Chu Zhongtian encountered any danger along the way, he would be able to help him defend for a while, giving Chu Zhongtian enough time to escape and counterattack. It was precisely because he was worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety that he went to the Jingya Pavilion 3 times a day. However, when Chu Zhongtian left Chu family, he had ordered the guards of Jingya Pavilion not to enter Jingya Pavilion except for the Patriarch. The reason why he gave this order was because Chu Zhongtian wanted to create an illusion that he was cultivating in seclusion. The Blood Prison Pavilion, which opens once every 10 years, must not be missed. Otherwise, if he misses this opportunity, it will have a huge impact on his future strength. Chu Zhongba saw that Chu Yuping wasn't sure whether Chu Zhongtian had returned or not. He was very worried about the importance of the Blood Prison Pavilion. Young Patriarch is here. Right after Chu Zhongba finished speaking, Chu Yuping saw a young man with a smile on his face. He was wearing a light blue robe. Hello, young Patriarch. When Chu Zhongtian arrived in front of everyone, whether it was the noble third elder, Chu Zhongba, or the other 9 elite disciples, all of them greeted Chu Zhongtian first. Elders, you are welcome. Please do not be overly polite in the future. When Chu Zhongtian saw third elder and the others greeting him, he quickly took a step forward and used his hand to stop them. Young Patriarch, the ceremony cannot be wasted, third elder said firmly. Third elder was an elder in charge of the Chu family's punishment. His character was very old-fashioned. He strictly carried out the etiquette. If the Patriarch made a mistake in etiquette, he would not hesitate to criticize it on the spot. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not continue to persuade third elder's firm attitude. Young Patriarch, you have broken through to the Qi refining level 7. Although he insisted that etiquette could not be broken, third elder still felt very comfortable with Chu Zhongtian's modest attitude. He raised his head and wanted to continue to remind him not to give up the courtesy, but he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongtian had already broken through to the Qi refining level 7 mid-stages stage. He was so shocked that he lost his voice. 3 months. In just 3 months, Chu Zhongtian had broken through from the first level of the Qi refining stage to the Qi refining level 7 mid-stage. Not to mention the Chu family, perhaps not even the legends of the Qi country had such a genius. I was lucky enough to break through during my training, Chu Zhongtian said humbly. In fact, he was still a little excited. The fact that he had broken through to the Qi refining level 7 had caused Third Elder to lose his composure. If he knew that he had actually broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period, furthermore, he had already broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period mid-stage. He didn't know if Third Elder would faint from excitement. Third Elder and the others could only describe Chu Zhongtian's potential and the speed of his breakthrough with a long sigh. Third Elder was an intermediate level 8 cultivation talent. It had taken him nearly a year to break through to the Qi refining level 7. Compared to Chu Zhongtian, their performance was indeed much worse. After greeting the elders, Chu Zhongtian walked to Chu Zhongba and the others and started to communicate with them. Young Patriarch, when did you come back? Chu Yuping was not only shocked that Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the Qi refining level 7 mid-stage, his cultivation base had already surpassed his. He also wanted to know when Chu Zhongtian had returned to his family. Because he had gone to Jingya Pavilion twice last afternoon and night, but he had not been received. If Chu Zhongtian had not returned, it was only natural that he did not receive him. But if he had already returned to Jingya Pavilion, he would not have received him. This made Chu Yuping feel somewhat uneasy, because ever since Chu Zhongtian was confirmed as the heir, Chu Yuping's attitude was even lower than Chu Zhongba's. He had already completely regarded himself as Chu Zhongtian's subordinate, and would be absolutely trusted in the future. Therefore, he cared very much about Chu Zhongtian's attitude towards him. I came back the day before yesterday, but I have been staying at the Patriarch. I haven't returned to the Jingya Pavilion yet. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what Chu Yuping was feeling right now. He just casually explained where he had been for the past few days. He only rested for one night in Luolin town. Grand Elder brought Chu Zhongtian back to his family. After Chu Zhongtian returned to his family, he originally wanted to return to his Jingya Pavilion. But the Patriarch Chu Tianyun suddenly called him over. After learning that Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the Qi refining level 7, Chu Tianyun was pleasantly surprised and also decided to let Chu Zhongtian cultivate in his secret place for a few days. He wanted him to do his best to improve his cultivation base. The place where the Patriarch was cultivating was located at the Dragon's Head of the level 10 spiritual vein. Although the spiritual Qi wasn't as rich as the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, it was still abundant. He had the free spiritual Qi to absorb. How could Chu Zhongtian not be willing to do so? Furthermore, he only had 3 9th-grade low-rank spirit stones with him, and these spirit stones were not enough for him to absorb in a day. In the secret chamber dedicated to Patriarch, Chu Zhongtian had used the ample amount of spiritual Qi to completely consolidate the stage after his breakthrough. At the same time, he had also increased his potential after his breakthrough to the limit. There was still a little bit of time before the opening of the blood prison, so Chu Zhongtian used this little bit of time to advance his cultivation to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period mid-stage. This was also the reason why he was a little late. While he was improving his strength, Chu Zhongtian also knew that the Patriarch and the 2 elders who had reached the 10th level of the body refining stage, the peak, were preparing to break through to the Qi transforming period. It was also because of this reason that Chu Tianyun was so generous as to allow him to use his exclusive secret chamber. Chu family in front of the Blood Prison Pavilion. Zhongtian, among the disciples who have entered the Blood Prison Pavilion to cultivate, 6 spots have been occupied by the younger generation. This is the largest number of disciples in the younger generation in the past few decades. After everyone had finished their discussion, Chu Zhongba explained in a low voice. Actually, without Chu Zhongba's explanation, Chu Zhongtian had already noticed this situation. Although the requirements to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion were not very harsh, those who had reached the level 8 with the cultivation talent were qualified to enter. However, the prerequisite was that the number of people who had reached the level 8 among the young generation and young generation couldn't exceed 10. If the number of people who had reached the level 8 exceeded 10, then there would be a fierce competition to fight for 10 spots. As one of the 3 great families of the Qi country, the Chu family had a population of nearly 10,000. Although most of the people in the ____ only had level 10 and level 9 cultivation talent, the number of people who had reached the level 8 was not small either. Therefore, every time there were 10 spots in the Blood Prison Pavilion, the competition would be very intense. Chu Zhongtian had quietly left his family to train on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, so he didn't know how to compete for the 10 spots this time. In addition to the fact that there were more people in the younger generation this time, he was surprised to find out. The leader of the young generation, Chu Hongwei, didn't appear, and the few elite disciples who were close to him, who had reached the level 8, also didn't appear. Although no one told him about Chu Hongwei's situation, Chu Zhongtian felt that Chu Hongwei's outcome wouldn't be too good. He was afraid that even Chu Hongwei's father, second elder, would be implicated as well. Young patriarch, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get this quota. Chu Zhongba's words caused an elite disciple of the younger generation to sigh with emotion. This elite disciple's name was Chu Anong. He was a member of the Chu family's branch, a lower-level 8 cultivation talent. Originally, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion to cultivate, but luck had suddenly arrived. This gave him a chance to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion to cultivate. After some private inquiries, he finally found out that the reason he was able to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion was all because of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian didn't understand the process of competing for the quota, nor did he know the preciousness of the quota. However, Chu Zhongba and the others understood it very well. According to past habits, after every opening of the Blood Prison Pavilion, only 4 of the 10 spots could be occupied by the younger generation. The other 6 would be given to the young generation. After all, the young generation was stronger. After the cultivation of the Blood Prison Pavilion, their strength would increase by a level in a short period of time. This time, the 10 spots were not passed through the competition. It was Chu Tianyun and a few elder of the inner clan who made the decision on their own. Their ultimate goal was to take care of Chu Zhongtian. Because the young generation's elite disciples had the best relationship with Chu Zhongtian. More importantly, the 5 elite disciples of the younger generation that were chosen this time had all participated in the hunting competition. Moreover, all of them had been rescued by Chu Zhongtian, and they all felt grateful towards him. As the sun rose to the center of the sky, third elder nodded at the other 4 inner circle sect elders. After that, each of the 5 sect elders took out a red key and inserted it into the 5 keyholes on the red door. As the 5 keys were inserted into the keyholes, the tightly shut red door slowly opened, and a pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. Among the 10 elite disciples present, besides Chu Zhongtian and the 4 body refining stage elite disciples who were able to maintain their calm expressions, Chu Zhongba and the others couldn't help but take a step back. Although Chu Zhongba and the other 5 had their hands stained with blood before, they had experienced too few bloody scenes. For the time being, they couldn't bear the thick smell of blood. Third elder and the others could clearly see the performance of the elite disciples. They nodded their heads in satisfaction at Chu Zhongtian's fearless performance. A martial artist who had truly experienced a baptism of blood was a true mature martial artist, and Chu Zhongtian had already reached this level. Young patriarch, the 9 elite disciples of the 9 families. The Blood Prison Pavilion will only be open for 5 days, but it doesn't mean that you will be able to cultivate for 5 days inside. Because after the Blood Prison Pavilion is opened for a day, there will be a heavy pressure inside. The pressure is targeted at the physical body. If you can't hold on any longer, then hurry up and get out of here, or else injuring is a small matter. If it's serious, you'll die inside. After saying that, third elder's face darkened. He raised his voice and shouted, "Don't think that I'm just trying to scare you." After the Blood Prison Pavilion opened last time, there was an elite disciple who had reached the first layer of the body refining period, and because he was able to hold on for a long time, he eventually died in there. Regarding the things that needed to be taken note of in the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Tianyun had told Chu Zhongtian in detail after he returned to the Chu family. He also told him how to feel his limits and how to utilize the energy of the Blood Prison Pavilion better. "All right, you can go in now." As for whether these elite disciples would listen to his instructions or not, third elder didn't care. All he needed to do was instruct them. If these elite disciples wanted to force themselves, death was their business. The only thing that worried him the most was Chu Zhongtian. He knew that this young patriarch had a very strong personality, and he was obsessed with increasing his strength. Therefore, he was worried that Chu Zhongtian wouldn't know the severity of the matter and would insist on it. Although he was worried, He also knew that Chu Zhongtian was no longer someone he could command. Therefore, he could only silently give his blessings in his heart. Among the 10 elite disciples, Chu Zhongtian was young patriarch, and he had the most prestigious status. Therefore, he was the one who took the lead to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion. After walking into the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian could feel that the stench of blood was getting stronger. He even felt like throwing up. Fortunately, he had already experienced dozens of battles, and he had gotten used to this kind of feeling. Therefore, he returned to normal in a short period of time. As for Chu Zhongba and the others, it took quite a while for them to barely get used to the environment here. The layout of Blood Prison Pavilion was very simple. There were only 10 pillars about half a meter tall and 1 meter in diameter. There was a hassock placed on each pillar. After seeing the layout of the hall, Chu Zhongtian knew that the 10 pillars were used for cultivation. Young Patriarch, the 10 pillars in the hall are arranged according to the position. Each pillar contains different amounts of energy. After all the elite disciples had entered the blood prison, the blood-red door suddenly closed. At this moment, a disciple at the first level of the Qi refining stage walked up to Chu Zhongtian and introduced him. Could it be that there is something special about these 10 pillars? Seeing the young generation's elite disciples expressing their goodwill, Chu Zhongtian was naturally happy to accept him, so he asked with a gentle attitude. Replying to young patriarch, out of the 10 pillars, the easternmost pillar is the place with the most energy. Then, from the east to the west, the energy starts to weaken. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's gentle attitude, the expressions of the young generation's elite disciples changed greatly. Their attitude became even more enthusiastic. What's your name? Chu Zhongtian nodded, indicating that he already knew. After that, he turned around and asked with a satisfied expression. My name is Chu Zilin, a low-grade level 8 cultivation talent. Within the Blood Prison Pavilion. Chu Zilin, continue working hard. I have high hopes for your future. Chu Zhongtian patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Although Chu Zhongtian had never been a leader before he came here, he had seen a lot of work TV and novels on TV and on the computer. He knew some of the skills of being a leader. He knew how to encourage and capture the loyalty of his subordinates. Yes, sir. Chu Zhongtian's encouragement made Chu Zilin excitedly pat his chest. He showed an attitude that he could fight for Chu Zhongtian immediately. Chu Zhongtian did not know Chu Hongwei's fate, but as a young man, Chu Zilin knew it very well. Ever since Chu Hongwei lost the competition for the heir to the throne with Chu Zhongtian, he had been locked up by the patriarch on the spot, and no one knew whether he was still alive or dead. Chu Hongwei's father, second elder, had been stripped of all his rights, and he had closed his doors to reflect on himself. Even those few elite disciples who had a good relationship with Chu Hongwei had disappeared from the family without anyone knowing. Chu Zilin felt a wave of fear and uneasiness towards the swift and decisive actions of the family. He could guess the reason why he was able to enter the Blood Prison Pavilion. That was why he was grateful to Chu Zhongtian. Turning his head, Chu Zhongtian ignored Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping and the others. He walked directly to the east side of the pillar. Without discussing with anyone, Chu Zhongtian jumped onto the pillar and sat on the hassock with his legs crossed. After Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed, the remaining 9 elite disciples started to show respect to each other. Please. You go first, please. Every time the Blood Prison Pavilion opened, there would be 2 competitions. The first was a competition for 10 quotas. The first competition was not only about the participant's talent and strength, but also about the strength of his backer. The second time was after entering the Blood Prison Pavilion. Because the energy contained in the 10 pillars was different, every disciple who entered the Blood Prison Pavilion wanted to choose the pillar with the most energy, so that they could obtain better improvements. Thus, conflicts were created. The best way to resolve conflicts was to have a martial arts competition. At this time, the younger generation would be at a disadvantage. Because they were young and had cultivated for a short period of time, their strength was relatively weak. Thus, they could only choose the few pillars at the back. However, the competition this time was a bit special. As Chu Zhongtian was young patriarch, although his strength was not the strongest, his status was the noblest. Moreover, his potential and talent were also the most outstanding, so the pillar with the most energy would definitely be his. Among the remaining 9 cylinders, the second and fifth pillars should be the 4 body refining stage disciples of the younger generation. Because they were the strongest, they didn't go forward. Instead, they urged Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping and the others to go up. Chu Zhongba and Chu Yuping weren't people who didn't know what was good for them. They started to show respect to each other. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the pillar, felt the energy inside the pillar that could purify blood. He originally wanted to absorb this energy immediately to increase his strength and potential. However, he felt that the atmosphere below was a little unusual. He opened his eyes and looked at it for a while. Soon, he understood what had happened. The blood prison pavilion opened once every 10 years. Could only be opened once for 5 days. Could be said that every minute and every second was extremely precious. Moreover, from the second day onwards, there would be a kind of pressure that targeted the physical body within the blood prison pavilion. It would deliberately shorten the time of everyone's cultivation. Therefore, ever since they entered the blood prison pavilion, they had to make the best use of every minute and second to cultivate. Seeing that everyone was still giving way to him, Chu Zhongtian decided to act on his own. He would arrange a place for them to cultivate this time. Chu Zhongba, you can sit on the second pillar. Chu Zhongtian's tone was calm, but his attitude could not be questioned. Chu Zilin, you 4 body refining stage warriors, sit on the 3rd to 6th pillar. Chu Yuping, you are sitting on the 7th pillar. The remaining 3 energy pillars are about the same. You 3 can choose any one of them. After arranging their seats, Chu Zhongtian did not care whether they would follow his instructions. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy inside the pillar. Blood prison, as the name suggested, was targeted at the blood in one's body. As he began to absorb the energy in the cylinder into his body, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel that the blood in his blood vessels was like a burning fire. A very strong pain hit him. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had experienced more pain than this in order to repair the meridian. Therefore, the pain brought by the burning of his blood was within his tolerance. Although Chu Zhongtian could bear the pain of the blood burning, it did not mean that others could also bear the pain. A person like Chu Zhongba, who had been living a comfortable life since he was young, had never suffered any hardship. He simply couldn't bear the pain brought by the burning of his blood. He started rolling and screaming. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to Chu Zhongba and the others who were rolling and screaming. Instead, he endured the pain brought by the burning of his blood while carefully experiencing the changes to his own strength after his blood was purified. An hour later, Chu Zhongtian, whose face was unusually pale, stopped absorbing the energy. The reason he stopped absorbing energy wasn't because the energy in the cylinder was insufficient. It was not because he could no longer bear the pain brought by the burning of his blood, but because the amount of blood in his body had decreased because of the burning and purification. It caused severe blood deficiency in his body. He took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his bosom, poured out a red medicinal pill, and consumed it. Then, his pale face was quickly filled with blood, and his tired expression quickly returned to normal. Before entering the blood prison pavilion, the family would prepare a bottle of blood-replenishing pill specially concocted for every elite disciple in advance, so that they could deal with such an unexpected situation. Every time, the blood-replenishing pill they obtained before entering the blood prison pavilion was only a high-grade level 10 pill. However, the pill in Chu Zhongtian's hand was a low-rank 9th grade pill that Grand Elder had specially prepared for him, and its quality was even higher. It was more effective in replenishing his blood. After Chu Zhongtian finished replenishing his blood, he didn't waste any time. He continued to absorb the energy within the cylinder. Perhaps it was because he was enduring the process of the blood burning, or perhaps it was because the chi replenishing pill Grand Elder gave him was of a higher quality. This time, he persisted for 3 hours before he had no choice but to stop absorbing the energy. The second time, after Chu Zhongtian consumed the low-rank 9th grade blood replenishing pill, he continued to absorb the energy within the cylinder. This time, the blood in his body persisted for nearly 6 hours. After the third time he consumed the blood replenishing pill, Chu Zhongtian did not continue to absorb the energy. Instead, he forced out a drop of blood. After comparing the blood, he found that the purified blood was slightly different from before. In the past, when he was injured, the blood that flowed out of his body was bright red. Now, although the color of the blood that he forced out did not change much, he could vaguely see a trace of gold. He did not use any spiritual power. He gently flicked the blood on his finger, and the blood directly formed a white mark on the marble floor. Seeing that the purified blood also had a very strong power, Chu Zhongtian's interest was even more intense. He did not waste any time and continued to absorb the energy. In the backyard of the Chu family, in the blood prison pavilion. After consuming the early low-rank 9th-grade blood medicine for the third time, Chu Zhongtian had to persist for 12 hours before he had no choice but to stop absorbing the energy within the cylinder. Looking at the remaining 22 blood-replenishing pill in the pill bottle, Chu Zhongtian made some calculations in his mind. He discovered that with the speed at which his blood was being purified, there was no way he could use the 22 undersurns. Therefore, after he consumed one, he stored the remaining 21 pills into the storage bag. After consuming the fourth pill for the fourth time, Chu Zhongtian made some calculations. He discovered that the blood in his body could last for at least 24 hours, which meant that he wouldn't have to worry about insufficient blood for a short period of time. Therefore, he put all of his mind into his cultivation. 2 hours passed. Chu Zhongtian, who was absorbing the energy with all his might, suddenly felt a strong pressure slowly descending upon him from the sky. After feeling this strong pressure, Chu Zhongtian suddenly opened his eyes and looked up with a serious expression. Although the sky above him was empty, he could clearly feel the existence of that pressure. After calculating the time, Chu Zhongtian found that he had been cultivating in the blood prison pavilion for exactly 24 hours, which meant that 1 day and 1 night had passed. When he thought of Third Elder's special reminder when he entered the blood prison pavilion, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt relieved and allowed the pressure to descend upon his body. When the pressure fell on his body, Chu Zhongtian clearly felt a sense of heaviness. This kind of heavy pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. At the same time, he discovered that this pressure was not only directed at his physical body. It also had a weak effect on the blood that was being purified. However, this effect was too weak, so it was impossible to detect without careful observation. Originally, after a day of adaptation, Chu Zhongtian's blood could last for 24 hours, but after this pressure descended, the blood in his body instantly reduced to only able to last for 2 hours. He took out the blood-replenishing pill that he had placed in the storage bag, poured out one, and swallowed it. He then continued to replenish the blood in his body. Chu Zhongtian's performance was the best among the 10 of them. After a day and night of adaptation, the blood in Chu Zhongba and the others' bodies could only last for 6 hours at most. And after the pressure suddenly descended, they only lasted for half an hour. They had to continue consuming medicinal pills. After consuming the blood-replenishing pill for the 6th time, Chu Zhongtian continued to absorb energy to purify the purity of his blood. After adapting to it for 1 or 2 times, the amount of time the blood in his body could support him began to extend again. The 3rd day, Chu Zhongtian, who was absorbing energy with all his might, could clearly feel that the pressure around him had increased by 4 times in an instant. The sudden increase in pressure almost made him hold on to the ground with one hand. At the same time, the blood that could hold on for nearly 12 hours was instantly reduced to only 1.5 hours. After the pressure had increased by 4 times, the young generation of elite disciples who were sitting cross-legged on the 3 pillars cultivating at the back spurted out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Their expressions immediately became downcast. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and continued to absorb the energy within the pillars. However, the more energy they absorbed, the heavier the pressure on their bodies became until one of them let out a miserable cry due to the heavy pressure. The miserable cry immediately attracted Chu Zhongtian's attention. He raised his head and looked at the 3 of them, who obviously could not hold on any longer. He quickly said, "If you can't hold on any longer, leave the blood prison pavilion immediately. Don't joke around with your own lives." Those who could enter the blood prison pavilion to cultivate were all geniuses with extraordinary intelligence. Every single one of them was the cornerstone of the family's development. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian couldn't bear to let them die here, so he could only advise them. Chu Zhongtian's words seemed to give them a way to retreat, so the three of them jumped off the pillar one after another. Initially, they wanted to bow to Chu Zhongtian, but a strong force pushed them out of the blood prison pavilion. Looking at the three disciples who were forced out of the blood prison pavilion, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he looked at Chu Zhongba and the other three disciples and found that they could still hold on. He ignored them and continued to absorb energy. On the afternoon of the third day, Chu Yuping, who was sitting cross-legged on the seventh pillar, also vomited blood. At the same time, the blood-replenishing pill in his pill bottle had been used up. He did not choose to force himself like the three young disciples. Instead, he jumped off the pillar and glanced at Chu Zhongtian, who was cultivating. Then, he was forcefully pushed out of the blood prison pavilion. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian found that he had returned to the state of blood prison pavilion from the beginning. The blood in his body went from 1.5 hours to 3 hours, then 6 hours. After 3 days of adaptation, Chu Zhongtian had gradually figured out the rules of the blood prison pavilion. Therefore, before the fourth day arrived, he hurriedly took out a blood-replenishing pill and consumed it. Then, he put his hands on the ground and waited for the pressure on his body to increase. As expected, just as Chu Zhongtian was ready, the pressure on his body instantly increased by 8 times, making his arms that were supporting his body bend slightly. Fortunately, he finally withstood the sudden increase in pressure and began to absorb energy under this pressure. Chu Zhongtian relied on his preparation in advance and his potential, which had already reached the limit. He barely managed to hold on. However, for Chu Zhongba and the others, the sudden increase in pressure on the fourth day was too much for them to prepare. They were directly pressed down. The pressure coming from the blood prison pavilion was targeted. It didn't matter if you were a qi refining stage or a body refining stage. The increase in pressure was an improvement to the individual. Therefore, not only was Chu Zhongba pressed down on the pillar, even the 4 body refining stage disciples were also pressed down on the pillar. There were even 2 body refining stage disciples who couldn't bear the sudden increase in pressure and jumped off the platform, withdrawing from the training. At this moment, the sudden increase in pressure made Chu Zhongtian unable to speak, so he just glanced at Chu Zhongba and continued to close his eyes. As for whether Chu Zhongba and the others would take the initiative to retreat or continue to persist, it would depend on their own wishes. At this moment, he couldn't interfere. After the pressure suddenly increased by 8 times, Chu Zhongba already had the intention of giving up. Unlike Chu Zhongtian, who had just risen, Chu Zhongba's background and talent were deeply rooted in Chu family. Therefore, he knew a lot of secrets. Every time the blood prison pavilion was opened, those who could last until the 3rd day were the elite disciples. Those who could last until the 4th day were definitely the top geniuses. Ever since the opening of the blood prison pavilion, there were hundreds of records. Only the ancestor who had reached the peak of the qi transforming period 300 years ago was able to last until the 5th day when he was still a young generation. It wasn't shameful for him to choose to give up now, but he saw Chu Zhongtian still sitting cross-legged on the pillar. Chu Zhongba's original intention to give up was immediately put away, and he endured the pain that came from the pressure. Chu Zhongba forced himself to sit up and began to absorb the energy inside the pillar. However, the blood in his body could only last for 10 minutes before it was used up, and there were only 2 blood-replenishing pill left in his hand. He did not have the slightest worry. He directly swallowed the 2 blood-replenishing pill and continued to absorb the energy to purify his blood. After the 2 blood-replenishing pill had completely lost its function, Chu Zhongba helplessly jumped down from the pillar and was forced to leave the blood prison pavilion. In the backyard of the Chu family, outside the blood prison pavilion, Chu Zhongba, who was forced to leave the blood prison pavilion, was surprised to find a group of people standing outside the blood prison pavilion. The leader was Grand Elder, who rarely showed his face, and his father, who was in seclusion preparing to break through to the qi transformation stage. Greetings, elders, greetings. Chu Zhongba couldn't be bothered to adjust the chaotic aura. He hurriedly greeted them. Chu Zhongba, you're not bad. Although Chu Zhongba's current condition was slightly embarrassing, He was able to persist until the 4th day. Moreover, he was able to persist for a period of time on the 4th day, which not only proved his talent and potential. Moreover, the energy absorbed on the 4th day would gradually show its wonders in the following period of time. Therefore, Chu Zhongba's performance was. Chu Tianyun was very satisfied with Chu Tianyun's performance. After Chu Zhongba was forcefully pushed out of the blood prison pavilion, the remaining 2 body refining stage disciples didn't have much time left. They were pushed out of the blood prison pavilion. Seeing that only Chu Zhongtian was left in the blood prison, Chu Tianyun suddenly asked in a low voice, "Grand Elder, do you think Tian can last until the 5th day?" "Not sure." Grand Elder shook his head and said with uncertainty, "Chu Tianyun, you have all experienced the cultivation of blood prison pavilion. I know that the pressure will become more and more terrifying, and whether you can persist or not. Apart from sufficient preparation, it also depends on his potential, talent, and perseverance. It also has to do with my ability to bear the pain." As for whether Chu Zhongtian could last until the 5th day, Grand Elder wasn't sure either. Chu Zhongtian's potential were extraordinary. He could break through to the Qi refining level 7 in just 3 months. As for his perseverance, it was even stronger. He could train alone in the endless forest. Also, he could use this opportunity to break through to the stage. His perseverance was definitely the best. The only thing Grand Elder wasn't sure about was Chu Zhongtian's ability to bear the pain. Grand Elder, who had experienced the cultivation of the blood prison pavilion, was well aware of the pain brought by the increase in pressure every other day. He didn't know if Chu Zhongtian could bear such inhuman pain. Within blood prison pavilion, time passed minute by minute. Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and persisted from the beginning, until, finally, he slowly got used to it and Zhu Ping began to enjoy this kind of pressure. This was because Chu Zhongtian felt that from the 4th day onwards, he had already felt the effects of the pressure on his body. Although he had never deliberately tempered his body, under the nourishment of a huge amount of spiritual qi, and under the nourishment of countless pills, his physical body was a bit stronger than an ordinary martial artist's. At this time, under the effects of this terrifying pressure, he discovered that his physical strength and resilience had rapidly increased. The increase in strength and resilience would bring him unimaginable benefits when he broke through to the 9th level of qi refining stage. This was because in addition to the 12 major meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians in his body, there were also many fine meridians in his body. These fine meridians were distributed on the surface of the body, wanting to open these fine meridians. It was a time-consuming process as well as a process that consumed physical strength. If he could strengthen his body to a higher level before breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining stage, then in the following cultivation, he could use the powerful characteristics of the spiritual power to directly impact the fine meridians and meridians on the surface of his body. He wouldn't have to worry about his body being unable to withstand it. Initially, Chu Zhongtian felt that it would take him at least 2 months to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage. However, under the tremendous pressure from the blood prison pavilion, the time he needed to break through was shortened by nearly half, which was equivalent to 1 month. However, it was only the 4th day of his stay in the blood prison pavilion. There was still 1 more day left, which was the 5th day of the most terrifying pressure. He had to persist until the 5th day no matter what. According to Chu Tianyun's prior instructions, if he could withstand the pressure of the 5th day of the blood prison pavilion, not only would it reduce the time he needed to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage, but it would also reduce the time he needed to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage. At the same time, it would also bring him unimaginable benefits when he broke through to the body refining stage and qi transforming period in the future. He consumed the blood replenishing pill to replenish the blood in his body. Chu Zhongtian continued to absorb the energy in the cylinder, continuing to purify the blood. As time passed, the 4th day would come to an end. When the 5th day was about to arrive, Chu Zhongtian temporarily stopped absorbing the energy. Instead, he looked at the pill in his hand with a helpless expression. After 4 days of cultivation, Chu Zhongtian gradually discovered that the amount of time his blood could last was getting shorter and shorter, and the number of medicinal pills he consumed was also increasing. Currently, there were only 4 low-rank 9th-grade blood-replenishing pill that Grand Elder had gifted him. Although these 4 blood-replenishing pill could allow him to last for a period of time on the 5th day, he was not satisfied with this. This was because if he wanted to break the record of the Blood Prison Pavilion for over 1,000 years, he would have to persist until the moment the Blood Prison Pavilion was completely shut down. However, the remaining pills in his hands weren't enough for him to hold on until that moment. Fortunately, he had the ability to copy and paste. Although he only had 3 9th-grade low-rank spirit stones left in his hands, and could only duplicate 2 blood-replenishing pill, he still had 2 inner core in his storage bag. In particular, the inner core of a level 8 strange beast was enough to support him in duplicating several hundred or even over 1,000 blood-replenishing pill. The only thing that made his heart ache and feel helpless was that he originally planned to ask Grand Elder to use these 2 inner core to refine a medicinal pill that could increase one's potential. At this time, it seemed that this idea was not realistic. As he did not know if the Blood Prison Pavilion was being monitored, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to openly copy and paste the blood-replenishing pill. Therefore, he quietly took out the inner core from the jade white python and held it in his palm while putting his other hand into his bosom. He pretended to take out the _____. Although the jade white python's inner core had consumed nearly 2/3 of its energy, it was still a 10th-grade middle-rank peak beast after all. It was also the king of snake-type beasts. The energy contained within the inner core was extremely pure. In fact, it could even duplicate dozens of low-rank 9th-grade blood-replenishing pill. Putting down the pill bottle in his hand, Chu Zhongtian took out another pill bottle from his interspatial storage bag and poured out a bright-colored pill. This medicinal pill was called the blood-refining pill. It was a 9th-grade middle-rank medicinal pill. It was the personal gift Grand Elder gave him when he returned to his family after obtaining the first place in the hunting competition. The blood-refining pill was not used to replenish blood. Instead, it was similar to the special energy in the Blood Prison Pavilion, a pill used to extract blood. The reason why Chu Zhongtian took out this pill was because he planned to use this pill together with the energy in the cylinder to refine his blood when he could no longer withstand the pressure. Time passed minute by minute. Chu Zhongtian had gradually adapted to the pressure of 8 times the pressure, and the blood in his body could last for nearly 3 hours. There were only 10 minutes left before the 5th day. Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to stop absorbing the energy, and then chose to stay where he was to adjust his breathing. When there was only 1 minute left, he took out 5 blood-replenishing pill and put them into his mouth. However, he did not swallow these 5 pills into his stomach for the time being. When the 5th day arrived, a heavenly pressure pressed Chu Zhongtian down onto the pillar. At this moment, not to mention absorbing the energy within the pillar, even his thoughts seemed to have stopped thinking due to the sudden increase in pressure. On the 5th day of Chu Zhongtian's stay in the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian thought that the pressure brought by the 5th day of his stay in the Blood Prison Pavilion would bring him a huge improvement. In other words, after 3 days of continuous improvement, the pressure on the 5th day would increase by 16 times. He had also made preparations according to this train of thought. However, what Chu Zhongtian had never expected was that the pressure on him on the 5th day of his stay in the Blood Prison Pavilion was not 16 times, but 32 times in an instant. Chu Zhongtian, who was crawling on top of the pillar, could not straighten his body at all, let alone absorb the energy inside the pillar to purify his blood. Chu Zhongtian felt his body getting heavier and heavier. Even his bones and muscles began to rub against each other under 32 times the pressure. It also brought him waves of pain. Chu Zhongtian did not care about the pain brought by the rubbing of bones and muscles. What he cared about was his current predicament. If Chu Zhongtian continued to climb like this, not to mention absorbing the energy in the cylinder to increase his potential, in the end, he would be seriously injured under this kind of terrifying pressure. If such a situation were to occur in the end, it was not his intention to persist. What should Chu Zhongtian do? That's right. Under the pressure of 32 times, an idea suddenly flashed through Chu Zhongtian's mind. Since the pressure had suddenly increased by 32 times, he had to find a way to weaken it to the extent that he could bear it. As for how to weaken the pressure, Chu Zhongtian had already thought of it in his heart, and that was to use the momentum that he had grasped. The reason why Chu Zhongtian had such an idea all of a sudden was because the momentum he had grasped could affect the environment within a 10-meter radius of his body. As for whether the power of the momentum was enough to withstand 32 times the pressure, he temporarily did not consider it. If he still couldn't weaken the pressure after using the force, then Chu Zhongtian would give up and choose to leave the Blood Prison Pavilion to end this trial. If Chu Zhongtian could weaken the pressure, then not only would he be able to increase his potential, but he would also be able to break the record of no one in the younger generation of the Chus who could hold on until the 5th day in 1,000 years. Chu Zhongtian forcefully controlled his consciousness and exerted his force with all his might. After that, a heavenly aura rose from his body, and an intense conflict occurred between him and the terrifying pressure that descended from the sky. Although Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base wasn't high, the force he grasped was a mysterious force. This kind of force that wasn't considered too strong, and the terrifying pressure formed a balance of power. Chu Zhongtian took this opportunity to quickly sit up. He bit down on the 5 blood-replenishing pills in his mouth and began to absorb the energy within the pillar with all his strength. He also used the force and pressure to contend against the force and adjust the multiplication of the pressure. As the energy within the pillar entered his body, Chu Zhongtian's expression immediately changed. His face was even a little distorted, because he found that the energy within the 5th cylinder was more than 10 times more than the total amount of energy from the previous 4 days. This caused nearly 30% of his blood to be burnt, and the pain brought by the burning in an instant. It was far more painful than the pain he felt when he repaired the meridian. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had strong perseverance and endurance. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After that, Chu Zhongtian picked up the pill bottle in front of him. After opening it, he directly grabbed a dozen or so blood-replenishing pills and swallowed them. Then, he used all of his strength to refine his blood. As Chu Zhongtian gradually adapted to the pain brought by the burning of his blood, he could temporarily shift his attention away. He shifted his attention and began to feel the force he was using, as well as the pressure from the Blood Prison Pavilion. After feeling the force, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy, because he discovered that the confrontation between force and pressure not only weakened the power of the pressure, but also weakened it. This was something he had never thought of before. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation method, it didn't matter if it was his cultivation method, saber technique, or how he could increase his potential. There are clear targets. However, he had no idea how to improve his potential. He didn't even know how to cultivate force or how to improve it. He didn't expect that when he was fighting against the pressure, he would unexpectedly increase the power of force. In the past, when his cultivation base was combined with the saber technique, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength could increase by 1 minor stage. Now, the increase in his force could increase his combat strength by half. With the help of force, Chu Zhongtian's following cultivation began to become simpler. Outside the Blood Prison Pavilion, along with the arrival of the 5th day, the number of people outside the blood prison increased to over 100. At this moment, not only were their patriarch and great elder present, there were even 9 of the remaining 10 elders present. These people were looking at the red gate of the Blood Prison Pavilion with anticipation and nervousness on their faces. When the 5th day arrived, Chu Tianyun and Great Elder clenched their fists nervously. Half an hour after the 5th day, the gate of the Blood Prison Pavilion closed tightly. Furthermore, the 4 black divine dragon statues above the palace were still there. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Chu Zhongtian had survived the most difficult time. Chu Tianyun and the Great Elder glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Chus had owned the Blood Prison Pavilion for nearly 1,000 years. During this period of time, only the ancestor from 300 years ago had managed to persist until the 5th day, but he had only lasted for less than 10 minutes before he was forced to withdraw from the Blood Prison Pavilion. At this time, Chu Zhongtian had already held on for half an hour on the 5th day, which meant that he had broken the record of the Chus family for nearly 1,000 years. Regarding this, over 100 people from the Chus were shocked. After that, Chu Tianyun nodded at the Great Elder, then turned around and left the Blood Prison Pavilion. Inside the Blood Prison Pavilion, due to the large number of blood-replenishing pills he consumed at once, Chu Zhongtian didn't have a lack of blood. Therefore, while he was absorbing energy, he was also observing the changes in his own strength. Using his complete control of the situation to weaken the pressure of the blood prison pavilion, Chu Zhongtian adjusted the pressure on his body to 24 times. Although he felt that his body was heavy, it was still within the range that he could bear. Under the pressure of 24 times, Chu Zhongtian clearly felt that his physical body was gradually strengthening. At the same time, the few fine meridians and fine veins on the surface of his body also showed signs of being opened. Because at this moment, Chu Zhongtian could not control the spiritual power in the Dantian, so he could not use the spiritual power to attack these fine meridians and fine veins. He was not in a hurry because his stage was only at the 8th level of the refinement stage, mid-stage. There was still some distance to the peak. When Chu Zhongtian's stage reached the 8th level of the refinement stage, peak, it wouldn't be too late to use the spiritual power to break through these fine meridians and meridians. However, being able to feel the feeling of the fine meridians and fine meridians being opened ahead of time would bring unimaginable benefits to Chu Zhongtian when he broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. Chu Zhongtian roughly estimated the time. If other people wanted to break through to the 9th level of qi refining, they would need at least 2 months. Under 20 times the pressure, Chu Zhongtian's time was shortened to 15 days. Chu Zhongtian considered that he still needed to raise his stage to the 8th level of qi condensation, peak. At the same time, he also needed to increase the potential of the meridian and dantian to the limit. Chu Zhongtian felt that he would need at most 20 days to break through to the 9th level of the refinement stage. Chu family within the blood prison pavilion. Chu Zhongtian calculated the time needed to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage, and he felt slightly regretful. Because there was still 11 days left until the duel between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun, Chu Zhongtian definitely wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage in the remaining time. Although Chu Zhongtian felt very regretful, he wasn't worried, because Chu Zhongtian could reach the 8th layer of the qi refining period peak, and he could also increase his potential to the limit. With Chu Zhongtian's combat strength that exceeded 2 minor stage, he would be able to reach the 10th layer peak of the qi refining period by then. If he combined it with his newly increased combat strength, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength would probably reach the half-step body refinement. Even if Lu Yongjun could break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage smoothly and grasp the bloodline atavism, Lu Yongjun's combat strength would at most reach the 10th layer peak of the qi refining period. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had nothing to worry about. Even if Lu Yongjun could reach the 9th level of qi refining stage peak before the challenge, his combat strength would still reach the half-step body refinement. Chu Zhongtian wasn't afraid of him. In fact, he really wanted Lu Yongjun's combat strength to reach this level. This was because Chu Zhongtian was fighting a powerful opponent. This was the only way to stimulate Chu Zhongtian's potential and increase his strength. Lu family. While Chu Zhongtian was using the special energy of Blood Prison Pavilion to increase his strength, Lu Yongjun was also trying his best to increase his strength in the secret chamber exclusive to the patriarch of Lu family. Lu Yongjun could be seen sitting on the hassock, and his aura was very thick. All of a sudden, Lu Yongjun absorbed all the spiritual qi into his body. At the same time, a loud sound was heard from Lu Yongjun's body. After that, a powerful aura stirred the spiritual power in the secret chamber and formed a small tornado. I have finally broken through. Wait, after Lu Yongjun withdrew his powerful qi, he shouted excitedly. Ever since the hunting contest had challenged Chu Zhongtian to a duel, Lu Yongjun had been under a lot of pressure. Although the elders and the people of the family had 100 times more faith in Lu Yongjun, they believed that it would be a piece of cake for Lu Yongjun to defeat Chu Zhongtian with his current strength. However, Lu Yongjun didn't think so. Although Lu Yongjun had never fought Chu Zhongtian before, he could feel that Chu Zhongtian was like a ferocious tiger hiding in the shadows when he was fighting Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was very powerful. Under the pressure of this kind of pressure, Lu Yongjun turned the pressure into a strong motivation. He was going all out in his cultivation. The only thing that made Lu Yongjun feel relieved and fortunate was that the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was unexpectedly taken over by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. As a result, Chu Zhongtian didn't make use of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to grow, which reduced the pressure on Lu Yongjun by a lot. Otherwise, given Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential, he was afraid that the 3 days of secluded cultivation in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion would have given Chu Zhongtian a tremendous improvement. Because Lu Yongjun had borrowed the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's cultivation for 1 day, not only did he successfully break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period, but he also had the ability to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period. This was also the reason why Lu Yongjun was able to break through to the ____ in such a short period of time. Success. The reason why he broke through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage. Lu Yongjun felt the changes in his strength after breaking through. At this moment, his confidence had doubled. Since Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the Qi refining level 7 smoothly, and Chu Zhongtian possessed a mysterious power that could increase his strength, Lu Yongjun wasn't afraid of Chu Zhongtian at this moment. In the Blood Prison Pavilion. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian, who was cultivating in the Blood Prison Pavilion, opened his eyes. There were still more than 20 minutes left before the Blood Prison Pavilion closed. But Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop cultivating. It wasn't because the amount of blood in Chu Zhongtian's body wasn't enough, nor was it because the number of blood-replenishing pill in his hand wasn't enough. After a period of adaptation, the blood in Chu Zhongtian's body could last for 2 hours. At the same time, the golden ratio in his blood had reached nearly 10%. It wasn't because Chu Zhongtian couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. With the help of the momentum, Chu Zhongtian was able to withstand 32 times the pressure. The reason why Chu Zhongtian stopped cultivating was because the energy in the cylinder was less and less effective in purifying Chu Zhongtian's blood. As a result, it had no effect at all. At the same time, after competing with the pressure for a long time, under such circumstances, Chu Zhongtian could only helplessly stop cultivating. Luckily, Chu Zhongtian had gained a lot from this trip to the Blood Prison Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian calculated the time and found that there were still a few minutes left before the Blood Prison Pavilion closed. Since there wasn't much time left, Chu Zhongtian stopped moving. He sat on the pillar, waiting for the force of the Blood Prison Pavilion to push him out. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any force even after waiting for a long time, let alone being pushed out of the Blood Prison Pavilion. Helpless, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to jump off the pillar and push open the blood-red door. When Chu Zhongtian opened the red door, he found dozens of people standing outside. Chu Zhongtian was shocked. He thought something had happened outside. "Hello, young patriarch." When Chu Zhongtian opened the door and walked out of the Blood Prison Pavilion, the people standing outside greeted him in unison. At the same time, their eyes were filled with respect. 5 days. Chu Zhongtian had been cultivating in the Blood Prison Pavilion for 5 days. At this time, he had broken the record set by the ancestors of the Chu family 300 years ago. This had shocked and impressed everyone. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian, who had just walked out of the Blood Prison Pavilion, had a leisurely expression on his face. He wasn't as embarrassed as Chu Zhongba and the others when they left the Blood Prison Pavilion. Zhongtian greets Grand Elder and all the elders. Chu Zhongtian saw Grand Elder staring at him with a gentle expression on his face. He quickly walked forward and bowed. "Chu Zhongtian, you did well." Grand Elder patted Chu Zhongtian's shoulder and said in an excited tone. Apart from the Qi transforming period patriarch, Grand Elder was probably the only one in the Chu family who knew the origin of the Blood Prison Pavilion and how it could form a special energy that could purify blood. This was because the preparation work before the opening of the Blood Prison Pavilion was done by Grand Elder. As for the precious herbs used for the opening of the Blood Prison Pavilion, Grand Elder was very clear about how the energy contained in the cylinder could bring about an increase in strength. The people of Chu family believed that the energy in the Blood Prison Pavilion was only used to purify the blood and increase a portion of the potential of the blood. But no one knew what the function of purifying the blood was. After the blood was purified, not only could it increase one's potential, it could also increase one's combat strength. This was especially true after the stage had broken through to the body refining stage. Although the spiritual power was the most powerful technique a warrior could use, however, the use of blood purification was more reasonable. Apart from the outer appearance, there was also the inner part of the human body. Blood was one of the most important sources of power in the human body. A body refining stage warrior who had been purified by blood would be at least 1 to 20 times stronger than a warrior who had never been purified by the stage. This was the greatest benefit brought by the Blood Prison Pavilion. 1. The longer a person stayed in the Blood Prison Pavilion, the greater the benefits he would get. This was the reason why his combat strength could be increased in the Blood Prison Pavilion. If a person could cultivate in the Blood Prison for a day, his combat strength would double after breaking through to the body refining stage. If he could hold on until the next day, his combat strength would double after breaking through to the body refining stage. This was the reason why Grand Elder was so excited. If a person could last until the 5th day of the Blood Prison Pavilion, his combat strength would increase by 20 times after breaking through to the body refining stage. Originally, Chu Zhongtian's combat strength was more than 20 times stronger than ordinary warriors, but after breaking through to the body refining stage, his potential would be increased because of the stage, but Chu Zhongtian's combat strength would be reduced by half. Body refining stage and Qi refining stage were two completely different stages. The difference in combat strength between them wasn't as big as Qi refining stage. With Chu Zhongtian's current potential after breaking through to the body refining stage, he could at most surpass the combat strength of a minor stage. However, Chu Zhongtian had gone through 5 days of blood purification in the Blood Prison Pavilion, which guaranteed that he would break through to the body refining stage. He still had the combat strength of 2 minor stage warriors. Grand Elder didn't tell Chu Zhongtian about this, because he wanted Chu Zhongtian to find out and understand Chu Zhongtian after he broke through to the body refining stage. Only in this way could Chu Zhongtian truly understand the power of the blood purification. Tian, after 5 days of training, I think you must be very tired right now, so you should go back and rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, come to the pill room and look for me. Grand Elder gently ordered. 5 days and 5 nights of continuous blood purification, as well as the terrifying pressure that he could bear at any time. Whether it was from his body or his energy, Chu Zhongtian had used up too much of his energy. And this kind of consumption was fundamental. It could not be recovered by just relying on medicinal pills. Therefore, after Chu Zhongtian left blood prison, he was very tired. At this time, Chu Zhongtian was just forcing everyone to talk to him. Chu Zhongba and the others who had left Blood Prison Pavilion earlier did not stay where they were and wait for Chu Zhongtian. It was not that Chu Zhongba and the others did not want to see Chu Zhongtian create a miracle, but because of their physical and mental exhaustion, Chu Zhongba and the others could not wait there. In Xianxia Pavilion. At this moment, the 4 beautiful girls looked at Chu Zhongtian as he heartlessly closed the bedroom door. Especially Chun Xiang, who was the oldest and had the best relationship with Chu Zhongtian. She was about to cry. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Chu Zhongtian quietly left Xianxia Pavilion without telling anyone. This made the 4 girls who heard the news very worried. They were worried that Chu Zhongtian, who had gone out to train, would not be able to eat or drink well. The 4 girls finally waited for Chu Zhongtian to come back safely, but before they could greet him, Chu Zhongtian was summoned by the patriarch. Therefore, the 4 girls were helpless. Now, Chu Zhongtian could finally return to his own Xianxia Pavilion. But Chu Zhongtian did not greet the 4 girls. Instead, he went straight back to his bedroom to sleep, which made the 4 girls very sad. For girls, young patriarch just came back from secluded cultivation in Blood Prison Pavilion. He has used up too much of his energy and physical strength. He needs sufficient time to rest, so don't disturb him for the time being. The strongest guard in the Xianxia Pavilion explained to the 4 girls after seeing their lovely faces. Yes, we should prepare some delicious food now. When young Master Tian wakes up tomorrow, he will be able to eat the delicious food that we prepared carefully. Dong Xiang, who was the youngest but the smartest, suggested. Dong Xiang's suggestion was immediately approved by the other 3 girls. Then, the 4 girls started to prepare the food. Looking at the 4 beautiful women with good figures, the guard could not help but shake his head. These 4 girls were indeed beautiful and very attractive to men. However, if these 4 girls wanted young patriarch's affection, it was probably wishful thinking. If Chu Zhongtian wasn't the heir to the family, the 4 girls might be Chu Zhongtian's maidservants to warm the bed. If the 4 girls were lucky enough, they could give birth to a child for Chu Zhongtian. The 4 young ladies could even become Chu Zhongtian's concubines. But now that Chu Zhongtian had become young patriarch, Chu Zhongtian's marriage had to start from the family's interests. Although the 4 young ladies could be Chu Zhongtian's women, they could only be his maidservants. The 4 girls absolutely could not give birth to Chu Zhongtian's child. This was because the cultivation talent of the 4 girls was only a low-grade level 9. A cultivation talent like this was absolutely not allowed to have children with young patriarch. Doing this would prevent any unnecessary disasters in the future. If a girl couldn't give birth to a child between her lover and her lover, this would be the biggest punishment for a girl. Although the blood replenishing pill was constantly replenishing the purified blood in her body, it was still not as good as automatically producing blood in her body. Therefore, after 5 days of purification, Chu Zhongtian was very tired. This tiredness made Chu Zhongtian sleep until noon, which was the second time he slept, before he finally woke up. Originally, Chu Zhongtian wanted to cultivate for a while, but Chu Zhongtian considered Grand Elder's instructions yesterday. Chu Zhongtian could only get up from the bed. After eating the delicious food prepared by the 4 young girls, under the satisfied gazes of the 4 girls, he left Xianxia Pavilion. The Pill Pavilion was one of the 3 major buildings of the Chu family. It was on par with the library and the weapon pavilion. It was one of the most important places in the Chu family. After leaving Xianxia Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian followed his memory and arrived in front of a group of buildings that were filled with medicinal fragrance. Chu Zhongtian looked at the people who were coming and going in and out of the Pill Pavilion. They were all wearing different clothes, and Chu Zhongtian felt that it was quite a novelty. This was because there was something special about the Chu family. Apart from Pill Pavilion, most of the people who lived and cultivated in this place were from the Chu family, and most of the people who belonged to the Chu family lived in other places. In the Pill Pavilion, there weren't many people from the Chu family. Most of the people in the Pill Pavilion were recruited by the Chu family. Because alchemy was different from cultivation, as long as you had the cultivation talent, you would only have the talent of a low-rank 10th grade. It could also allow one to break through to the qi refining stage, but it was different when it came to alchemy. If one wanted to become an alchemist, their talent, perception, and intelligence were all indispensable. Talents are divided into 2 types. The first was the cultivation talent. If one wanted to become an alchemist, the lowest level of the cultivation talent had to be a low-grade level 8. This was a requirement that had to be met. As for the reason why the cultivation talent had to reach the low-grade level 8, Chu Zhongtian did not understand. There was no record of it in the Chu family's library. It was also this rigid rule that prevented the vast majority of disciples of the Chu family from becoming an alchemist. The second type of talent was physique talent. A person's physique had a total of 5 basic constitutions: metal, fire, and wood. There were also several dozen types of variant physiques, such as wind, lightning, and lightning. Every person's body would contain 5 basic physiques after they were born. As they grew older, 1 or 2 of these 5 physiques would become more prominent. For example, Chu Zhongtian's fire attribute constitution was more outstanding after he started cultivating again. This was also the reason why Chu Zhongtian liked to fight head-on when he fought. This was the effect of his constitution on Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, besides Chu Zhongtian's fire attribute basic physique being more outstanding, Chu Zhongtian also had a wind attribute mutated physique. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Zhongtian improved when he practiced the movement technique. And if a person wanted to become an alchemist, one of his 5 major constitutions, the fire attribute constitution, had to be far stronger than the other 4 major physiques. Therefore, a person's constitution was also one of the main reasons why he was restricted from becoming an alchemist. Although the Chu family had over 10,000 people, there weren't many people with cultivation talent and fire attribute physiques. And even the people with these 2 innate talents might not be interested in medicinal pills. This caused most disciples of the Chu family to be unable to become an alchemist. Other than these 2 talents, intelligence was more important. Even low-rank 10th grade medicinal pills required 4 to 5 types of medicinal ingredients to be combined together. When matched, the order to refine the medicinal pill would be followed. The amount of each medicinal pill needed to be considered, and so on and so forth. Therefore, a smart brain and a super strong memory was a necessary condition to become an alchemist. Apart from talent and intelligence, comprehension was also the key to determine the advancement of an alchemist. However, Chu Zhongtian did not know much about it. Chu family, outside the pill pavilion. May I ask who you are looking for? Seeing Chu Zhongtian standing motionlessly in the pill pavilion and staring at the pill pavilion with a strange expression, a person who had noticed Chu Zhongtian a long time ago asked. Hello. My name is Chu Zhongtian. Yesterday, I was ordered by Grand Elder to come and see him today. Without mentioning young patriarch's identity, Chu Zhongtian simply told him his name and the purpose of his visit to Pill Pavilion. Because alchemists were different from other clan members, they were not interested in competing for power and profit. Their biggest hobby was to study different medicinal herbs and pill formulas, which also led to them ignoring the matters outside. They also did not know how to interact with others. Grand Elder is in the most beautiful courtyard in the middle. You can go and find him directly. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's self-introduction, this disciple from Pill Pavilion didn't have any reaction. He simply pointed out the direction and turned around to leave. After the matter of hunting contest and the competition for the successor on New Year's Eve, Chu Zhongtian's influence in the Chu family was definitely at the top. No matter where he went to the Chu family, as long as he announced his name, he was afraid that he would receive the grandest welcome, but he received an unusual cold shoulder here. Chu Zhongtian could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Then he walked towards Grand Elder's courtyard. Tian, why are you here? Just as Chu Zhongtian walked to Grand Elder's courtyard, the courtyard door was suddenly opened. After that, a girl with a hot body and an outstanding appearance walked out. When she saw Chu Zhongtian, this young girl with a very good figure immediately cried out in surprise. Sister Ing, why are you here too? The young girl who suddenly appeared was an acquaintance of Chu Zhongtian. She was the straightforward Chu Yueying who had followed him when he had participated in the hunting contest and saved Chu Yuping and the others. I am the most talented alchemist in the Chu family, and also the only personal disciple of Grand Elder. Why can't I be here? Hearing Chu Zhongtian's questioning tone, Chu Yueying immediately retorted unhappily. So, Sister Ing, you are an alchemist. When he heard Chu Yueying say that she was Grand Elder's direct disciple, Chu Zhongtian immediately felt a sense of respect. The reason why Chu Zhongtian could have his current achievements could be said to be because medicinal pills took up a third of the credit. If he didn't have a large amount of pills to provide him with sufficient energy, it would be impossible for him to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period in 3 months' time. If he didn't have enough pills to help him increase his potential, it would be impossible for him to have combat strength that surpassed 2 minor stage warriors. Therefore, he instinctively admired alchemists. Although I'm still a little bit away from becoming a level 10 alchemist, I firmly believe that. Use it. No. How long will it take to become a true alchemist? Chu Yueying felt a little embarrassed when she heard the admiration in Chu Zhongtian's tone. Chu Zhongtian had a top-rank level 8 cultivation talent, was the leader of the Chu family's new generation, and was also the champion of the hunting competition. A genius like him was full of admiration for her, and Chu Yueying felt very embarrassed. But when she thought about how she could not show her fear in front of Chu Zhongtian, she could only boast. Oh right, Tian. I have been forced into seclusion by my master for a month. I wonder how Brother Yuping is doing recently. Have you seen him? The girl's thoughts were very strange. She was still talking about alchemy masters. Then her tone changed, and the topic directly shifted to Chu Yuping. Yuping is living a good life now. After cultivating in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, he had broken through to the Qi refining level 7, and had just come out from the Blood Prison Pavilion. I'm afraid that his strength will increase by another level in a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian had a pretty good understanding of Chu Yuping's situation. As for Chu Yueying, he had nothing to hide from her. Brother Yuping has already broken through to the Qi refining level 7. Then the advanced Qi increasing pill that I carefully prepared for him will be useless. It seems like I have been locked up by Master for too long. When Chu Yueying heard Chu Zhongtian mention Chu Yuping breaking through to the Qi refining level 7, a trace of excitement flashed across her face. After that, There was a trace of distress on her face as she grumbled softly. Chu Yueying's expression just now, after experiencing the baptism of countless television and novels, he quickly saw that Chu Yueying's heart was probably already on Chu Yuping. At the same time, he finally understood why Chu Yueying, as Grand Elder's personal disciple, who would definitely become an alchemist in the future, would take the risk to follow Chu Yuping to participate in the hunting contest competition. Originally, all of this was for Chu Yuping. Chu Zhongtian agreed with this very much. Although she and Chu Yuping were both disciples of the Chu family, the blood relationship between them was not close. It was a good thing that they could be together, which was why Chu Zhongtian wanted to facilitate this. Sister Ying, Yuping has just experienced the baptism of the blood prison pavilion. He lacks pills to replenish his essence blood and physical strength. If you can give him some high-grade pills, I think Yuping will be very happy. After saying this, Chu Zhongtian walked around her and walked into the courtyard. You are right. I have a few advanced qi-increasing pill in my hand. Why don't I exchange these pills for some pills that can replenish my blood energy? Chu Zhongtian's reminder immediately made Chu Yueying think about how to help Chu Yuping. After she had an idea in her heart, Chu Yueying noticed that Chu Zhongtian had already entered the courtyard. Thinking of the tone of his warning just now, Chu Yueying knew that Chu Zhongtian had already seen through her thoughts. She shyly blushed and softly scolded him. Grand Elder, hello? Chu Zhongtian walked into the yard and found Grand Elder sitting on a stone chair in the yard. He quickly took a few steps forward. Tian, sit. Grand Elder pointed to the stone chair beside him and gestured for Chu Zhongtian to sit down. Thank you, Grand Elder. Chu Zhongtian did not refuse this time. Instead, he sat opposite of Grand Elder. Tian, you have gone through the trial in Endless Forest and the seclusion of Blood Prison Pavilion. I think I have improved your strength by a lot. So, do you have confidence in the battle in Yulung Mountain on the 8th of March? After Chu Zhongtian sat down, Grand Elder didn't tell him why he was here. Instead, he asked about the challenge. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Chu Zhongtian chose the most conservative attitude and said, I have 80% confidence. In fact, if he unleashed all his combat strength would at least reach the peak of half-step body refinement. As long as Lu Yongjun didn't break through to the body refining stage, he was confident that he could defeat him. Not enough. Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that he had an 80% chance of winning, Grand Elder shook his head, not satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's answer. Grand Elder, I just said that I have an 80% chance of success because there are too many uncertain factors in the battle. If we get rid of these uncertain factors, then I have a 100% chance of winning against him. Seeing that Grand Elder was not satisfied with his answer just now, Chu Zhongtian quickly explained. Ever since he got first place in the hunting competition, Chu Zhongtian had obviously found out that Grand Elder loved him very much. Moreover, this kind of love had already surpassed the status of an elder. It was like a kind of fatherly love for a child. This made Chu Zhongtian respect Grand Elder in his heart. He didn't want to disappoint Grand Elder because of him. Pill Pavilion, Grand Elder's courtyard. Tian, first of all, on the 8th of March, the battle between you and Lu Yongjun isn't just between the two of you. The battle between the two of you has already escalated to a battle between two families. If you can defeat Lu Yongjun, then Chu family will need at most a month's time to surpass the Lu family in terms of strength and reputation, and become the #1 family in Qi country. If you lose to Lu Yongjun, then the Chu family will lose the best opportunity to rise once every 100 years. Grand Elder's explanation just now made Chu Zhongtian's heart sink. To be honest, the reason he agreed to Lu Yongjun's challenge was to find a strong opponent for himself. He wanted to give himself enough pressure so that his cultivation base could keep improving in a short period of time. Now, he had achieved his goal because under Lu Yongjun's immense pressure, he had broken through from the 4th layer of the Qi refining period to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period in just over a month's time. However, he had never expected that the battle between the two of them would become a competition between two families as time went by. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian could guess one thing about the opportunity that Grand Elder had mentioned just now. Perhaps it had something to do with the Patriarch and the others breaking through to the Qi transforming period. After Chu Zhongtian had gotten used to what he had just said, Grand Elder continued, "Secondly, this challenge is also a personal challenge for you and Lu Yongjun. If you win, you will have a chance to be reborn in the future. If you lose, I'm afraid that you will only be able to dominate the Qi country in the future." Grand Elder's second sentence stunned Chu Zhongtian. He thought this was a rare opportunity. However, the battle between the two of them was just a spur of the moment. Why did it involve personal opportunities in the end? Without explaining the meaning of those words, Grand Elder continued, "Lastly, the challenge between the two of you is a battle that can change anything in the Qi country. If you win, you, me, the patriarch, and even the entire Chu family will be blessed by the heavens. If you lose, the benefits will belong to the Lu family." Of Grand Elder's 3 sentences, only the first part was vaguely guessed by Chu Zhongtian. The second part was completely incomprehensible to him. However, seeing Grand Elder's unfathomable attitude, it seemed like he did not intend to explain the meaning behind it. He could only temporarily suppress his doubts in his heart. "Tian, the challenge between you and Lu Yongjun this time is too important. In order to ensure your final victory, I have specially found a medicinal herb that can help you break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period." Grand Elder reminded Chu Zhongtian of the importance of the challenge, while picking up the jade box on the stone table. After receiving the jade box from Grand Elder, Chu Zhongtian was stunned for a moment after opening it. After that, a bitter smile emerged on his face, because inside the jade box was a 400-year-old ginseng. "Tian, the age of this ginseng has already reached 450 years. Can barely step into the level 9. With your talent and potential, can you break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period before the challenge with this ginseng?" Grand Elder looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation, hoping that he could give him a satisfactory answer. Chu Zhongtian didn't understand the scariness of the Lu family's bloodline inheritance, but Grand Elder, who was proficient in alchemy, knew it very well. In fact, the special energy of the blood in the Blood Prison Pavilion was due to the help of the inheritance of the Lu family's bloodline. This was the reason why the bloodline of the ____ was able to enhance its effect. Therefore, he understood how terrifying the bloodline atavism was. With Chu Zhongtian's current stage, there wasn't much hope for him to defeat Lu Yongjun, who possessed the bloodline atavism. Therefore, he hoped that Chu Zhongtian could make another breakthrough. Facing Grand Elder's expectant eyes, Chu Zhongtian could only sigh. He placed the jade box back on the table, stood up, and removed the secret technique that was covering his body. "Grand Elder, I have actually broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period a long time ago." After removing the secret technique that concealed the stage from his body, Chu Zhongtian said helplessly. Originally, Chu Zhongtian had planned to fight Lu Yongjun. If a 7th layer peak of the Qi refining period warrior wasn't a match for him, he could show off his 8th layer of the Qi refining period stage. This would shock his soul, making it impossible for him to unleash his full strength. However, he never thought that Grand Elder would find him a ginseng in order to ensure his victory. In order to not disappoint Grand Elder, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to show his true stage. "What? You have broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period a long time ago." When he saw Chu Zhongtian remove the concealed secret technique and reveal his true stage, Grand Elder stood up in shock. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian explained, "Grand Elder, ever since I was forced to leave the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, I inadvertently saw a book on how to conceal the stage on the 2nd floor of the library. So, I usually conceal my stage to increase my trump card. As for when my stage broke through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period, I accidentally found a 500-year-old ginseng in the Endless Forest. With the help of this ginseng, I was able to break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period by luck. I cultivated the secret technique to conceal my stage to increase my trump card." Chu Zhongtian's explanation made Grand Elder nod his head in satisfaction. However, he couldn't accept Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period in just 3 months. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who had once again used the secret technique to conceal the stage, Grand Elder had nothing to say. Furthermore, He had full confidence in Chu Zhongtian when it came to the top challenge in Yulong Mountain on the 8th of March. Not only had Chu Zhongtian broken through to the 8th layer of the qi refining period, he had also learned how to hide his true strength at such a young age, and how to increase his trump card. This was the biggest reason why he was so confident in Chu Zhongtian. This time, Grand Elder called Chu Zhongtian over to give him the ginseng. Since he no longer needed it, Grand Elder could only put away the jade box and tell Chu Zhongtian to do what he needed to do. After Chu Zhongtian left the courtyard, Grand Elder stood in the courtyard and looked towards the north, his eyes revealing a kind of determination. However, after that, he seemed to have heard something, and his originally calm expression immediately revealed a trace of shock. After leaving the courtyard and returning to Jingya Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian sat on the chair in the living room and began to arrange the next cultivation plan. There were still 10 days left until the 8th of March. 10 days wasn't enough for him to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage. So he needed to use these 10 days to cultivate the saber technique and fist technique to increase the power of his combat skills. However, before he started cultivating his martial skill, he still needed to advance his cultivation to the 8th layer of the qi refining period peak. Chu Zhongtian had already understood this stage, and what he lacked now was spirit stones that could help him break through. When he thought of the only 3 9th grade low-rank spirit stones he had left, Chu Zhongtian felt a headache coming on. With his current stage and potential, if he wanted to raise his cultivation base to the 8th layer of the qi refining period peak, it would cost at least several hundred 9th grade low-rank spirit stones. Although he had the inner core. However, the inner core could only be used to refine medicinal pills. He couldn't directly absorb the energy inside. Forget it, he would still ask Chu Fan for some spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian sat on the chair and thought for a while. He really couldn't earn enough spirit stones to break through in a short period of time. He could only look at Chu Fan. Chu Fan's way of doing things made him very satisfied, because in Chu Fan's eyes, Chu Zhongtian was a freak because he could easily break through to the stage. Therefore, it was normal for him to consume more spirit stones. In the face of Chu Zhongtian's request, he didn't think too much about it. He directly asked someone to bring a box over. There were 2,000 8th grade low-rank spirit stone in the box, which made Chu Zhongtian's gratitude towards Chu Fan increase by a few points. With enough spirit stones in his hands, Chu Zhongtian felt more confident in his heart. After returning to Jingya Pavilion, he returned to the state he was in when he first returned to his family. Other than cultivating, eating, and sleeping, he didn't do anything else every day. It was the 8th of March. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky had just brightened. The flow of people in Yulong Mountain, which had beautiful scenery, suddenly increased. The platform at the top of the mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. At this moment, there were more than 10,000 people at the top of the Yulong Mountain. As a very famous mountain in the Qi country, the reputation of the Yulong Mountain was at least in the top 5. The reason why the Yulong Mountain was so famous was because of its unique geographical appearance and its mysterious legend. The Yulong Mountain wasn't very tall. Its vertical height was about 500 meters, but its shape was somewhat strange. From afar, it looked like a flood dragon hiding in the mountains. The path formed by the pure white boulder directly led to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain, there was a platform with a diameter of several hundred meters that was directly cut by a peerless expert. According to the rumors, the overall strength of the Qi country more than 1,000 years ago was much stronger than it was now. In the Qi country, body refining stage warriors could only be considered ordinary experts. Qi transforming period warriors often appeared, and even those above the qi transforming period would occasionally appear. One day, a flood dragon that had reached the level 7 suddenly arrived in the Qi country. The ferocious flood dragon had devoured nearly 1,000 humans in the Lu city, causing panic to spread across the entire Qi country. At this moment, all the powerful warriors of the Qi country started to attack. They started to fight with this flood dragon. As the grade of this flood dragon had reached the 7th grade low rank, the Qi transforming period warriors of the Qi country were no match for it. As soon as the two of them started fighting, more than a dozen Qi transforming period warriors were killed. Later on, it was because of the hidden Qi transforming period warriors from the royal family and Lu family. Only then did he manage to suppress the flood dragon. Due to the strength of the strange beasts being stronger than the human warriors of the stage, it was impossible for the two warriors above the Qi transforming period to kill the flood dragon. Therefore, the remaining master of the Qi transforming period was assisting them. After a day and night of fighting, the flood dragon was finally killed at the top of the Yulong mountain. The platform with a diameter of several hundred meters was cut off by a Qi transforming period warrior. However, the injuries of the two Qi transforming period experts were too severe. After they returned to their respective families, they passed away. There were only less than 10 Qi transforming period experts left. At the same time, the battle with this level 7 flood dragon had caused the spiritual Qi in the entire Qi country to mutate. The Qi country had finally fallen to this state. Looking at the strange shape of the Yulong mountain in front of him, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but recall the legends he had heard before. Regarding this blood-boiling legend, Chu Zhongtian naturally didn't care about it at all. He had personally witnessed how strong a level 7 flood dragon was. He knew very well how strong it was. With so many experts surrounding it, perhaps they could defeat it, but it would be very difficult to kill it. Let's go. Retracting his complicated thoughts, Chu Zhongtian said with a calm expression. Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping and more than 10 other elite disciples followed behind him without saying a word, heading towards the top of Yulong Mountain. After 10 days of continuous cultivation, Chu Zhongtian's stage had successfully advanced to 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak. At the same time, he had the inner core of the earth-shifting dragon. Under the stimulation of Grand Elder's words, he didn't feel any heartache for the preciousness of the level 8 inner core. Instead, he duplicated a large amount of meridian-enhancing pill and dantian cultivating pill. Once again, he raised his potential to the limit. Apart from the increase in cultivation, Chu Zhongtian placed more emphasis on the cultivation of martial skills. Not only did he fully grasp and familiarize himself with the 7 basic saber techniques that had been compressed to the limit, he also began to practice a set of lower-grade sword method martial technique. Perhaps it was because his foundation of saber technique was very solid, or perhaps it was because he was born suitable for the saber technique, but in short, in just 10 days he had already broken through to the great completion stage. Besides the qualitative improvement of the saber technique, his fist technique had also made great progress. Currently, his strength was at least 3 times stronger than 10 days ago, and he was very confident in this battle. Following the natural tunnel, Chu Zhongtian brought Chu Zhongba and the others up the mountain. When the hunting contest ended, Lu Yongjun, the strongest of the Qi country's younger generation, took the initiative to ask the strongest of the Chu family's younger generation. It was also the first-place winner of the hunting competition, Chu Zhongtian, who issued a challenge. At that time, it ignited the atmosphere of the entire scene. In the following period of time, the people who had witnessed the current situation began to spread the news everywhere. In addition to the secret promotion of Lu family, the challenge between the two of them had aroused the passion of all the warriors in Lu City and even Qi country. There was still some time before the challenge began. At the top of the bustling Yulong Mountain, many familiar people began to talk to each other. Some big shots who were obsessed with gambling and had powerful backgrounds had already started setting up bets. They were betting on who would win between Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian. As Lu Yongjun had become famous earlier, the stage was also higher than Chu Zhongtian, and he also had the reputation of having a bloodline inheritance. Everyone thought that Lu Yongjun's chances of winning were higher than Chu Zhongtian's. Look! The elites of the Chu family's younger generation are here. Just as everyone was talking about who would win in the end, a sharp-eyed warrior suddenly saw more than 10 young men with imposing appearances appear at the top of the mountain. And these people were wearing the uniform of the Chu family. Look, the young man who is walking at the front with an extraordinary bearing and indifferent expression is the most talented person of the Chu family's younger generation. He is also the main character of today's challenge, Chu Zhongtian. He is so handsome. If only I could marry such a person. You're dreaming. An outstanding talent like young Master Chu. Only a girl from the 3 great families is worthy of him. After bringing Chu Zhongba and the others to the top of the mountain, Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the dark mass of people at the top of the mountain. Although he knew that the challenge with Lu Yongjun would cause a certain stir, he didn't expect it to be so sensational. it would attract so many people to come and watch. He, who originally had a relaxed state of mind, felt a trace of pressure at this moment. All of you wait here. Turning his head and giving orders to Chu Zhongba and the others, Chu Zhongtian walked over to the platform carved out by a peerless expert at the center of the Jade Dragon Mountain. The platform that was hundreds of meters in diameter would be the place where the two of them would fight. Chu Zhongtian took out the 10 times refined supreme grade steel knife that he casually carried and pointed the tip of the steel knife at the ground. Chu Zhongtian closed his eyes and adjusted his condition while waiting for Lu Yongjun's arrival. At the top of the Yulung Mountain. As time passed, Chu Zhongtian stood on the platform with a calm expression. The aura was long, as if he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, Chu Zhongba and the others who were standing below the platform were very dissatisfied. This was because Lu Yongjun had taken the initiative to arrange a fight, although both parties did not have a specific time. According to the tradition of the challenge, Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian should have fought at around 10 o'clock. At this time, it was already 10 and 15 o'clock, but Lu Yongjun still didn't show up. Unless Lu Yongjun gave up on this challenge, otherwise, it would be Lu Yongjun looking down on Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was now the leader of the younger generation of Chu family, the heir of Chu family. Lu Yongjun looking down on Chu Zhongtian was the same as looking down on Chu family, which was why Chu Zhongba and the others were furious. Just as Chu Zhongba and the others were dissatisfied with Lu Yongjun's deliberate delay, a strange beast's roar suddenly came from afar. After that, a roar was heard. It was an upper-rank 9th grade flying beast with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Quickly flew over from afar. Before anyone could react, the upper-rank 9th grade white-browed condor landed on the summit of Jade Dragon Mountain. After that, the patriarch of Lu family, Lu Xiaozong, the main character of this competition, Lu Yongjun, and more than a dozen elders jumped off the white-browed condor's back. The Lu family is really mighty. Chu Zhongba and the others were very dissatisfied when they saw the people of the Lu family specially riding level 9 flying beasts to participate in the competition. Among them, Chu Zhongba mocked them. The Lu family attached great importance to the competition between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun. Not only were all the elders present, even Lu Xiaozong, the patriarch, had come personally. The performance of the Chu family, on the other hand, was somewhat incomprehensible to them. Except for Chu Zhongba and the other elites of the younger generation, none of the experts of the older generation had appeared. Compared to the Lu family, the Chu family didn't seem to attach much importance to this challenge. This strange phenomenon caused Lu Xiaozong, who had jumped off the white-browed condor's back, to furrow his brows. This was because in Lu Xiaozong's opinion, he had been instigated by Lu Xiaozong in secret. The challenge between Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian was no longer just a matter between Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian. It was related to the reputation of the two families. Whoever won would have the absolute advantage in the future. Whoever lost would be defeated, and they wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the next 100 years. In such an important competition, not to mention the patriarch Chu Tianyun, not even a single elder of the Chu family was present. How could Lu Xiaozong not be shocked and puzzled? Could it be that the Chu family had some kind of plot? Lu Yongjun, since you initiated the challenge, you are deliberately late. You must apologize to young patriarch and us audiences. Just as Lu Xiaozong and the others were guessing that Chu Tianyun and the others were up to something, Chu Zhongba suddenly shouted and provoked them. This is nonsense. When he heard that Chu Zhongba actually wanted Lu Yongjun to apologize to Chu Zhongtian and the tens of thousands of people present, Lu Xiaozong sternly criticized him. However, no one noticed that when Lu Xiaozong saw Chu Zhongba, Lu Xiaozong's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like Chu Zhongba was dissatisfied with Lu Yongjun's late arrival, but in fact, he was deliberately provoking the dissatisfaction of the crowd towards the Lu family. How could this not anger Lu Xiaozong? If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Zhongba was Chu Tianyun's only son and the second most powerful person in the younger generation of the Chu family, Lu Xiaozong would have secretly crippled Chu Zhongba as a punishment. Lu Yongjun, come on up the stage. After Lu Xiaozong severely criticized Chu Zhongba, Lu Xiaozong motioned for Lu Yongjun to quickly go on the stage and participate in the competition. Chu Zhongba saw Lu Xiaozong's flustered look. Chu Zhongba quietly gave a thumbs up to a disciple of the Chu family behind him and said softly, "Sure Tao, you are still the best. Young Master Ba, this is just a small trick. The real way is to defeat the opponent in a fair and square way like young patriarch." The young disciple called Sure Tao said modestly, "Lu Yongjun, you purposely came late today to show that you are guilty and cowardly. Today, you will definitely lose." After Lu Yongjun walked onto the platform, Chu Zhongtian slowly opened his eyes and said confidently, "What a joke. I think it will be you who will lose without a doubt." After hearing Chu Zhongtian's confident provocation, Lu Yongjun forcefully counterattacked. Lu Yongjun was also helpless about being late on purpose. 11 days ago, Lu Yongjun had successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage, and his combat strength had reached the 10th level of Qi refining stage. After 11 days of continuous cultivation, and with the help of a large number of precious treasures, not only had Lu Yongjun broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak, he had also successfully mastered 10% of the bloodline atavism's power. This allowed his combat strength to reach the half-step body refinement. With such a powerful combat strength, Lu Yongjun could be said to be very confident. Initially, Lu Yongjun also wanted to come to the scene in advance to show off his might. However, Lu Xiaozong had delayed Lu Yongjun for more than an hour, which gave Chu Zhongtian an excuse to fight back. "If you want to defeat me, you have to ask me if the steel knife in my hand is willing." Lu Yongjun's tough counterattack aroused Chu Zhongtian's hot blood. Chu Zhongtian raised the tip of the blade that had touched the ground. The tip of the blade faced Lu Yongjun, and Chu Zhongtian was the first to provoke him. "Then I will use my fist to break your steel knife, and let you know who is the strongest amongst the young generation of Qi country." Lu Yongjun saw that the tip of the blade was pointed at him. A strong aura was pointed at his heart. Lu Yongjun shouted out loudly, and crazily rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. "Good fight!" Seeing that Lu Yongjun did not use his weapon but used his fist to defend against the steel knife, Chu Zhongtian's blood began to boil. Chu Zhongtian twisted his wrist and placed the steel knife behind his back. Chu Zhongtian also chose to use brute force, using flesh and blood to fight Lu Yongjun. Chu Zhongtian gave up on using weapons that he didn't like. But this didn't mean that Chu Zhongtian was arrogant and conceited. After 5 days of secluded cultivation in Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian found out that he was under the terrifying pressure of Blood Prison Pavilion. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian planned to test the strength of his physical body by force. If Chu Zhongtian's physique was no match for Lu Yongjun, he would have enough time and ability to draw out his weapon to fight Lu Yongjun with the movement technique. This was because the middle-rank movement technique startling wind kick that Chu Zhongtian cultivated had already broken through to the small completion stage. The speed was so fast that it shocked Chu Zhongtian. The two fists that contained the spiritual power collided with each other, creating a slight sound of impact. The powerful backlash caused Lu Yongjun to take 3 steps back, while Chu Zhongtian took 5 steps back. Chu Zhongtian swung his somewhat numb fist, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Although Chu Zhongtian was temporarily weaker than Lu Yongjun in terms of strength and physical strength, Chu Zhongtian wasn't disappointed. Instead, his expression was full of anticipation. The Lu family that Lu Yongjun was in was famous for its bloodline inheritance. The bloodline that Lu Yongjun and the others possessed was the King Storm Bear. The genes of the bloodline determined the strength of Lu Yongjun and the others at the beginning. But Chu Zhongtian was not. The main focus of his cultivation at the beginning was the spiritual power. Chu Zhongtian didn't pay much attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Chu Zhongtian had a very strong physical body. Apart from the nourishment of the huge spiritual qi when the stage was raised, he also had a very strong physical body. It was also because of the 4 days of terrifying pressure from the Blood Prison Pavilion. In other words, there was still room for improvement in his physical body. Chu Zhongtian wanted to use the battle between him and Lu Yongjun to improve the strength of his body. This was the goal that Chu Zhongtian had set for himself. At the top of the Yulung Mountain on the platform, "Let's do it again." Chu Zhongtian activated the spiritual power in his dantian and rushed towards Lu Yongjun with an excited roar. When Lu Yongjun saw Chu Zhongtian charging towards him, he did not fear him at all. Fists against fists, feet against legs, legs against legs. At this moment, the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun had caused their blood to boil. They were very fierce in battle. This was the easiest way to stimulate their blood to boil, and it could also stimulate the emotions of the people present. At this moment, the people on the scene began to shout loudly. Lu Yongjun. Chu Zhongtian. Lu Yongjun. Chu Zhongtian. After Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun exchanged hundreds of blows, Chu Zhongtian's situation, which was originally at a slight disadvantage, gradually changed. From the beginning, he had taken 5 steps back, and now he was basically on par with Lu Yongjun. In other words, after the intense battle just now, Chu Zhongtian's physical strength was almost on par with Lu Yongjun's. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, whose momentum was getting stronger and stronger, Lu Yongjun used the Black Tiger Steel's heart technique to temporarily force Chu Zhongtian back. Then, he adjusted his breathing on the spot. Lu Yongjun panted as he looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was also sweating profusely, with a serious expression on his face. Chu Zhongtian did not know that 70% of Lu Yongjun's strength was in his body and fist. In the young generation of Qi country, no one had ever been able to gain the upper hand under the combination of Lu Yongjun's fists and physical strength, let alone be evenly matched with Lu Yongjun. Back in the hunting contest, even with Qi Yilung's cultivation base that was 1 minor stage higher than Lu Yongjun, he still couldn't defeat Lu Yongjun's fists. This was enough to show how terrifying Lu Yongjun's body and 2 fists were. However, Chu Zhongtian only used 100 or so moves to successfully turn the disadvantage into an advantage. At this moment, Lu Yongjun felt a trace of fear towards Chu Zhongtian's potential and comprehension ability. At the same time, Lu Yongjun was secretly glad that he chose to challenge Chu Zhongtian before Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage. Otherwise, he, who was at the same level as Chu Zhongtian, would definitely not be a match for Chu Zhongtian. Since he couldn't defeat Chu Zhongtian with just his physical body and fist, Lu Yongjun would give up this kind of battle method that would waste his physical strength. Lu Yongjun casually took out a weapon that was wrapped in black cloth that was inserted into his back. After removing the black cloth, a black rod about 1.2 meters long was revealed. Chu Zhongtian, you are the first person in the younger generation who forced me to use a weapon. After saying that, Lu Yongjun looked at the black staff in his hand, and said with a doting tone, "This weapon is called the Heavenspan Staff. It is a gift from the Patriarch I received when I passed the clan's test a year ago. Its grade has temporarily reached the highest grade of 10 times refined. Over a year, the number of people and strange beasts that died under it has reached over 100. Seeing Lu Yongjun solemnly introduce the weapon in his hand, Chu Zhongtian frowned, and his eyes couldn't help but look straight at the black stick in Lu Yongjun's hand. Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of shame when Lu Yongjun placed so much importance on the weapon in his hand. This was because in less than 4 months since Chu Zhongtian started cultivating, he had changed 4 weapons. He had no feelings for the weapon in his hand. Because of this reason, Chu Zhongtian did not formally introduce his weapons like Lu Yongjun did. Instead, he held the steel knife in his hand and said casually, "My 10 times refined steel knife is the reward for the hunting contest." After the 2 of them introduced their weapons, they looked at each other, and then both of them chose to attack at the same time. This was the first time Chu Zhongtian had come into contact with a weapon like a stick. Moreover, the stick used by Lu Yongjun was different from an ordinary stick. This was because, according to tradition, a stick was used as a weapon, and its length was between 2.8 to 3 meters. Moreover, the person who used the stick had to pay attention to technique, and it was a very powerful fighting method. The stick in Lu Yongjun's hand was only 1.2 meters. At the same time, the staff he used paid attention to technique and strength, which made Chu Zhongtian not used to it for a while and temporarily put himself in a defensive position. Block, cut, cut, cut and entangled. Chu Zhongtian was getting more and more familiar with the basic moves of the saber technique. The more he used, the stronger the power. Lu Yongjun used the same staff technique as Chu Zhongtian. It was also one of the basic moves of the staff technique. Therefore, the battle between the two using weapons looked very simple and experienced. It was far from as good as the way they fought with force just now. Although the battle scene was not very good, their understanding and mastery of the basic moves had already reached the peak. Therefore, the power of each of their attacks had almost reached the great completion stage of beginner level. Therefore, each of their attacks, both of them were very careful when defending. They had exchanged over 100 blows with each other, and the result was still the same. Chu Zhongtian was not worried about this because after the match just now, he realized that it was a very wonderful thing to have an evenly matched opponent. Through the battle just now, not only did Chu Zhongtian have a deeper understanding of the basic saber technique and fist technique, but he also had a more precise use of the spiritual power. How many spiritual power were used in each attack, and how many spiritual power were used to defend each time. The basic staff technique hit the dragon's den, forcing Chu Zhongtian to temporarily retreat. Lu Yongjun looked at Chu Zhongtian with sweat all over his face, his expression unusually solemn. At this time, Lu Yongjun no longer had any contempt for Chu Zhongtian. The fact that Chu Zhongtian was able to fight equally with Lu Yongjun in fist technique and weapons was enough to show how terrifying Chu Zhongtian was. Since fist technique and weapons couldn't defeat Chu Zhongtian, it had been nearly an hour since the two of them started fighting. Lu Yongjun's patience had almost been worn out, so he decided to end the fight quickly. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Lu Yongjun held the black stick in one hand and dragged the other end of the stick onto the ground. Lu Yongjun's shoulders moved back and forth, and then a strong qi rose from his body. Chu Zhongtian, if you haven't broken through to the 8th layer of the qi refining period, then you will definitely lose today's competition, Lu Yongjun said confidently after sensing his powerful qi. Lu Yongjun is truly worthy of being the strongest amongst the young generation of qi country. In less than a month's time, he has successfully broken through 2 minor stage and became a top 9th level of Qi refining stage peak warrior. After Lu Yongjun fully unleashed his cultivation base, it immediately shocked everyone on the scene. Lu Yongjun was only 17 years old, and he had only been cultivating the spiritual power for more than a year. Although he was a mid-level 8 cultivation talent, the speed of his stage's advancement still shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at Chu Zhongtian with pity in their eyes. After the hunting contest and Lu Yongjun's challenge, Chu Zhongtian's name had become very famous in Qi country. Everyone knew that Chu Zhongtian's meridian had been damaged and couldn't cultivate for nearly a year, as well as how he had risen to power. Therefore, everyone saw that not only had Lu Yongjun successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage, but he had also advanced to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak. They all felt pity for Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian's meridian hadn't been damaged, then with his top-rank level 8 cultivation talent, could he have broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak, or even the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi refining period? As the strongest person in his generation who had competed with Lu Yongjun, Chu Zhongba knew Lu Yongjun's strength very well. He knew that Lu Yongjun was also a genius who could jump ranks to challenge him. Therefore, he said with concern, at the top of Yulung Mountain, "This is bad." Zhongtian was in danger. Lu Yongjun had broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak, which meant that his current combat strength had reached the 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period. Even if Zhongtian used his full strength, he might not be able to defeat Lu Yongjun. Chu Zhongba became anxious when he saw Lu Yongjun display his 9th level of Qi refining stage peak cultivation base. "Young Master Ba, don't worry. I think young Patriarch has a way to deal with Lu Yongjun." At this moment, Chu Shitao, who had given Chu Zhongba an idea, spoke to calm everyone's emotions. "Oh!" Following Chu Shitao's reminder, Chu Zhongba, Chu Yuping and the others discovered that even though Lu Yongjun had revealed his 9th level of Qi refining stage peak cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian's expression only had a trace of seriousness, and he didn't panic at all. After Lu Yongjun revealed his peak of the 9th layer cultivation base, as the patriarch of Lu family, Lu Xiaozong finally revealed a trace of joy on his face. Initially, he had planned to let Lu Yongjun display his peak of the 9th layer cultivation base as soon as the battle began, the combat strength of a 10th layer peak. After that, Lu Yongjun would take advantage of the situation to defeat Chu Zhongtian, allowing his influence and popularity to reach the peak. However, Lu Yongjun wasn't willing to do that. He hoped to compete with Chu Zhongtian in every aspect. First of all, Lu Yongjun wanted to experience Chu Zhongtian's ability and see what was so special about the geniuses of Chu family. Secondly, he also wanted to use the fight with Chu Zhongtian to increase his strength. Lu Yongjun's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th layer qi refining stage, and his qi had reached the 10th layer peak. For the first time, a serious expression emerged on Chu Zhongtian's face. When he set his goal, he had imagined that Lu Yongjun would break through to the peak of the 9th layer. However, he didn't really believe that Lu Yongjun would be able to break through to the 9th level of qi refining stage in less than a month's time. However, just because he didn't believe it didn't mean that Lu Yongjun couldn't do it. At this moment, Lu Yongjun had given Chu Zhongtian a vivid lesson. Although there was a trace of seriousness on his face, Chu Zhongtian didn't have the slightest fear. Since Lu Yongjun had broken through to the qi refining stage peak of the 9th layer, his combat strength had reached the qi refining stage 10th layer peak. Chu Zhongtian could only use his first trump card. Chu Zhongtian held the steel knife in his hand. The tip of the blade was pointed downwards, and an imposing aura rose from his body. Combined with his 7th layer peak of the qi refining period cultivation base, his imposing aura was completely capable of fighting Lu Yongjun. The qi that suddenly rose from Chu Zhongtian's body changed the minds of those who thought that Chu Zhongtian would lose without a doubt. They felt that the outcome of the battle between these two men would be hard to decide for the time being. At the same time, their admiration for Chu Zhongtian exceeded Lu Yongjun's. Of course, not everyone thought so. When Lu Yongjun revealed his 9th level of qi refining stage peak cultivation base, those gamblers who were secretly betting on Lu Yongjun's victory were all delighted. After Chu Zhongtian used his momentum, their faces darkened once again. When Lu Yongjun saw Chu Zhongtian finally using his force, his relaxed expression turned serious, but he didn't show any fear. The reason why he displayed his full strength was to force Chu Zhongtian to use his mysterious force. At this moment, he finally saw the legendary force. He didn't have the slightest fear. He just felt his blood boiling. He jumped up from where he stood and attacked Chu Zhongtian's head with the yellow dragon. Chu Zhongtian was very cautious when facing Lu Yongjun's attack. Instead, he used the sun-scorching skill of the lower-grade saber technique to counter Lu Yongjun's attack. As Lu Yongjun didn't know the power of Chu Zhongtian's attack, he was using all of his strength to counter it. When his staff was within 10 meters of Chu Zhongtian, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped into a swamp. His speed began to slow down, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Kill! With a furious roar, Lu Yongjun once again increased his strength. The speed of the stick increased by a few points. However, when it was still 1.5 meters away from Chu Zhongtian, the speed of the stick's attack was already as slow as a snail. Lu Yongjun could feel the extremely powerful sun-scorching unleashed by Chu Zhongtian, as well as his snail-like slow attack speed. He could only helplessly withdraw his stick and retreat, avoiding the range of Chu Zhongtian's force. Lu Yongjun saw Chu Zhongtian standing still on the spot, and his expression became extremely ugly. Although he had already known that Chu Zhongtian had mastered the force when he was in the hunting contest. After witnessing the power of force unleashed by Chu Zhongtian, he was happy but also envious and jealous. The reason why he was happy was that he did not choose to fight Chu Zhongtian in the last stage of the hunting contest. If he had chosen to fight Chu Zhongtian with his qi refining level 7 cultivation base, he might have lost to Chu Zhongtian. The reason why he was envious and jealous was because he didn't have such a powerful strength. It would really damage his reputation. Chu Zhongtian looked at Lu Yongjun, who was retreating. His calm expression revealed a trace of surprise. After experiencing the 5th heavenly force and the pressure of the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian was more familiar with the control of force. As long as an opponent of the same level as the stage was enveloped by force, not to mention counterattacking, they basically couldn't even move. However, not only could Lu Yongjun attack him, he could also retreat at any time. This had given Chu Zhongtian a very high evaluation of Lu Yongjun's strength. At the same time, His mentality of wanting to understand the situation became stronger. Lu Yongjun and Chu Zhongtian's thoughts were complicated, not to mention Lu Xiaozong and the others outside the arena. Initially, Lu Xiaozong thought that after Lu Yongjun displayed the combat strength of the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak stage and 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period, the battle would end very soon. However, he never thought that Chu Zhongtian would have such a powerful trump card. At the same time, he had the same feeling as Lu Yongjun. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and even a trace of resentment. As the patriarch of the Lu family, he was a 10th level peak warrior. Not to mention the mysterious power, he had never even heard of it. How could he not be envious and jealous of it? Lu Yongjun, who had displayed his full strength, not only did he fail to defeat Chu Zhongtian, but he even fell into a disadvantageous position for the first time. This made the spectators feel that Chu Zhongtian had a higher chance of winning. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaozong's presence, those who had secretly bet on Lu Yongjun's victory would have started to curse Lu Yongjun. Lu Yongjun, next, use your most powerful technique. Otherwise, you will lose without a doubt. Looking at the hesitating Lu Yongjun, Chu Zhongtian first used words to provoke him. Then, with his own strength and momentum, he slowly walked towards Lu Yongjun step by step. Chu Zhongtian, you forced me to do this. Looking at Chu Zhongtian slowly walking towards him, Lu Yongjun gritted his teeth and said. After that, he threw away the stick in his hand, clenched his fists, and hit his chest hard. At the same time, he roared, "Transform!" at the top of the Yulung mountain on the platform. Along with a roar, Lu Yongjun, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, suddenly became taller by more than half a meter. At this moment, Lu Yongjun was nearly 2.5 meters tall. As he grew taller, Lu Yongjun's body also began to become stronger. His beard became even more luxuriant. At the same time, Lu Yongjun's aura had already far surpassed that of a Qi refining stage. He was slowly approaching the body refining stage, which was the so-called half-step body refinement. After Lu Yongjun revealed his 9th level of Qi refining stage peak cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian had already guessed that Lu Yongjun had the bloodline atavism. His strength would definitely increase for the first time. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous at all. He was still holding the steel knife in his hand, and he was getting closer and closer to the transformed Lu Yongjun. After the transformed Lu Yongjun's qi had increased to the half-step body refinement, the aura on his body began to become violent, giving people the feeling of a strange beast. After transforming, Lu Yongjun was like an enraged wild bear. He waved his two huge fists and smashed them towards Chu Zhongtian. When Lu Yongjun's fists came at him, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that the area covered by the force was unable to block Lu Yongjun's punch. Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to use the back of his knife to block Lu Yongjun's punch temporarily. Chu Zhongtian, who had been moving forward, not only stopped, but he was also forced to take more than 10 steps back by Lu Yongjun's powerful punch. Although Lu Yongjun had reached the half-step body refinement after his transformation, the force of the Blood Prison Pavilion's punch was enough to increase Chu Zhongtian's combat strength by 1.5 minor stage. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian believed that he could defeat Lu Yongjun even without using his last trump card. However, after witnessing the power of Lu Yongjun's violent punch, Chu Zhongtian realized that he was being overly optimistic. Currently, Lu Yongjun's combat strength had already reached the half-step body refinement peak. If Chu Zhongtian didn't reveal his final trump card, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to defeat Lu Yongjun. When Chu Zhongtian thought of this, he used the mountain splitting to meet Lu Yongjun's attack head-on. After that, Chu Zhongtian used the rebounding force to increase the distance between them. Lu Yongjun saw Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to step back for the first time. He patted his chest excitedly. After that, he grinned hideously and said, "Chu Zhongtian, not only will I defeat you today, I will also rip off your head. Take it as my spoils of war." Chu Zhongtian only curled his lips in response to Lu Yongjun's bloody threat. After that, Chu Zhongtian removed the secret technique that concealed the stage from his body. At the same time, he revealed his full strength. Chu Zhongtian was an 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak, and his combat strength was at the 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period. With the help of the momentum, not only had Chu Zhongtian reached the half-step body refinement, but he had also reached the half-step body refinement. He was almost at the Qi refining stage level, the stage. After Chu Zhongtian revealed his 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak cultivation base, everyone was shocked. This was because the challenges between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun could be said to have many twists and turns. The climax was continuous, constantly stimulating everyone's nerves. When did Chu Zhongtian break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period? Chu Zhongba looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had revealed his 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak cultivation base. He was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself. Although Chu Zhongtian was known as the strongest warrior of the Chu family's younger generation, he only represented Chu Zhongtian's combat strength. It didn't include Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base. Although Chu Zhongba had acknowledged Chu Zhongtian's status and identity in front of Chu Zhongtian, that was because Chu Zhongba had a high stage. After 4 days of cultivation in the Blood Prison Pavilion, Chu Zhongba's cultivation base had reached the 7th layer peak of the Qi refining period, and he could break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period at any time. However, Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period in just a dozen days, and this was the only advantage Chu Zhongba had. When Chu Zhongtian revealed his full strength, he stomped on the ground with his left foot, and Chu Zhongtian leapt into the air. Chu Zhongtian kicked 3 times in the air, and each of his kicks landed on Lu Yongjun's chest and heart. Chu Zhongtian didn't care if Lu Yongjun's transformation had caused him to lose his consciousness, or if Lu Yongjun wanted to twist Chu Zhongtian's head off on purpose. Since Lu Yongjun had exposed his intention to kill, Chu Zhongtian would not tolerate it. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian also had the intention to kill Lu Yongjun. Lu Yongjun saw Chu Zhongtian's 3 kicks in the air. Although his mind wasn't clear, however, Lu Yongjun's instinctive reaction was still there. After Chu Zhongtian revealed his full strength, Lu Yongjun knew that he was no longer a match for Chu Zhongtian. So when he faced Chu Zhongtian's 3 kicks in the air, Lu Yongjun chose to defend. Lu Yongjun crossed his arms and endured Chu Zhongtian's 3 kicks. After taking 3 kicks, Lu Yongjun took more than 10 steps back. After landing on the ground, Chu Zhongtian did not stop. He casted the windbreaker and rushed to Lu Yongjun's side in a flash, slashing at Lu Yongjun's waist. Chu Zhongtian, how dare you? Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to slash Lu Yongjun's waist, Lu Xiaozong, who had been prepared for this, jumped onto the platform. As he shouted, he threw a punch at Chu Zhongtian with all his strength. Lu Xiaozong's full-strength punch was aimed at Chu Zhongtian's head. When Chu Zhongtian saw the full-strength punch of a 10th grade peak warrior, he didn't panic at all. Chu Zhongtian pulled back the steel knife, and with a slight sway of his body, Chu Zhongtian left Lu Yongjun's side and landed on the edge of the platform. Chu Zhongtian had already guessed that Lu Xiaozong would choose to attack in the end. Lu Yongjun was the genius who had the bloodline closest to his ancestors in the past 100 years of the Lu family. He was the key person who would lead the rise of the Lu family in the future. Lu Xiaozong would never allow anything to happen to Lu Yongjun. The only thing Chu Zhongtian didn't expect was that when Lu Xiaozong stopped Chu Zhongtian from killing Lu Yongjun, he actually planned to kill Chu Zhongtian. Lu Xiaozong, you wanna die? Right after Chu Zhongtian used the windbreaker to dodge Lu Xiaozong's fatal attack, a man suddenly jumped out from the crowd and rushed towards Lu Xiaozong at lightning speed. After a deafening roar, Lu Xiaozong fell to the ground like a rock that was thrown out. At the same time, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Chu Tianyun. After landing on the ground, Lu Xiaozong did not care about his injuries. He looked at Chu Tianyun, who suddenly appeared on the platform, with a look of disbelief. The patriarch of Chu family, Chu Tianyun. I never thought that the Chu family would send their experts to watch the battle. It's just that the Chu family chose to observe the battle secretly. They are much stronger than the Lu family. Chu Zhongtian is a peerless genius that only appears once every 100 years in the Chu family. He is also the heir of the Chu family. A genius like Chu Zhongtian. The Chu family will definitely send someone to protect him from the shadows. Chu Tianyun's sudden attack had stirred up the emotions of everyone present. The reason why everyone was excited wasn't because Chu Tianyun's reputation and influence were greater than Lu Xiaozong's, but because today's battle had gone too far. At the beginning, Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun chose to fight head-on, which made everyone's blood boil. The confrontation between weapons made everyone think that Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun's strength were about the same. When Lu Yongjun revealed the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak stage, the combat strength of a 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period warrior made everyone think that Lu Yongjun would definitely defeat Chu Zhongtian and become the strongest warrior among the young generation of Qi country. However, right after Chu Zhongtian used a mysterious power that no one had ever heard of, it made his combat strength surpass Lu Yongjun's. Furthermore, he changed everyone's mind. Everyone thought that Chu Zhongtian could defeat Lu Yongjun. He had become the strongest amongst the young generation of Qi country, at the top of the Yulung mountain on top of a jade platform. Initially, everyone thought that the result would be the same as what they had imagined. Chu Zhongtian had defeated Lu Yongjun and became the strongest amongst the young generation of Qi country. However, after Lu Yongjun used the secret technique of bloodline atavism, he had temporarily become a king storm bear. Furthermore, after his combat strength reached the half-step body refinement peak, it instantly turned into an advantage. Everyone instantly changed their minds, thinking that Lu Yongjun was the strongest amongst the young generation of Qi country. Everyone was ready to cheer for Lu Yongjun, cheering for the rise of this young expert. At the same time, those who bet that Lu Yongjun would win in the end had already prepared a bill, and were planning to exchange it for a generous amount of gambling money. However, before they could open their mouths and cheer, Chu Zhongtian suddenly revealed the 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak stage, which was far more powerful than the combat strength of a half-step body refinement. This instantly made everyone confused. They had been confused by the ever-changing situation. They even started to doubt if Lu Yongjun had any other tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had used his powerful strength to defeat Lu Yongjun in a very short period of time, allowing everyone to regain their senses. Furthermore, they knew that Chu Zhongtian had won the challenge in the end. As Chu Zhongtian defeated Lu Yongjun, everyone started to shout Chu Zhongtian's name. They wanted to shout the name of the strongest young expert in Qi country, but they had never thought that Lu Xiaozong, the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 3 great families of Qi country, Hong Long. They thought that the newly risen Chu Zhongtian would be killed by Lu Xiaozong, but the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Tianyun, suddenly appeared and injured Lu Xiaozong with a single strike. Could be said that there were too many surprises in today's challenge. Seeing Chu Tianyun suddenly appear on the platform and defeat Lu Yongjun with a single strike, Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside the platform, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, before coming here this morning, Chu Zhongtian had already gone to find Chu Tianyun. He hoped that ____ would personally take part in this challenge in order to intimidate Lu Xiaozong. Because Chu Zhongtian didn't know if the flustered and exasperated Lu Xiaozong would suddenly attack him after he defeated Lu Yongjun. However, when he arrived at Chu Tianyun's courtyard, Chu Fan told him that Chu Tianyun and the other 2 elders had been in secluded cultivation for many days and hadn't come out for the time being. Furthermore, Grand Elder had left the family 5 days ago to settle a very important matter elsewhere. Third Elder and the others had to stay in the family to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. This had caused Chu Zhongtian to only bring a dozen or so disciples of the younger generation to participate in the battle in the end. The fact that Chu Tianyun could appear in time and defeat Lu Xiaozong with a single strike indicated that he had successfully broken through to the Qi transforming period and become a peerless expert in Qi country. Lu Xiaozong, you are the patriarch of the dignified Lu family, the strongest expert of the middle-aged generation in Qi country. You actually dare to attack a junior without any respect for your face? I think you might as well just stuff your face into your pants. Chu Tianyun nodded at Chu Zhongtian. His eyes fell on Lu Xiaozong, who had been lying on the ground without getting up. He immediately cursed. Chu Tianyun, have you broken through? Lu Xiaozong, who had fallen to the ground, didn't have any reaction to Chu Tianyun's scolding. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on Chu Tianyun. He asked with a look of disbelief, I slept for a while. When I woke up, I broke through. Are you angry? He looked at Lu Xiaozong's expectant eyes. Chu Tianyun answered his question casually. When he heard Chu Tianyun say that he slept for a while and broke through to the qi transforming period after he woke up, Lu Xiaozong was so angry that he coughed out blood and fainted. If Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun were the two strongest people in the Qi country's young generation, then Lu Xiaozong, Chu Tianyun, and Wang Hai, who were the same age, were also the three strongest and most talented people when they were young. Although the three of them were all mid-level 8, Lu Xiaozong's talent was slightly stronger. He had already reached the peak of mid-level 8. At the same time, amongst the three of them, his comprehension ability and perseverance were the strongest. He was also the bravest. Furthermore, patriarch of the Lu family had once said that, among the top 3 experts in the middle generation of the Qi country, only he, Lu Xiaozong, had the chance to break through to the Qi transforming period before the age of 50. Chu Zhongtian was the one with the weakest strength and talent amongst the three of them. However, he never thought that Chu Zhongtian would break through to the Qi transforming period before him. That was why he fainted, except for the fact that he was provoked by Chu Tianyun's words. And it has something to do with him not accepting this reality. Seeing that Chu Tianyun was like a child and made Lu Xiaozong faint due to anger, Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside him, could not stand it anymore. He had to cough hard to remind him to be careful of the situation. Ha! Seeing Chu Zhongtian's dark face, Chu Tianyun laughed out loud. He walked to Chu Zhongtian's side and patted him on the shoulder. He said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Not bad. Very good. Chu Patriarch. Can we bring the Patriarch and young master back to the family?" Due to Chu Tianyun's strength being too strong, the elders of the Lu family who came to watch the battle did not dare to breathe loudly. They also did not dare to step forward to talk to him. Only after Chu Tianyun revealed a smile did second elder from the Lu family dare to stand up and ask. Chu Tianyun waved his hand, signaling them to quickly take the unconscious Lu Xiaozong and Lu Yongjun away. After that, he loudly announced to the audience, Chu Zhongtian has won the challenge between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun. As Chu Tianyun announced Chu Zhongtian's victory, nearly 10,000 people on top of Yulong Mountain shouted Chu Zhongtian's name at the same time. Chu Zhongtian! Chu Zhongtian! Chu Zhongtian! Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time. Their voices were loud enough to shake the clouds in the sky above the Jade Dragon Peak. As more and more people shouted the name of Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the platform, suddenly felt a special energy entering his body from the platform. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find it. "Let's go!" When the cheers of the crowd had died down, Chu Tianyun talked to Chu Zhongtian. After defeating Lu Yongjun, Chu Zhongtian had become the strongest warrior of the Qi country's young generation. Chu Tianyun had never thought that Chu Zhongtian would break through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak in less than 4 months. With his terrifying speed of improvement, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the body refining stage and Qi transforming period. Therefore, Chu Tianyun, who was already at the first level of the Qi transforming period, unconsciously lowered his status and started to treat Chu Zhongtian as his equal. "Let's go!" Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian followed behind Chu Tianyun and walked down the path of the Yulong Mountain. Lu City inside the palace. Qi Heng held a secret letter in his hand. The letter detailed the entire process of Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun's battle, as well as how Chu Tianyun appeared in the end and defeated Lu Xiaozong with a single strike. When he saw Lu Yongjun breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak, and Chu Zhongtian breaking through to the 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak from the secret letter, tears could not help but flow down from his eyes. He called out softly, "Long!" Before the spring festival, Dongfang Yuner, who was a guest of the Qi country royal family, mentioned going out to Endless Forest to train. In order to obtain the support of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Qi Heng fantasized about letting Qi Yilong win Dongfang Yuner's heart. He let him be the guide and accompany Dongfang Yuner to the Endless Forest. In Qi Heng's opinion, Qi Yilong would accompany Dongfang Yuner to the Endless Forest to train. It was safe. Go. No problem at all. According to patriarch of the Qi family, the middle-aged woman beside Dongfang Yuner was not a Qi transforming period warrior. She was a mighty warrior who had surpassed the Qi transforming period and reached the essence gathering stage with the stage. With top experts' protection, not to mention the range of level 10 beasts in the Endless Forest, even if they were in the range of level 8 beasts, they would be able to travel unimpeded. 10 days ago, he suddenly received a letter from Dongfang Yuner, who had returned to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The letter explained in detail that they had suddenly encountered Crimson-Eyed Flood Dragon in the range of level 10 beasts. In the end, Qi Yilong and the other 5 royal family members died in Endless Forest. Although Dongfang Yuner had given Qi Heng a lot of compensation when she sent the letter, these compensation could not calm Qi Heng's grief and despair. Furthermore, facing the rise of Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun, Qi Heng felt a lot more pressured. Among the 4 major powers in Qi country, the Chu family had Chu Zhongtian, who was known to be a monstrous genius that only appeared once in 100 years, as well as a genius like Chu Zhongba. The Lu family had Lu Yongjun, who was the heir to the bloodline atavism. Although Wang Chao from the Wang family had died tragically in the hunting ground, there were still 3 geniuses amongst the younger generation of the Wang family who had the same outstanding talent and comprehension ability. On the other hand, in the royal family, Qi Yilong could be said to have the best talent and comprehension ability amongst the younger generation and younger generation. In the future, he would also be the most likely successor to take over his throne. His accidental death was not just a loss of the royal family's strength. This matter might even bring about a crisis that could wipe out the royal family. Compared to Qi Heng's pessimistic attitude, after learning about the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun, Wang Hai from the Wang family was not only angry, but also a trace of fear. He had never thought that the 21 experts he had sent out not only failed to kill Chu Zhongtian in secret, but also allowed him to break through to the stage, becoming the biggest threat to the Wang family in the future. What Wang Hai couldn't accept was that Chu Tianyun, who was in the same generation as him, had broken through to the Qi transforming period. This made him, who was still at the 10th level of body tempering realm, feel helpless as he didn't know when he would be able to break through to the next level. Putting aside the reaction of the 2 families after winning, Chu Zhongtian followed Chu Tianyun back to his family. Before he could have a cup of tea and rest, he was called over by Chu Tianyun. When he arrived at Chu Tianyun's courtyard, he was surprised to find him waiting outside the courtyard. When he saw Chu Zhongtian, Chu Tianyun said with a solemn expression, "Tian, I will take you to see someone next. You have to be mentally prepared. To see someone." This was a person who could make Chu Tianyun reveal a solemn expression. A thought flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. Could it be that he was going to meet the true backer of the Chu family, the patriarch sect who was hiding behind the Chu family? Due to the existence of Chu Zhongba, the secret teller, Chu Zhongtian had already learned a lot about the secrets of Chu family. He knew that the reason why the Chu family was able to become one of the 3 great families was because of Chu Tianyun, Grand Elder, and the other body-refining stage warriors. The most important thing was that they had a peerless Qi transforming period warrior. In the Qi country, having a Qi transforming period warrior was the foundation of a first-rate family. Therefore, the number 1 family in the second-rate family, the Chu family, believed that their overall strength had already reached the level of a first-class family. In fact, they were just dreaming. As long as there were no Qi transforming period warriors in the family, even if they had 110th grade peak warriors in their bodies, they could only be a second-rate family. When a body-refining stage warrior faced a Qi transforming period warrior, it was like a baby facing a grown man. They had no ability to resist. Chu Zhongtian followed closely behind Chu Tianyun and found that they had arrived at the border of the Chu family's encampment. The Chu family was famous for their medicinal pills in Qi country. Apart from purchasing some precious medicinal herbs, the most important source of raw materials was their private medicinal field. The medicinal field was not too far away from the Chu family's encampment. It was only less than 3 miles away. It was a beautiful and artificially constructed farm. At the end of the field, there was a very ordinary wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was an old man with slightly white hair and a serene expression like that of a baby sitting on a stone chair. He suddenly looked at this old man with a serene expression. He thought that this old man was just an old farmer, but when he took a closer look, he could feel that this old man was extraordinary. Third uncle, I brought Chu Zhongtian here to see you. When he was 3 meters away from the old man, Chu Tianyun stopped in his tracks and greeted him with a respectful tone and attitude. You're here. Hearing Chu Tianyun's greeting, the old man called third uncle opened his eyes and nodded with a friendly expression. After that, he looked past Chu Tianyun and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing behind him. This young man must be the Chu Zhongtian who has been in the limelight in Chu family recently. I have seen Patriarch before. Seeing that the old man in front of him knew who he was, Chu Zhongtian quickly stepped forward and greeted him. However, he really didn't know how to address this old man. Originally, he was a powerful man behind the Chu family, so he could call him Patriarch sect. But just now, Chu Tianyun called him third uncle, which meant that he was only his grandfather's generation. Because he really didn't know how to address him, he decided to call him Patriarch sect. According to seniority, you should call me third grandpa. The old man clearly saw Chu Zhongtian's hesitation just now, so he took the initiative to resolve Chu Zhongtian's awkwardness. I have seen third grandpa. Seeing that the old man was willing to take the initiative to get closer to him, Chu Zhongtian naturally wasn't willing to give up this opportunity, so he hurriedly changed his words and bowed again. You have just broken through to the Qi transforming period, and the stage isn't completely stable yet. Go and cultivate first. I will have a good talk with Tian. Waving his hand, the old man indicated for Chu Zhongtian to sit next to him, then indicated for Chu Tianyun to leave for the time being. Yes, third uncle. After Chu Tianyun left, the old man was the first to speak. My name is Chu Xianxia. I am 69 years old this year. I am a mid-level 8 cultivation talent. Later on, I was lucky enough to break through to the top rank level 8 cultivation talent. I started cultivating at the age of 16 and broke through to the first level of the Qi refining stage in a month. I broke through to the first layer of the body refining period at 18 years old, and I broke through to the first level of the Qi transforming period at 35 years old. I am now a peak of the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian had thought that this expert from the Chu family would first ask him about his situation. However, he never expected that this expert would first tell him about his experiences. Tian, do you know what I just said? After introducing his experiences, Chu Zhongxian looked straight at Chu Zhongtian and asked. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian indicated that he didn't know. If Chu Zhongxian was bragging about his achievements, then at least in the Qi refining stage, he didn't have the right to show off in front of Chu Zhongtian. Chu family in the herbal field in front of the wooden house. If Chu Jingxuan's words were modest, not only did he break through to the Qi transforming period at the age of 35, he had also broken through to the peak of the Qi transforming period. This was enough to show how outstanding he was. If he was proud, then in front of Chu Zhongtian he was inferior. Tian, I have been cultivating in the Chu family for more than a year. After reaching the 10th layer peak of the Qi refining period, I didn't stay in the family. Instead, I went out alone to explore the outside world. I was lucky enough to join a sect and become a servant disciple of that sect. Ever since I entered that sect, I have finally witnessed the wonderful scenery of the outside world, and my strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. Back then, my brothers and sisters were on the same level as me, and it took them a total of 20 years to barely reach the body refining stage peak. However, I only used 12 years to break through to the Qi transforming period. Tian, do you understand what I mean? After a detailed introduction, Chu Zhongxian asked again. Third grandpa, you mean you want me to join that sect? After thinking for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally said the answer he could imagine. That's right. What I mean is that I want you to join that sect and become a disciple of that sect. Chu Zhongxian nodded and confirmed Chu Zhongtian's answer. Tian, actually, on the first day you returned to the family, I noticed you, your cultivation talent, your comprehension, your perseverance, and your persistence in martial arts have satisfied me. He first praised Chu Zhongtian's excellence, then changed his tone. Chu Zhongxian said with a solemn expression. However, that sect is not something you can join as you wish. If you want to become a disciple of that sect, you have to go through 3 tests. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongxian introduced the environment they were in and the general situation of the south of Eternal Continent to Chu Zhongtian. Through Chu Shishuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood the basic situation of the continent he had traveled to. Eternal Continent was divided into 5 regions, and according to the different directions, it was divided into 5 regions: the southeast, the west, and the middle. They were currently located in one of the most remote regions of Southern Domain. Chu Zhongxian wasn't very clear about the size of the Southern Domain, because with his peak of the Qi transforming period cultivation base, he didn't have the qualifications and ability to travel through the entire Southern Domain. However, he knew that the entire Southern Domain was divided by the 9 major powers. These 9 major powers were an emperor, 3 sects, and 5 families. One emperor was the ruler of the largest empire in the Southern Domain state of Qin. The 3 sects were the Mount Hua sect, the Floating Cloud sect, and the notorious and vicious Demon Heart sect. The 5 clans were the Ouyang family, the Yan family, the Chu family, and also the Jifeng family, which was known for its speed. The sect Chu Zhongxian mentioned was the Floating Cloud sect. In the Qi country, body refining stage peak warriors were the top warriors. Qi transforming period warriors were like Patriarch sect, but in the Floating Cloud sect, a Qi refining stage warrior was a servant disciple of the sect, while a body refining stage warrior was just a disciple of the outer sect. Only those who had broken through to the Qi transforming period and had outstanding talent could become a disciple of the inner sect. As for the disciples of the inner sect, they were only the lowest ranked disciples of the Floating Cloud sect. Above them were core disciples and true disciples, and legacy disciples. Chu Zhengshuan's narration was like opening the door to the outside world for Chu Zhongtian, causing the blood in his body to boil. His heart was filled with desire to join the Floating Cloud sect. He wished that he could participate in the examination of the Floating Cloud sect at this moment, so he couldn't wait to ask. Third Grandpa, when will the Floating Cloud sect recruit disciples? What kind of requirements does it require to recruit disciples? There are still more than 40 days until the recruitment. With the speed of the purple gold hawk, it will take about 10 days. Therefore, you can continue cultivating in the family for a period of time. After saying that, Chu Zhongxian thought of Grand Elder who had left the family. Grand Elder wanted to ask for a 7-grade bodiless pill for Chu Zhongtian. As the only peak of the Qi transforming period warrior in the Chu family, Grand Elder had already reported to him before he left. Chu Zhongxian didn't object to Grand Elder's decision, nor did he agree with it. He just wanted Grand Elder to decide whether it was worth it or not. Jingya Pavilion in the living room. After returning from Chu Zhengshuan's place, Chu Zhongtian's excited heart had never calmed down. Apart from telling him about the situation in Eternal Continent and Floating Cloud sect, Chu Zhongxian also told him the reason why Chu Zhongtian was able to become the successor of Chu family. It was also because he agreed to it. Regarding the fact that Chu Zhongxian had asked him to become the young patriarch of Chu family ahead of time, Chu Zhongtian only thought for a moment before throwing it into his mind. At this moment, he had already been shocked by the power of the Floating Cloud sect. At the same time, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart that he would be able to return to Earth. According to what Chu Zhongxian had said, cultivating the stage was limitless. According to what he had heard from his seniors in the Floating Cloud sect, if one's strength was strong enough, one would be able to tear open space and travel proudly in the galaxy. He didn't know what kind of stage he needed to reach, but as long as there was hope, Chu Zhongtian would work hard, and the first step of his hope was to join the Floating Cloud sect. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian's desire to increase his strength increased a little. Chun Xiang, prepare some food for me. I will focus on cultivating in seclusion. In order to increase his strength before the Floating Cloud sect recruited disciples, Chu Zhongtian decided to use a month's time. He wanted to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage peak. At the same time, he needed to master a few more mid-yellow level martial skills. This would allow him to deal with the Floating Cloud sect's disciple test. Ever since the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Lu Yongjun in Yulong Mountain, Chu Zhongtian's name had spread across the entire Qi country. Currently, Chu Zhongtian's influence was only second to the 3 great families as patriarch. After Chu Zhongtian defeated Lu Yongjun and became the strongest amongst the young generation in Qi country, the news of Chu Tianyun breaking through to the Qi transforming period had gradually spread. Under the tremendous influence of Chu Zhongtian and Chu Tianyun, the prestige and fame of the Chu family had far exceeded the Lu family, and it had become the #1 family in the Qi country. Currently, all the disciples of Chu family were in high spirits as they walked outside. More importantly, after many cultivators and adventurers heard about the reputation of the Chu family, they joined the Chu family one after another, increasing the strength of the Chu family by several levels in a short period of time. Chu Zhongtian, who was in secluded cultivation, didn't know about this because he was trying his best to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining stage. After experiencing the terrifying pressure of the Blood Prison Pavilion, he had already touched the bottleneck of the 9th level of Qi refining stage. Furthermore, after the battle where he was evenly matched with Lu Yongjun, his understanding of the 9th level of Qi refining stage had become even deeper. The only thing he lacked now was time,